from the player, and the arms are outstretched.
Good evening, everyone, and a happy Tuesday. Hopefully you're having a good day, and if you're not, well, it's about to get good because we do have E-League brought to you by Nivea Men tonight. I have Mitch sitting beside me. It's been a couple weeks, 3 weeks now, Mitch, since I've last seen you.
Yes, it has been a while. Obviously, we had the break as well, but yeah, it's I don't know where everybody is, but it's a wet and rainy day today. We've just been drying ourselves off.
That's true.
Nate's hair's finally dry.
Yeah, we got Nate and Marcus. Nate, your hair's looking good.
Nate and Musket. I don't know.
Marcus.
Market. I don't know what that was. But
Marcus and Mate.
Horribly rainy day today in Sydney. It's going to get a lot better. We're excited for the games. Doesn't get any bigger than our first one of the evening. Marcus, did you get here a bit more dryly, brother?
luckily, somehow, I don't know how I did, but, you know, as I said, hopefully it's raining goals because it was actually pouring here today. Yeah, see, look, I set that one up for a good 30 minutes. Yeah, so.
I was going to say, I feel like I would have laughed more if you hadn't already pre-warned me that you're going to say it.
It is what it is. That's all for the audience, not for my fellow casters here. Seems to be hard.
Never does anything for us, I tell you.
But yeah, I mean, great games today. I mean, the first game especially is great, but lots of great games today and also last night too. So.
Yeah, well, we'll run through all of that. We'll talk about what's happening tonight, what is to come, and also what happened with our challenges. And if it is your first time tuning in, then you might not even know what we're talking about at all. But this year, E-League has changed up. We split ourselves into two divisions. We have E-League. It has 12 players, one from each club. We also have our second division, E-League Challenges. That has another representative from each club, so also 12 players. What's going to happen is 5 weeks of regular season. The bottom four from E-League will come up against the top four of E-League Challenges in a gauntlet, and out of those 8 players will emerge 2, which will go on to make our top 10 over in the E-League playoffs. Now, when you do make it to playoffs, there's 10 of you guys. 8 people, though, get prize pool money over there, Marcus.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, there's a lot to play for just to get into the playoffs, and obviously the money up for grabs as well. But champion, $4,000 in the bank, and also a big prize that we'll talk about here in a second, which is, I mean, the dream of every FC player.
Yeah, this was something when we talked about it, almost made you jump back in and be like, hey, is there an open spot for anyone? It is going to be that direct invite to the EAFC Pro World Championship. Yep,
this is the pinnacle of FC esports, and, you know, I think I hit the age gap, unfortunately, so I couldn't really hit the return back in, but we have plenty of good players that are ready to try and get this spot from... Okay, it wasn't that funny. I know.
I don't know, that was pretty good. I told you, the laugh is more authentic when you don't give me the 30-minute warning of a joke.
Dylan missed out because he was too young, and you missed out the other way. Unlucky.
I mean, but
brothers.
it's just so good. That is just such a good thing for all the players to be fighting for. And, I mean, once you get to that playoffs, and you just have to have a good run, and you could be at the World Cup. Like, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy to think how far we've come, Nate. Like, I mean, all you guys have been, I mean, you, Marcus, as a player, but Nate, you on this side sitting on the couch for all the seasons that have run through for E-League. And so now to finally see us getting this direct invite, I feel like, I mean, it's a big win for you. It's a big win for the region, but for you to be able to see it kind of come to fruition as well, what all these players have achieved.
Yeah, try not to get too teary about it, because legitimately
I swear it's the rain outside, I swear.
That's what it is. It's, crying into my hair. I don't understand how that works either. We've been talking about it a lot. The first week, I think, that was the first chat we had. Maybe it was the first question I asked Marcus, being like, does it make you sort of want to play again? Is it that big? And credit to Mark 11 particularly for being incredible the whole way through last season. And then graceful, I would say, among other things, in the final last year. It's the performance, it's the region making each other better. Utterly deserved, and yet, like, gets a bit nervy. Gets a bit nervy tonight even. We're not even at the playoff stage, and these games mean so much.
Yeah, every night, every game, every round that you are playing, it's massive for you. But the exciting thing is that direct invite could go to anyone, including one of our E-League Challenger players. And E-League Challengers, it was playing last night. If you guys didn't get to watch any of the games, then don't worry. We're going to talk about everything you need to know. We're going to give you the full rundown with our very special guest. We got Jamie coming in, Mayor of Yapville over here. He's going to give us a bit of a talk and a bit of a rundown.
Who told you to say that?
No one.
Marcus, I'm looking at you. Marcus, Nate, which one was it?
Look, I'll put my hands up. I made the joke, and everyone was like, you have to actually say that to his face. I'm like, will he laugh? So I
That makes it even
unintentionally.
better. So Nat was just joking. And everyone else was like, no, that's actually true. You have to say it now.
Yeah,
Cheers,
pretty
guys.
much.
Vote in chat.
It takes one to know one. You know what I mean? So it's nothing wrong with that as well, Jamie. So, you know.
Well, look, at least I know how to pronounce Western Sydney Wanderers' Jaeger name now. So that's a good start.
That is a good start. But give me, best plays of yesterday, where the ladder's looking as well, and any upsets that might have happened.
Yeah, I think it was interesting watching yesterday because as the games were going on, you could see like the table shaping up, potential people that maybe didn't have a chance of top 4 anymore. The current top 3 on the table is Damon, Juan Cini, and Brady, and they all went undefeated yesterday. More importantly, Damon, he was playing against his top 4 rivals, and he managed to beat all of them. So he wasn't only gaining 3 points himself, but then obviously that's a 3-point that they can't gain and then try and get over him.
Yeah, I'm looking at all these results. There's like a lot of numbers kind of popping up. I'm seeing that Perth Glory, Western United in round 6. That was a bit of a blinder is the nicest way I'm going to put that one.
I did start on that game, and then I managed to switch over to the Nickstav Luan, which is a bit closer. But that was a bit of a crazy one because Boom, as you'll see in the table a bit later on, has actually snuck into 4th spot on the ladder. And goal difference is going to have a big place to play in that. So like a plus 11 goal difference for Boom. I think he was on, I'm going to have to double check it. He was on 8 or something before that. And now he has like one of the best goal difference in the league. So just goes to show what a game can do in the Challenger division.
Yeah, coming into this, we even talked about the importance every night or every day that you're playing, every round is potentially to make or break. And to be able to put yourself in 4th with I think he's now on a 19 goal
there it
difference.
Is, yeah.
That's phenomenal.
So yeah, madness.
Mm-hmm. Was there another game outside of that one that really comes to mind when we talk about challenges?
I was keeping a good eye on Damon, who's currently top of the league on goal difference. Like I mentioned, he played against 3 players yesterday who all had a chance of making that top 4. All of his rivals in the top 4. And the first one of those was against Adelaide United's Juan Cini, who still has a game in hand. He might not have the points on the board. He still has a very good chance of making the top 4. But Damon beat him 5-4 in a thriller. He then ended up beating Airborne 7-4 from Wellington for the last game of the night. So I was impressed with Damon, and is proved wise one of the ones to watch in the challenges.
Nice. I do know Marcus as well. He wants to have a bit of a chat with you.
Well, I mean,
Here you go again.
Yeah, it's good to see you again. I did
Hello,
see Jamie on the
Marcus.
weekend. For everyone that's wondering why I'm saying that, obviously it's been a while.
Can't get away from you.
But I was going to ask about One City actually, because obviously, representing Adelaide, your place, and do you think he can really jump nearly everyone in this last week with the game in hand? And also, second question on that, if you had to pick one player now that really is going to have a good chance of taking out this division at the top, who do you think that player is?
So yeah, starting on Juan, I think it's probably pretty fair to say it was one of the favourites going into the Challenger division on paper anyway. I mean, a lot of people that have either competed or kept an eye on the competitive scene in Australia will know that he's a good up-and-coming player. So I'm a bit surprised to not see him already into the top 4 going into the last week. I think a lot of people would be as well. But he definitely still has a chance. He's got some games in hand, and he actually plays against a lot of his top 4 rivals in that final week. I know for a fact he plays against Brady and Boom. So that's going to be interesting. There's still a lot to play for. It is technically in his hands. So if he wins all his games, he'll finish on 25 points, and that'll be more than enough to make the top 4. So I think, look, it hasn't probably been the start he probably hoped for, and it wasn't really the start I expected personally, but it's still all to play for him. And then one that I'm very impressed with. I mean, we mustn't forget about Luan from Sydney FC. He's still getting the job done. If he wins his game in hand, he'll actually go top of the table as well. But some of the performances I've seen from Damon, some of the goals that he's scoring, I think he'll really be able to give some of the top guys a good run.
We're going to have a look at the leaderboard of how Challenges is facing up. And my question to you, Jamie, is if we saw these top 4 players go in, I know there's still, change, room for change, but if we were to see these top 4 go into Gauntlet up against the bottom 4 of the current E-League ladder, like let's say Gauntlet was going to happen right now, it was going to start right now, how would you rate the top 4 chances of making it out of Gauntlet?
Look, I think the thing I love about the Challenger division, it seems like anyone can beat anyone, and I think the difference in quality from the top 4 of the Challengers and the bottom 4 of the top, I think it's going to be pretty similar than the level we see in the Challengers as well. I think anyone can beat anyone. That's what's so good about this format, and that's what's so good about giving these guys a chance to really get into that playoffs as well, and maybe even get some LAN experience under their belt.
Yeah, that would be great to see, and then maybe even give their club, their A-League representative club, some food for thought about, hey, maybe next year I should potentially be up there in E-League and not in challenges. But Jimmy, before we do let you go, anything else that you want to share knowledge-wise with the challenges?
I mean, I haven't mentioned Brady's name yet, have I?
There it
He's
is.
still
I
in
was
the top
waiting.
four.
I was
What's going
waiting.
on, guys?
I was waiting.
Look, I said it as the games were finishing yesterday. I think 21 points is kind of the sweet spot. I'd be surprised if someone got 21 points and didn't make it into the top 4. So I think Brady has 2 games left. If he wins one of those, who's against bottom of the table Jaeger, I think you guys will be seeing a bit more of him, whether you like it or not. Couple gritties maybe.
We like it. He's our boy, and he's got a big fan club out here. Even though we did diss him 3 weeks ago.
Fan club, is that what we're calling it? Okay.
Hey.
On that note,
Nah, he's a good guy. Jamie said he could play challenges 3 weeks ago because he saw him in the top 4, and now he's
yeah, I might take that back.
keeping us
to be
quiet.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take that comment back there. But Jamie, thank you so much. I love that you're keeping up to date with challenges, that you're coming on every week and giving us that information. But we'll say goodbye for now, and hopefully we can catch up with you later.
Happy days, my pleasure. Good luck, guys.
See ya. He did enjoy the Yapville comment, and I'm glad that one was a home run.
That's why
Yeah.
rehearsals are really important. Just to, get those ones passed by the committee before
Yeah.
we go live, right?
Yeah, and it hit. It absolutely stuck there. But great to see what's going on with the challenges. I know maybe some people are a little bit confused of how many rounds people have played. It's just because back in week 1 of E-League challenges, unfortunately, they couldn't play. And so now we have some people playing 3 rounds a day, some people only playing 2 rounds a day. And that's why you will see the difference between maybe 9, 8, or 7 rounds played. And I mean, leaves so much room for change. We've talked about the fact that, Juan only having played 7, he could really jump up and take one of those final slots there in the top 4. But for E-League at the moment, that's what we're going to be seeing tonight. They're the players that will be playing for us. So let's have a look at how our leaderboard over here is shaping up. I mean, Mark 11, still undefeated in between the 2 divisions. The only player that is undefeated, actually. Unless you side with Nate, who thinks a draw is also not a loss.
Yeah,
then
stickler for words, actually standing by what they mean. So Nugi undefeated, but I'm with you. Mark 11, clearly on top, clearly the best competitor so far.
Yeah, it is. And Mitch, I haven't really heard too much from you, but with this leaderboard, any shocks, right? Because you haven't been here to share your thoughts on some of these players for a bit.
No, I think it's sort of starting to shape out, I guess, how a lot of us probably thought it was going to be with the, especially the top 5 there. I did think maybe Sard might be a little bit higher, but outside of that, I think it's sort of how most of us expected it. But the guys down at the bottom, Paddy and Mapro, obviously we've got sort of 2 weeks left. I guess for them guys, it's trying to put on, I guess, the best performances that they can, really, and try and get some points and play for a bit of pride, I guess.
I'm glad that you brought up that specific name, Mapro, down there. Now, I remember quite a number of weeks ago, Marcus,
Yes.
you had faith in Mapro. You really hyped me up. I put all the stocks in Mapro over there that he was going to make it out of the bottom 4.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know what's happened to another of my bros, Matt Bro. He's just really been struggling. When he came back after that first week off, I was expecting really good attacking play, but he's had that, but he's kind of been a bit here and there with his formation, kind of all over the place with his plays he's been using as well. And I think when you're not set in stone of what you're going to do from the get-go, you just struggle in this kind of competition because everyone is so just well practiced in what they're doing. So if you come in a bit cold and not really ready to perform at the highest level consistently, you get called out. And Mitch is saying play for pride, but I'm sure those guys are thinking, what if I just won the rest of my games? I wonder what would happen.
Yeah.
I know those guys are thinking that if I just won, 4 out of 4, could I get out of this gauntlet? So I know they're thinking that, and I kind of hope to see Paddy or Matt Bro win a game tonight, just to make things interesting for the others. But But yeah, so until it's over,
Yeah.
I'll be cheering Matt Burrow on.
Well, that's right. Like, you know, I asked Jamie, like, if Gauntlet were to start right now, how would this bottom four look? But thankfully for the bottom four, Gauntlet doesn't start right now. They still have a chance. We're only heading into week number 4 right now. So out of the 5 weeks, they still have 2 weeks left for themselves. But when we do get to the end of those 5 weeks, we will be having our bottom 4 locked in. And they will be going up against the top 4 of challenges. We have our bracket here. So this is going to be a bit more detail for you guys of how E-League Gauntlet is going to play out. It is single elimination. That is the biggest takeaway from here, is you only have one chance to make it to the end. 8 players here, and only 2 are going to be able to come out and make their way and progress on to playoffs, which, speaking of, let's have a look at the bracket for that one, because it's a bit of a doozy. It's a double elimination. So we have our upper bracket and our lower bracket. The key takeaways here are, even if you make it through Gauntlet, the battle is not over. You're going to have to fight up against seed 3 and 4 respectively in that upper bracket. But if you are seed 1 or 2 in E-League, you are happy because you're making it already to round number 3 of the upper bracket. So you're going to have a few days off. You're going to get to watch your competition, and you're going to have a lot more time under your belt to prepare for it, Nate.
Yeah, we were talking about different spots meaning different things and every game meaning something. The top 8 with the prize pool and the top 2 with the seeding. I think it's massive when we're, okay, you won the regular season. I don't think anyone's really going to worry. But if you're top 2, happy days. Obviously, the direct seat we were talking about before. So the ultimate winner, when we get to the end of it, means something more. It just means compared to maybe a few other seasons, every game has something on the line all the way through to the end.
Yeah, it really does. You want to add anything?
Oh, I think it's. I'm keen to get Marcus's thoughts on it, actually. But in terms of like having the week off, you know, like, I think, would you prefer to kind of just keep going with the momentum, or do you feel like, I think even just stopping and watching, I don't know whether I'd prefer to just continue the momentum.
I think it really depends on how these guys finish up. Let's say these 2 on the screen right now finish top 2. It really depends how, especially the next week, finishes for them, because if they kind of have a bit of an off week, they're like, oh, I want to play again and get back into form. But if you're kind of flying, I know especially Dylan wouldn't mind just watching and analysing and just taking in the data and really focusing on that. Maybe Mark wants to keep momentum going, but I think it's not really the biggest of deal. I think you just want to be there because you're just chilling, as Nat said. You're just chilling in such a good spot, and you're like, all right, wherever comes my way, I'm just going to beat them, and that's that, you know?
Is it a bit of a redemption when you say, like, you know, if you end on a bad or a sour note for regular, it's like you just have to prove to yourself and to maybe to other people, or mostly yourself, that, like, oh, you still have it. Like, there's still good games. Like, it was just kind of an anomaly.
Of course. And then when you're going through that phase, you need to work out, okay, who am I going to practice against? You need to play against people on the other side of the bracket, so you're not playing against them, so your practice is a bit different. You know, the other person's doing that as well, so you don't want to train up some guy into becoming a superstar player, and then he knocks you out in the gauntlet as well. You know what I mean? You need to, like, okay, you should go take out the other person, and then everyone's happy. So it's a bit of a weird situation to work out, because maybe they'll play against each other, but probably not, these 2, if they finish top 2. And it's just, you have to manage it and you have to plan it out. So a bit of guidance, maybe some people helping them out will help a lot.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look exactly at today's schedule, because we only have 2 weeks left in our regular season. It is 7 rounds a day, which does make our days a little bit longer, but no one's upset about that. More FC action will always make us happier. We're going to be starting off with Mark up against Dylan. Then on this stream, we're going to continue with Paddy up against Noah, Fardy versus Nugsy, Cesto versus Dylan, Fardy, Naylor, Nagidi, Nugsy, Cesto, and Sard there. I know a lot of names, a lot of rounds, a lot of games, and that should only ever make you happier. And our first game is already here. It is going to be Mark 11 up against Dylan.
Friends, welcome. We're straight into it. No waiting around whatsoever. Nati, Mitch Austin, thank you so much, Nate and Marcus. To join you for our opener, Marcus, no better way to get underway. 1 versus 2, 2 former champions. You like to use the phrase ego game. Is that what we're going to see here tonight?
A little bit. I think you're going to see a bit of, I mean, you can tell, look at Dylan's camera. He is focused. He is locked in. And I think it's going to be one of those games that first goal is really important, just to kind of get rid of those, if there's any nerves, because they both know they're, I want to say, equal top in quotations. You know, Mark has a game in hand, and he's also got the goal difference. So it's one of those things where if Mark does lose, he'll be like, oh, it's not the end of the world. But you don't go into a game like this wanting to lose. And There's a lot of backstory between these two as well, as we'll let this attack play out here. As Haaland might get up over this cross, knocks it down to Jamie McLaren, blocked. That's offside, but yeah, there's a lot of backstory between these two, which maybe I'll let you touch on, because I mean they've been going at it for three years now, I reckon, 3 or 4 years.
You mentioned to start off with Dylan, not an old head by any means, and it starts to feel that way. And in FC 24, can't get half a point out without there being action at each end. Mean that in the best possible way. Maybe wait till half time, Marcus. I don't know. I appreciate that tee up, something massive.
Well,
Down straight to Ronaldo. Thankfully, Petr Cech will get there, and some interesting keeper action in challenges last night. We'll see what happens on the E-League proper tonight.
I think it's just in terms of this game, in terms of a tactical point of view, I think it's going to be a lot about the build-up. And you see Mark, especially, he's taking his time on the ball. I think he's probably had around 70% of possession so far in this game, even maybe higher. And he's really trying to bait Dylan out into pressing him. Dylan's kind of half pressing, not fully pressing, but he's kind of keeping him pinned back. But that's the ball we're going to be seeing every single time. Out to Teo Hernandez, trying to run on Grant, as he does here. He's the cross open back stick. No one's in the box here for Teo Hernandez. He's going to have to cut back and recycle. And that guy, Van Dijk, which we're going to be saying a lot of his name again, he is him at the back, and, well, does a great job for Dylan there.
Interested to see whether the players in boxes or whether that attack was just the speed of light. Players coming back to receive it as Dylan was pressing straight away. In transition here, Dylan, that is a dangerous ball, and yet even betterly handled. Teo, header, red-timed, check. Makes that save look a little more difficult than it is. Great opportunity, but header mistimed, unfortunately, for Dylan Campbell.
Great chance to do it as Mbappe just runs the line again. Grant is going to have a long day here. It's just 2 French speedsters running at him all day, but just touching on that point before with the players in the box, I think because of Mark's build-up was starting so deep trying to press, it takes your team a bit of time to get back up the pitch as well. So it's something Mark's going to have to consider. Whereas Dylan's attack a bit more direct, and you could tell with the players in the box. I want to say he'd probably have Hood on getting the box for that thing, so he'd be disappointed not to at least put that on target without a red-timed kind of action. So you just have to worry about defending here. As Mbappe with the step over just cuts back. I want to see if he goes byline. Kevin De Bruyne is maybe playing for Sydney FC tonight.
Kevin.
Mark would not be happy with that as the recycle comes, but this is all about keeping your head. This happens to all of us. You just gotta reset mentally. And there you go, get the ball back. Dylan is locked in though. I don't think I've seen him with that kind of forehead tilt on the camera in a while.
Well, not from the start. I think there's been some pressure moments in previous weeks. If you're just joining us again, Dylan, number 2 on the ladder, has been excellent. Had one of the best nights I've ever seen in the E-League 2 weeks ago. Haaland, if he's won it, it's not convincingly. Here comes Dylan in transition. Excellent sliding challenge, Mark 11. It's letting him have no respite. Driven ball to feet. Mbappe, look at this. The City man. Now with Teo, he's going to cross it. Surely drives byline. There it is. Check brought out. Punches away. Virgil even further.
Nice play lock there, but he doesn't get the knockdown from Teo. And Mark has been pressuring Dylan a lot. I think if I'm Dylan, I'm looking to take a leaf out of Mark's book here and slow the build-up down, because you do not want to be giving the ball up before your halfway line against someone like Mark. And he's done it a couple of times now. One mistake with the pass, and there again, that's not a mistake. It's a bit unlucky there, but it's a slight force, and you don't need to do that this early into the game. But it's the temptation. You see the pass and you're thinking, oh, if I can just get this in here, I'm a couple of step overs away from being through. But this is what happens. You don't push Mark back, and he gets down the line. He's dragged your Van Dijk out. This is a dangerous situation for Dylan here, because if this free cycle gets into the middle, that's a good hold up there from Haaland, who he's spoken about using it right mid in this 4-4-2 defense to help out. As Mbappe gets in the box again, and ball roll from Mbappe, trying to hold off Hort here. He's going to recycle, and that guy Haaland, going to be a lot of defense, but he gives the ball away again, Nate.
Excellent opportunity, cut back. Players just behind the defender there, with Ferdinand in the way. And finally, crossfield switch does connect. He tried it before, and it ended up, I believe, Mr. Lolly, through ball. He's going to make it. Mark 11's controlled player. I don't even know how to explain that, to be quite honest. Just running away from the ball, which it's very difficult to do in any version of FC. Once again, final pass, final third, nothing doing, and Mark 11 continues. It's wave after pressure.
it's just very hard to stop these overlapping runs on the left-hand side for both of them. Mark is definitely doing it better so far. As the player comes to R9, tries to square it across to Haaland. Surprised he didn't just try to green that near post. Quick corner.
Excellently done. What about from the outset? We're just going to recycle. KDB straight back in there. Time and space. Knockdown. Here we go. Mbappe, there is the opener. We said it was coming. Mark 11 delivers as he's done all season long and gets the crucial opener here against Dylan in our first game of the night.
Yeah, the pressure builds, Nate, and that goal was coming. Whether it's coming from that kind of knockdown, maybe not. Dylan, not so happy. I think he wasn't happy about maybe the way he reacted to that kind of knockdown, because it was obviously to us as commentators, it was almost obvious whether Haaland was going to header the ball. But when you're playing and you're under pressure, this is where pressure builds. You've been under pressure for a good 30 in-game minutes. You can't get out of your half your last 3-4 attacks, and that kind of stuff happens. You get a bit flustered, you're under pressure, you don't see that simple, in quotation, head a mark in the box. So it's just one of those things, and he's given the ball again here to J-Mac, who's going to be running down the line here. Hard face shot trying to stop back. Teo Hernandez is all over him, but he's done well there. Takes it back to Lecky. The City boys toying here with the Dylan's defense. As Teo gets down the line here, he's been defended well so far, but Dylan's absorbing a lot of pressure. As Mbappe gets the line with step overs, goes to Haaland. The knockdown is there again. Knockdown to Mbappe again. That combo, and it goes wide.
Just awkwardly hit perhaps on the half volley. The only thing I can think of is why we're not seeing at least the keeper brought into action. You're spot on, Marcus. When we're calling it almost in advance, it's not to all belittle these amazing competitors.
Of course not. Of course not. We've all been there.
And a lot of experience and a lot of pressure for them, and not so much for us. Mark 11 continuing it. Excellent early challenge, and I wonder if we'll see Dylan try and win that ball a bit further up the pitch, because it's been almost played exclusively in the front third for Mark 11. He's been excellent, clinical. Jamie McLaren in the way of another passing lane. Here we go, near side. Haaland on the left. It's going to come again. A little bit too overpowered. It really should be 2-0.
Big chance there from Mark. Great step overs to also turn the direction. Most people were expecting the step over boost and in a straight line to get the boost, but he turned the centre back and had a good chance with Haaland there. Potential even power shot play there was open with the space, but Dylan finally gets down the line here with Teo Hernandez, and he's going to be looking for Haaland. Nice cut back there to R9, spins the defender, and that goes in. 1-1 here. Dylan with that quick counter attack, and R9, that guy, left foot, right foot, doesn't matter, and we're tied up.
A few times we've been a little frustrated when competitors haven't gotten it to R9 and just hit shoots. Thankfully, it's basically just a shift onto the left. Nothing too fancy about that. Out of the way. Had a check. Nothing he can do. Nothing Mark 11 can do. Locked in at 1-1. We were hyped. We were excited for this game. It is delivering thus far. I expect that pattern to continue, Marcus. Mark 11, possession heavy, but Dylan on the counter, always a threat.
Yeah, possession heavy, but also pressure heavy. He's not been holding the ball at the back. He's been having a lot of it, and probably just taking his time just to reset here. Just, wondering, because he's thinking, okay, I probably should have been 2-0 up just before, and now it's 1-1, but that was a great goal from Dylan. It's a really nice drag back pass to get a different angle there, to drag back into the cancel. It's a new move this year on FC, to be able to drag the ball back and then pass the ball straight away, compared to the old days of being able to get a slower drag back. And it's just a nice little micro detail that maybe the audience wouldn't have noticed, because it's something that allows you to get a better angle without losing momentum. So even though he was really tightly marked, it's good to see that Dylan's been obviously practicing that, and it's in his locker. And I think we're going to see a lot of this now, though, Nate. I think he's not going to take the sting out of the game, but he's just going to build up and just try and build that pressure up again, even though we're just hitting half-time, as Teo Hernandez gets down the line for free here. This is a worrying situation for Dylan. It just gives him the line completely. Teo spins here. We've got a minute added on. Haaland is chasing down Teo Hernandez again. He's going to have to get this cross in or go forward. He might play for a corner. He does. Near post is on straight away. Doesn't play it. Interesting. He might change takers here, Nate, and play it near post again to get the keeper back on the line here. No, he goes for the Haaland play lock. He's going back stick. Now front stick. Goes near post. Bicycle kick off the post. Back into Mbappe, and he slides in to make it 2-1. Nate's lost for words here.
Incredible variation with Mark 11, just waiting, and then, just like his first goal, immediately from the corner wasn't successful. It's all about how you handle the recycle. What about that on the slide from Mbappe? Incredible.
I mean, if you want the ball to go to anyone in the box besides Haaland, it's definitely Hullet or Van Dijk. And Hullet being there in the back post, allowing Mark to get the knockdown. To see Mbappe again for that knockdown, but then to hit it first time is... I definitely would have done that myself to hit the ball first time, but he thought to myself, let me just get something on it before I get tackled or maybe takes a bad touch under pressure. But look, overall, if you're Dylan, you're a little upset with that goal, but from an unbiased point of view of us two, I'd say Mark deserved it with the pressure he's been building. It's not the end of the world as well. It's just one goal, 9-minute halves, as we always say, and plenty of time. Both players taking a little break at halftime. No tactical changes there, which is not surprising because things were going, I'd say, okay. More so for Mark, but Dylan definitely has been building himself into the game as he does give the ball away again, Caster's curse. But it's not the end of the world. 2-1, Nate. It's not, even if the game's not going so, what are you thinking here as Dylan? Because, yeah, you're chasing a lot. You're only down a goal.
They've both come from corners that he defended the first ball extremely well, I think, is the reason why I get excited at halftime. We can finally break it down. No, you can't, gentlemen. We're both happy. We're going to go again. Well, dear.
No, that's all right. Teo with a bit of a soft pass. I'm not sure if maybe Mark honestly might not have hit enough power on that one. And then but he's gotten the ball back here doing it. And I think we could have break down the corners, but I think there's more issues overall for Dylan in terms of he needs to be getting into these positions consistently. He does. He baits the pass out wide. Van Dijk's coming inside. R9's going to get blocked off here. And that was a good decision by Dylan to not play the pass out to Teo because Mark dragged Van Dijk out wide and there was a spot there, but he didn't boost through. And this is the difference I'm seeing in the attack is that Mark is step over boosting through. As Mbappe gets the ball, we might see right now. Drag back to R9. Shoots across goal. Doesn't hit the target at all.
Similar to the half volley before, it's one of those, the ball just hasn't landed nicely and the animation resultant shot you get. All the difference apparently, not a lot you can do in terms of controlling that. That's not user error, it's just the way it goes sometimes. And why you hear Marcus saying it feels like the 2-1 lead is deserved, because here he comes again. Mark 11, headed back all the way. That time to Teo. J-Mac Hullet. KDB. Mbappe is through, looking for three. Goes near post for some reason.
Near post, Trivella. He expecting to keep moving as the corner goes near post straight away, but Dylan was watching Mark last week against Naylor when he hit him with those corners within 5 minutes, and he's been watching it. He's managed to move his keeper quickly every time because those are Mark's specialty now, but I think he was expecting the keeper movement. We've been seeing guys bluff that keeper movement of the near post a lot. And I think now the meta is reversing where people aren't moving the keeper and they're just like, okay, go ahead and shoot. So I think those kind of moments are what will decide as Czech gets a little pass here. Not the greatest pass from Lecky, but, you know, Czech makes it look very good. So knockdown comes here, and that's probably a foul. Dylan's not happy with that one because when you're using your hand on that side to stop Teo, that's the kind of things you want, you know, get stuck in. But unfortunately, the ref was not happy with that one. And I'd expect a pause soon from Dylan because I think his build-up's really been struggling, especially on that left side, which is the dominant side for both players. And I think it's getting to that point now where you want to try and go toe-for-toe with Mark.
Player lock, which I thought he'd cancel out of, but does not. And nice easy read, a bit like your near post keeper movement, whatnot that we're talking about, where a lot of people watching on are probably like, that's so obvious, why would you do that? But I think you put it really well, Marcus. It's almost a reversing of the meta. No need for a double bluff, just sort of keep it simple, go back to basics. Down the line, Mbappe, Dylan, keeper moved out, then brought back. Here we go. Doesn't go director. If he does, it's just popped up in the air. For all the wonderful knockdowns we've seen from Haaland, I thought green timed header was looking good because Czech was going to be in no man's land after being brought out.
I think Haaland just didn't really body himself in the way that Dylan expected. He expected Haaland to kind of step into Teo and have a chance to maybe go on goal, but he wasn't interested, maybe because he's been doing so much defensive work for Dylan. He's not really happy with that, but gets down the line on the right-hand side this time. Haaland not in the box this time. Step over, cancels, cuts back inside. Hullet, one more to KDB. Finesse maybe on. Not going to hit it out wide. Haaland is on back stick, step over boost. Haaland is running into the middle of the box here. He's gone to the left-hand side. Hullet gets the ball. Green time shot across. Great save from Czech. And Haaland was going walkabouts then, but it doesn't really matter as Dylan has a corner, which is as good as a goal for some people. Gets the ball in, and Mbappe loses the header to Rio Ferdinand as expected. And Teo Hernandez is putting Czech under pressure again, and Mark with some serious composure there.
That was stunning. Those 3 passes in and around. Don't worry about the penalty area, right near the feet of the keeper himself. He is looking as cool as a cucumber, Mark 11. At no point in this contest is he flustered. That ball's out of play, so what happens? Just a slight eye raise, whereas Dylan... I'm not entirely agreeing with you there, Marcus, in him being unhappy. Is it like one-sided for shots, possession and whatnot? Sure. I feel like Dylan in the past maybe has overthought and tried to match his opponent's game plan, whereas here he's had a lot of success going direct in his attack. Admittedly, the 2 goals were from corners that he defended well initially, and in open play, Mark 11 hasn't scored despite all those shots. I reckon it's more about the use of his players here that could be the difference for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's some interesting points. You see how Dylan has Hall at right centre mid, which is not a common thing because most guys would have Hall at centre mid to get to recycle, KDB a bit more attacking. But he's got Hall there for those kind of back post crosses, which we saw early on, unfortunately red time for him. And I think that's what he wants to do now with Phil and Mendy on the pitch here. With not a great interaction for him, gives the ball away straight away for Dylan and puts him under pressure, as we see Phil and Mendy also on for Mark. And it's more so, I think, you're going to be seeing a lot of this now, mate. Obviously, I think Mark would love a 3rd goal, but there's one thing Mark has gotten really good at, it's composure, even under tight game situations. He doesn't go and push for a 3rd goal. He knows the goal is going to come to him if he just plays his game. And he's done that now. Step over boost, gets a bit lucky. Mbappe goes for the Trivela and he gets the flare shot animation. That happens once again. That happens to all of us, but he just needs to keep his head down because just when he had a big chance last time, he went from 1-0, potentially 2-0 to 1-0, and it could have had the same again. But
look, maybe it goes your way for a bicycle sometimes, and then it goes against you with the flare rather than the Trivela.
Well, he got a bit lucky to get through. You know, I saw your little head shake when he got through. Mbappe got a bit lucky, but Mbappe, he's that guy when it comes to that. He's just unstoppable in this game sometimes. So it is very unfortunate for Mark because, you know, he did have a big chance there, but he does again. Drag back to Haaland, left foot, green. And that was really good keeper placement for Dylan. I think he took it 1 step to the left, but he's got a corner to deal with here. And Mark's taking his time with his corners now. Now he's like, I'm going to lock onto Haaland. He gets the ball to Haaland, jumps up, doesn't win it. Goes across to R9. He's got a bit of space here. As J-Mac tries his best, but fails. And R9 is on again. Dylan has a great chance here. R9 going to run to the back. Haaland's on the back post, Nate. Haaland's on the back post. He doesn't cross it. He drives to the middle.
Alone. I'm baffled there. Haaland now on the right foot with 2 to beat. It's broken down completely. Maybe he just didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He does have another chance here as KDB loses the ball. Mark moved the
Look
keeper,
at that keeper
early.
so early.
Very early, and that's one of those ones where if you're a player now, Dylan's thinking, if I get that position again, I'm going to shoot it the other side. So, and now it's just complete mind games because Mark's going to be like, okay, I know you're going to do that, so let's see if I will move the keeper this time. But
from the last corner, by the way, I saw Dylan move the keeper all the way into the goal. So a 3rd different way of trying to defend it.
Play lock cancel here from Mark. Phil and Mendy getting down the side, and Mbappe. Marc's Mbappe has been in every single attack. This guy has been getting extremely busy. Definitely earning his wages this game, Mbappe. But look, I said Mark wasn't going to force the game because he doesn't need to. As that's a great block and read.
That's where Dylan's different from last year's. He will press earlier. I think it was around the 70th minute mark, maybe bang on it, where Dylan's mentality, if we said the lead-in was significant before, have a look at it now. Pure forehead.
And this is what you need to do when Mark's playing on this left-hand side. You have to be fully focused. It just takes 1 lapse of concentration and you're down 3-1 and the game's over. Mbappe gets the ball to J-Mac. Recycles to Phil and Mendy. Drives byline. Haaland tries to catch up, but he doesn't get to him. Back post cross. Goes to Haaland. He knocks it down. Doesn't win it. Gets himself goal kick, I'm pretty sure, just there, which is a great result for Dylan because...
Certainly is. On that one-on-one battle, the last, 2, maybe 3 times, best result for Mark has just been that the ball stayed in play. Not to be on that occasion into our final 8+ additional time, in-game minutes. Looking at the substitutes, as I said, for Dylan, if it was going to be something, it would just be players. What did we get? Mendy? And that was about it.
Yeah, both players with Mendy. I want to see if there's a midfield situation now. Dylan might be thinking, okay, the hook hasn't worked on the right-hand side for this situation. I haven't been able to get down the line to cross back post. So you might move Horton to the middle and get someone a bit more attacking at the right centre mid spot on the ball.
Or if it's a little bit at that time, shall we say, considering that Mark 11, not just with the lead in this game, but of course first on the ladder. I wonder if it is Haaland off for Dylan. He tried Thierry Henry a few weeks ago. Maybe just somebody who's more comfortable, more smooth, more fluid on the ball. That's the only thing I could think of. Maybe it's just A-League player for A-League player. We'll see.
Yeah, a lot of the players love that new Palais as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him on the pitch here. As I'm looking at now, I want to say they've definitely got Palais up top here for Dylan. As Mbappe gets the ball and plays through Mendy, I want to say. He was Mendy, so Mendy's out of position now. He needs to cover that. Haven't seen Mark subs yet, but now it's into the point of pressure. Mark talked about a couple of weeks ago switching to 4-2-3-1 and not being able to play the press well. I think he's going to stay with his formation here. He gets Fairland down the line to Mbappe. Stevo boost, cancels it again. Ball roll, cancels it again. Reverse Elastico.
Kicked into the defender, but thankfully
gets the offside because, or the foul, sorry, offside. The foul. Very, not lucky because, I mean, that was unfortunate. As Carlos Alberto has been subbed on for Mark at right back here, so he's gone into a full defensive shape here and given up some of his attacking flair.
First time passes from Dylan Lovely. Gutelas, unfortunately, at the end of it, lofted and not anywhere near as successful, but strap yourselves in for the last few minutes. Dylan going all out to find an equalizer here. Wonderful switch. Mendy. I was going to say acres of space, and Les Ryan Grant comes across. Not baited at all.
He's moved Haaland to left mid. He's got as Mark, but he's got Carlos Alberto here up against Mendy, so you should be able to defend it. But he does tackle there and make a slight mistake. It is open. The middle is extremely cramped here. Dylan's going to have to get this ball out wide, because if he tries to force it, it's not going to work, as we've just seen. And now Mark can definitely kill the game. I think there's only 1 out of a minute because there's been no goals.
Been a bit like that, hasn't it? End to end in the best possible way for Mark 11. Dylan gave it everything. The fluency of passing just not there. A game that maybe for him just never really got going. And for Mark 11, job done. A bit to review there for Dylan, to say the least, in terms of possession, shots and whatnot. Like we can say again, Mark 11 dominant. But just that game has passed us by. I don't even know where to start, like breaking it down. Halfway through our sentences, it felt like we couldn't get anything out. Hey, you watching at home, what did you make of it? Let us know on the Twitch chat, on socials, and the rest of it. Nate and Marcus here. We're going to go to a quick break with plenty more E-League action coming up tonight.
Well, I mean, talking about that game, Nate, I just want to say it's a lot of midfield battle, a lot of Haaland knockdown battles. Haaland kind of struggled a bit for Dylan, I want to say. I think for Mark, the Haaland was really good. I mean, he was at the key moments for both those goals, but for Dylan, Haaland just didn't really get there. He wasn't making the greatest runs for Dylan as well. I know Dylan watched the game back and be like, why was my Haaland darting towards the near post? Why wasn't he staying back post? He had that big Hort chance. That was a big Hort chance early on that was red time, that he'll look back and he'll rue that mistake, because maybe he's like, oh, if I didn't time it, but we know Dylan, it's red or it's green. There's no in between. We like that. I like that because go hard or go home. But you're looking back at that and you think, oh, 2-1, damn, just one more chance. He gets a draw, and he doesn't even have to win the game. Just a draw changes so much for the whole table, not just himself. So he's going to be disappointed because he did keep it close.
What about for Mark 11? Didn't end up scoring in open play like we mentioned before. It's going to be comfortable based on the overall, I guess, match. Like, I know we need to sit down and go through play-by-play, chance by chance. But it felt like even those two corners, he was dangerous. The Haaland bicycle that, again, we're just not going to talk about ever again, I guess. They hit the apex. And yet the recycle, the urgency was there for him throughout.
Exactly. And I think you say, he scored with, the set pieces and Haaland and such, but a lot of his good play came through that Teo Hernandez and Mbappe. And that's kind of showing us that, and I'm sure he will talk about it. It was like, if I didn't have Haaland, I could still play ball on the ground style if needed be. So if the meta changes before now until the finals, he knows that he can still do that. And I think it's him just refining a couple of things in terms of his finishing. There was a couple of mistakes in quotation marks. The Trivela near post, obviously the Trivela flare shot, really unlucky. A couple of times in the box with Mbappe where he probably had a chance to maybe shoot it. A couple of chances off target as well from R9 that just completely went off, which, I mean, probably aren't his fault, but he'll be happy with that game. You look back, he probably had close to 7-8 shots.
I think they're going to want to have a look at the VOD. I know that I want to have a look at it as well, friends. We're going to break it down, I'm sure, later throughout the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I hope you guys enjoyed that game. Welcome back, though. We are here at E-League, powered by Nivea Men. We had Dylan up against Mark 11 there. They were the top 2 of our leaderboard coming into today. And Mark 11, I mean, he was sitting there undefeated, and he just edges out Dylan. It stays there on the top. It was a 2-1 between them. I'm not going to say it was the most amazing game of FC that we've seen, but it was still a phenomenal showing from both. I'm a little bit concerned with what's happening with Dylan. Okay, I'll say it. We can go to the positives later, but Dylan last week, despite him getting both wins in the 2 rounds that he played, he was having these possession issues, and it showed that when you come up against someone who's of equal skill on the ladder, they're going to exploit that, and that's what it felt like really happened here, Mitch.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Dylan will be, very disappointed. But obviously, look, he's coming up against one of the probably best player I think we've had in this region for a very long time. But yeah, it's one of them games, isn't it? Touches back on previous games where he's had a few disappointing results, I guess, and he just needs to, was he going to count this as a win going into it? Probably not. But yeah, it's a disappointing result for him, but big win for Mark 11.
Yeah, I feel like it's a tough one, a couple of mistakes, but in saying that, it's just like mistakes are fine to make it happen, but you have to be able to exploit them. You need to be able to see those opportunities, those moments that you can take advantage of, and that is why Mark 11 came out on top. He's our winner. We're going to have an interview with him. We get to talk about everything that happened in the game that just played. I mean, Mark, congratulations. I have to say, when I saw the first goal in, I've never seen a bigger sigh of relief from a player. Like, what was going on there?
Because I feel like I dominated the whole game, and like that goal just wasn't coming. Like I had my Mbappe doing like ballerina shots. It was just chaos, to be honest with you. But I wish I feel like I deserved to win that game a little bit more. I'm probably really happy with my defense. I kept him to like probably 1 good chance. I still feel that his goal probably should not going in, but I still kept him to like 1 or 2 good chances, which in this game is very hard to do.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. I mean, the pressure from you in the first half was outstanding. It felt like you always had the ball sort of in his half. But what changed up for you in the second half? Were you hoping to still be as aggressive towards it? Or again, you just really wanted to focus on having that solid defense and taking the ball away from it as much as possible?
If anything, I want to just go for the goal. Like I don't know if I noticed, like I actually started attacking more than I was in the first half, and I feel like I had a few more chances, but unfortunately couldn't score. But I got the win, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, goal difference, we talk about it a lot on broadcast, but goal difference only really matters if you're not getting the wins, but you're getting the wins here. I know Marcus as well has a lot that he wants to ask you.
I mean, firstly, Mark, great win. I think that was probably your strongest performance in terms of just overall possession. There was a time in the first half where he didn't get out of his halfway line for 3 or 4 chances, and that's where the side of relief came in, because obviously you wanted that goal. But I want to talk to you mentally. How do you adapt to kind of going to 1-0 after dominating for so much? Obviously, you got that goal near the end of half time, but how are you mentally? I saw you took your time from kickoff as well. How are you mentally when you consider that? I think Dylan's probably first chance, and it was a great shot from R9 as well.
To be honest, I hate when I concede goals, because I just always I'm always negative to myself. Like I always go into games thinking, I'm gonna lose, just like a reverse jinx it, But overall, I just try to I guess calm down. But I do get nervous a lot. Probably shouldn't be saying it here, so competitors don't know. But I do get I get nervous in big games, which is obviously not a great thing. I'm trying to still improve on that.
Yeah, it's good to hear, because I think a lot of people would like to hear that, our top player still does feel those nerves and those, moments when things don't go his way. I think, he's not just a robot. Of course, he's really good, but he still does feel these things. So you did really well, and I think that was such a good midfield performance from you. Just completely, I think, clamped Dylan's attack, and that's why you have the best, goals conceded and also just goal difference in the league.
Thank you.
I want to jump on the back of that. So you talk about there are still nerves for you. I mean, it's competition. It's kind of natural there. Is it mostly just the opponent you come up against, or is it the first game of the day as well? What really are the big factors for you?
No, it's just expectation. Last year in the World Championships, I just thought I was gonna I'm versing people in Europe. They should beat me 10-0 every single game. So I just go in. I don't really care what happens. But here, I know I can beat everyone here comfortably or not comfortably, but I can still beat everyone here. And I feel like that's where the nerves comes in.
Yeah. Well, look, you've made a name for yourself, Mark. Right now, you are exceeding those expectations, definitely living up to them. Congratulations again on the win, and good luck for the rest of your night.
Thank you very much.
See ya. very candid. It's nice to see that with him there. You know, it doesn't really matter sometimes. It's just expectations, whether it's what other people are placing on him. I think it's more so what he's placing on himself. That's what I like to think, that we're not really putting too many outside expectations on him. But Nate, there are some expectations for our next two competitors. We got Paddy up against Noah. What are those expectations? Who exactly are you going to see come out of this one as victor?
We've been talking about that lower end of the table, which is a bit less popular to talk about, but it is absolutely critical when you've got the challenges this season. Like, there's nowhere to hide. There won't be any maybe questions left. It's going to be, were you the best representative, or maybe should you have been in the challenges and whatnot? We've been talking about it. I've seen people in Jamie's stream, the E-League stream, talking about it. There's nowhere to hide this season. Mitch, for Paddy particularly, without a win, is it fair to say that the pressure's particularly on him, not just now, like throughout the night and next week too?
I think so. I think if he doesn't pick up at least 3 points tonight, it's going to be, well, very, very difficult for him to kind of do anything. I think it's up to himself, but I think he's probably knows himself. He's been poor, and it's a bit to be on. I think he's on 1 point, throughout the entire by the fourth week. I think he's going to be disappointed with that. So yeah, it's a huge game for him, and the minimum he can take is 3 points from this game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if Paddy wants to start clawing his way out of that bottom four, if he wants to make sure he's not going to be going into the gauntlet, he needs to pick up a victory right now. But Noah, he's going to be pretty happy with at least 1 point for himself. So different pressures are placed on these two players. But either way, we do have our second game of the night kicking off. So please, Nate and Mitch, take us through it.
Keen as. Bring it on, Mitch. We ready. We pumped because, as we said, we had the 1v2, the tippity top. And now we head down towards the other end. Will you be in the bottom four? Will you be facing off the challengers as we look ahead to the gauntlet? Of course, before we get to the playoffs, have a look at the E-League Australia socials if you need to keep up with the equation. Nate Telos, Mitch Austin here to bring you game 2 of our night. And it's not at all any disrespect, is it, Mitch, to talk about Paddy the way that we have been. He got the main seat at the Mariners. You got the big content creator, Nick Stav, in Div 2, so the pressure off there, but you're a main broadcast. You get your big chance against Noah, who well and truly should have been out of that bottom four and hasn't gone that way. Are we focusing on the right man, or should we start to reverse that a bit?
No, I think Noah definitely is going to be looking at favourite here, and as you said, probably is going to be slightly disappointed with himself that he isn't higher up the table. But as we said, Paddy's got to be really disappointed with how his season has been going so far. Almost an opportunity there.
Driven pass back to the keeper, went straight out of bounds and from the corner. Is this going to be the theme of the night? I'm very glad that Mark 11 himself said it was chaos out there, because I've been feeling the exact same way, exasperated, trying to keep up with what's going on. Simple passes playing out from the back at this level. What's going on?
That's it. It's, crunch time part of the season as well, especially for the likes of Paddy, wanting to stay away from, obviously not cementing himself in the gauntlet tonight, but it's looking very, very likely as of now, Nate.
Bobble ends up at R9, and then it's played immediately back. We'll keep trying to keep up with things here. Yeah, Noah comfortably. If you're Marcus Gomes, saying should be out of that bottom four and looking at things above for Paddy, it really is all about win number 1. What is a F3 derby of sorts. LA used from the get-go. Van der Sar brought out very nicely done to close down that opportunity. Once again, the simple little things. This time, at least, the pass goes back. But only. Honestly, Mitch, what am I meant to do tonight? What is going on?
I don't know about you, but this kit,
it's not helping either.
It's not helping me, to be honest. trying to.
The Sydney
I don't know
Rain
who's who at the back.
started it. At least we got Roll4 on, so a lot of viewers in chat enjoying that player throughout FC24. Piscopo, of course, one of the 2 A-League men's plays used by everyone from your club. Out to Ingham on the right-hand side. Maybe someone could just slow it down a little bit for us.
That's it. Obviously, both competitors going to be fairly nervous going into this game. I think both just testing each other out early doors here. just see who's going to make a mistake. But I think it's just about being brave, isn't it, Nate? Especially for these two guys, you know, you really, as you said, 9-minute halves. There is no need to do anything stupid so soon. As you said, you could be 3-4 goals down, which we have seen with previous matches, and competitors almost single-handedly killing their chances within the first half and losing the game.
Player lockers, thankfully, Noah does slow things down just a little bit for us. Keep a bit of possession, get your opponent frustrated. Admittedly, Paddy, one of those, I won't even say necessarily mind games, but enjoys a bit of the banter when it comes to FC24, and enjoyed giving us a bit of, oh my goodness. I can't even give him a compliment from last season before he lobs it up to the midfield. Noah, make him pay. Nut will fall over, then it will go to Van der Sar will punch it and will hit it on the follow-up. You can have the most gentle, chill commentary you ever get from me. And yeah, no celebration, that is where we're at. We do have our opener in game 2.
Absolute shambles. All comes from the mistake. I'm not sure what happened there with the crossfield ball. I mean, maybe get on the leg weights or something. One of the centre backs. Did Paddy full power that? I've got no clue what happened, but very, very disappointing. It's just gifting a goal, really, isn't it? It's just, as we said, don't make any silly mistakes.
We'll have a look at Paddy. At least he's letting you know at home. We're all feeling pretty much the same way. What is going on? Thankfully, if you're a fan of the Newcastle Jets, a fan of Noah, got Haaland at the end of it. Everyone stops mucking around, power it to the back of the net, and we'll go again. It was just the lob pass out to
I think
the midfield.
you can accept, you know, a good goal you can accept conceding, but when it's like something like that, it's just, you can't even say it's like a...
That giveaway, I just actually can't believe it, to be quite honest. The nerves, the pressure, we always talk it up when it comes to A-League Australia. The excellent format, the competitors have been talking about it, how every game does mean something. The prize pool, the seeding. But for Paddy, you get your chance, moving across from Adelaide to the Mariners. You're on main broadcast. And if we could just string 2 or 3 passes out from your back third to the midfield, you might get another game next week.
I mean, I'd hope so. But look, the positive thing is 25 minutes in, he has plenty of time to try and get himself back into the game. But as I said, I'm struggling to kind of see, I guess, a style of play here for Paddy. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, it had been part of the criticism for sure. We do enjoy the unique player selection. Again, we mentioned Rolfo be a fan favourite on the near side. Cross into the middle, Vidic deals with it. Another player that maybe we're not expecting to see too much of, the centre-back, being a bit more Ferdinand Maldini vibes. Player lock, then cancelled. Paddy moving his keeper all over the place throughout the opening 28 minutes. Almost runs in to his teammate, but we're all good. KDB will dribble around for a bit for 2. Right back called into action. Ingham, can you sort it out for us?
Nope. But even looking to, you know, last season, obviously Paddy played a lot with Beckham. He loved his, since his German crosses seems to have been nerfed, I think he's just sort of struggling to find any sort of a proper play style. Obviously, all the other pros, I guess, have mastered the 4-3-2-1 and how they want to play, but Paddy's just really, really unsure with, it's almost like he's just pinging it from side to side in the hope that he can create a bit of space. And
it might feel a little bit harsh. Again, we've been talking about the change format. You get the top 12, if you like, before we go to challenges. So it means a lot. A lot of competitors that have missed out, they really want to prove themselves. A few comments I remember last night in the stream as well, on the challenges stream, saying, how can I get involved? Friends, make sure, of course, you're playing FC Ultimate Team. Stay tuned to your E-League socials. Let us know your content and whatnot as well. It's when you get your chance to make the most of it. Paddy with Pele. Lovely ball, lovely finish. And he looks up at 1-1. It's more or less in transition. It's more or less a counter-attack. But hey, it's a goal on there. And once again, Paddy letting us all know how he's feeling. Lean back, exhausted, but satisfied. Finally on main broadcast.
100%, as you said, a counter-attack, but it's much better play. Much better play. Picked out R9 fantastically. And you get the ball into him in the box, he's not going to miss it. You've got the best strikers, the best players in the game, thanks to EA. You know, watch how the other pros are obviously implementing the players. You can always, you know, take some tactics from the other boys, implement it into your own game. But fair play, Paddy. Very good goal.
Sometimes we say a sigh of relief. I reckon we got like 5 or 6 just in that little clip there. Can he push on and go for number 2? At least the intensity is increasing. Fluency, we'll find out. With lob passes for funsies continuing on. Paddy, KDB with space and time. Immediately starts tracking back, creates a bit of space. First time ball, R9 again. Would you like it on repeat to make it 2? Paddy, out of nowhere, gives himself the nod of approval.
Virtually a copycat from the original goal. But I think that's better. It's, you know, dragging the players across, moving the ball wide, playing those fast passes across into the box, where it's very difficult to, you know, play a switch and get your defenders out to actually try and get pressure on the ball. But he's done it very well. Very good finish.
Yeah, I rate that with KDB particularly, knowing that the pass wasn't there initially. To pass it sideways hasn't been going so well. How about I dribble it back a bit, Noah will chase me out, all of a sudden driven past the feet. And we all know KDB is so good at. Very nicely done for his second goal, approaching half-time. Our best of ones with 9-minute halves if you're new to the competitive format. Now, second last week of the regular season, second player brought across, had he defending well as well. Little head shake from Mitch Austin as we get nervous.
I was a little worried there for him. You know, you get yourself into the lead. Nearly half time, just don't do anything stupid. Keep hold of the ball if you have to. You're 2-1 up.
Like to see Pele used, and here he is on the ball, creating things, back stick. You know who, Haaland knocked down all the way out to Nisbet. KDB from range, Vidic in the way has been a highlight for Noah. If your centre-back's being one of your best players, sometimes that asks the question what you've been doing at the other end, because Paddy has grown into the second part of this first half, looking for goal number 3. Hullet called through. He's onside, I believe, indeed. Let's continue on. R9. Haaland left foot to make it 3. And now we get a grin as well. He likes to mix up the celebrations. He likes to get in your face. Paddy with goal number 3 before the half, and Noah is shook.
Fantastic goal there. Really worked it well. I think that's what's gone well for Paddy. It's the quick passes into the box. Actually looks like he's playing some pretty good football there as well. But really good goal there for Paddy. 3-1 up, going into half-time. But as we said, Nate, there is still 9 minutes of play to go in the second half.
You talked about the different formations used in previous weeks, which I like that point, because we do like seeing variation. We've seen a flat 4-4-2 and I guess a few similar variations with your defensive mids as well. There's different ways of doing it. There's different ways. Sard ball. There's different ways of celebrating as well. But sometimes it really does pay just to go back to the meta, have a look at what your fellow professionals are doing. Your 4-3-2-1, it's used by everyone for a reason. Doesn't mean you still can't have some fun with it, evidently.
No, I think, you know, as we've sort of said in the past, it's having a plan B to kind of go to. I feel like a number of players, especially Paddy as well in the past, you know, not really had, I guess when things aren't working, he's gone maybe 3-4, 5-0 down without changing anything. But look, he's had a bit of a shaky start there with the mistake. But I mean that proves I guess maybe a bit of the mentality change. You know, he obviously went a goal down with a silly mistake, but he's fought back, got himself 3 goals, and he's going into a very good position now going into the second half.
A little bit of composure, as basic as that is. Exasperated were we looking at some of those passes inexplicably, not just going out of bounds, bobbling off players, but being attempted in the first place with simple options. This was your opener after an absolute kerfuffle in the middle. Haaland finishes it off and Noah's thinking this is going to be nice and easy. Then at the other end, we finally get some class. It starts with Pele. I think the creative force the player that was introduced, that particular item, I believe, now a fortnight ago. Might see more competitors using him from the get-go.
Definitely. But just watching those goals there again, it's really good patient play there from Paddy. Waiting for R9 just to check off from the centre-back. Lovely turn, lovely finish. 2 copycat goals there.
It's repeatable after maybe 5 minutes in, I think you correctly mentioned. What's Paddy's style of play? You can do that in FC24. Nice, simple passing, drive it to feet. Just get that first 1 or 2 and you'll be set. What about for Noah? Trying to respond, could he get dragged back into this bottom 4 battle? Of course, as you heard Topper Show, Nati excellently explaining it to you, breaking it down. We'll have to face the top 4 from the gauntlet. You don't want to come up against a club rival. You certainly just want to avoid that scenario whatsoever. And Noah grew so much as a competitor last season. You're ashamed to see him take that step back.
100%. And I was just thinking, actually, I think playing against, say, your challenger opponent in the gauntlet and then losing could possibly be the ultimate upset of one's E-League career, I think.
Yeah, we were saying particularly for the Kiwi lads, the Wellington Phoenix equations looking interesting indeed. They get on very well together. I'm sure nothing will change if that does come about, but keep your eye on it. Keep your eye on Paddy's attack. From distance!
Oh.
He's mixing it up now. To feet before, from distance to get his 4th. Very well played. Noah immediately going to change things up. We've been asking for it for a few competitors. There it is, from distance, from range. Hall has that in the locker.
That's it. No pressure on the ball. You've got yourself foot birthday, Ruud Hullet there. My guy can score from pretty much anywhere, and he's green timed it to perfection, but fantastic finish. But definitely questions now for Noah. Not too sure what he's going to be looking at changing here, Nate, but
I feel like it has to be formation, to be quite honest.
Definitely.
We said it a moment ago, flat 4-4-2 can work to put that pressure on a little bit more. Look, 4-2-4 if you're really feeling desperate. And to get dragged back in, again, if you're just joining us unsure what we're referring to, you want to avoid the bottom 4 places in the E-League regular season. If you fail to do so, you will play the top 4 from the gauntlet, sort of rung below, if you like. And Noah was just outside it ahead of tonight. After tonight, might be feeling very different indeed.
100%. And I think going into this game, Noah probably thought he would have been, a main favourite for probably winning this game, especially with Paddy's form over the last, few weeks. Maybe that's got into his head a little bit, and he's maybe gone into the game thinking he's perhaps secured the 3 points before even starting the game. But these are the, I guess it's a banana skin game, as they call it. It's one of those that you kind of go in expecting to win, and then obviously at the moment it's just not happening for Noah. But hopefully with his changes now, he can try and work himself back into the game.
He's had his moments, Paddy, without a doubt. Scored some incredible goals throughout the season. It's just been putting together a complete FC24 performance, making sure from start to finish you're on top. And I'll admit, this still won't be that performance after the beginning and that shambolic opening goal that was conceded. But a few bad minutes in FC24 does not make your game. We got goals flying in from range. And hey, we're about knockdown. Haaland R9 on the follow-up. It's over the crossbar.
Nah. I think he's tapped I think he's caught the L1. I think with Paddy, it's just eradicating the mistakes. You look at the top tier players, your Mark 11s, your Dylans. Rarely do you see them making those sort of mistakes at the back where, they're just blatantly obvious mistakes that lead to goals. But I think with Paddy, if he gets the 3 points here, it's just a matter of getting himself some confidence and actually, believing that he's good enough to be at this level.
We just saw a massive warning sign before. I have a feeling it won't be the last, because Haaland is left all alone in the middle, and you can have your second. It's like a parting of the Red Seas. The centre-back's there, nowhere to be found. Noah straight back into the contest.
Yep. You really did not want to concede so soon.
Sorry to jump in there, Mitch, because I know you're into it, but I had a look at the defence, or the lack thereof, and thought we might as well get going, because gifted.
definitely.
I
But
just said a 90-minute performance. I don't know if that's asking for too much at this level. The first few minutes, we get that out of the way. All of a sudden, one pause, one change. Here we go as you get a look. Have a look there at those centre backs and that massive, massive gap. It is a lovely pass, but the rest is clinical ball roll. Get it done. I think Patty's sort of asking, where are they?
where's the right back? Well, I think it's Kaltak. He, that's I guess that's the thing with the A-League players at the back. Probably not as defensively. What's the word? I mean, IRL tactically, they probably are there, but obviously with the lower stats in this game, they have got the tenacity to switch off, I guess, at the back and not properly mark. But
For mine, I was even looking ahead of that with Renard as well. It's all good and well to select some of these different players. You've got Rolfo, which isn't too left field, but no one else is using her, particularly at left back, sometimes a little higher up. You've got to make
I
sure.
don't think I've seen anybody with Rolfo, to be honest.
I'd still call that addition like a relatively recent one. Shout out BK and the wonderful team behind the scenes here at A-League Australia, making sure that the competitors can use their latest players. As Pele's going to come off, who I think I called the outstanding player for Batty in the first half, and so I'm just shook once more. Lucio won, of course, now as well, because why not?
Obviously not happy with a couple of things at the back, but look, he's made some changes. I think we have been critical of Paddy in the past for not changing things soon enough when he feels like it's not going right for him. So maybe he has learned, and he's on the attack here. And he's bounced back. Mbappe. There you go, Nate.
That will be number 5. And take a seat once more. I'm not sure, Paddy, you can sit back just yet. As good as that looks for the TikTok a little later, there's still a bit more of the game to play. Does make it look easy. We've seen it before. No keepers saving that. It's more the defending, I guess, from Noah at the start that you want to make it count. Mbappe, Haaland. For all the different players that have been used, I feel like sometimes just keeping it simple. Having a look, as we said, your formation, your players that your contemporaries are using, that we enjoy in the FC Pro landscape. You can't beat that combination, I'm sorry.
No, it's. I don't think it's going to be the last time we're going to see a chip ball into Haaland, a knockdown into Mbappe, which is going to end up as a goal. But as we said, it's what's working. It's part of the meta, I guess, at the moment, and especially for Paddy, he needs the 3 points, so he's got to do what he's got to do, and he's 5-2 up.
Pressure immediately back on. This ball is crucial and he gets it out of feet. Have a look at the 1-2 if Haaland can turn. And he decides just to slow it down a little bit. Player lock, it's still on. Noah, for some reason, not tracking all the way back. Paddy just on song now. Immediately then with a cross to the worst player you could have tried to aim at. Haaland on the other side. Interesting night, Mitchell.
Yes, very. I mean, this game has been very interesting. Honestly, especially the start for Paddy, I was worried. I was very worried at the start. But fair play to him, he has turned it around well and actually put a decent performance in so far from going a goal down. Maybe it was the goal that kicked him into gear. Hopefully this is going to be the game. If he obviously gets the 3 points, it's going to, I guess, kickstart his E-League. Even if he, still ends up in the gauntlet, but
those results, those performances could mean, everything. The confidence
100%.
heading into that equation.
It's just the mentality of going into the games, and I think, just having a few wins, going into, the latter part of the season and playoffs, etc., it's just mentally puts you in such a better frame of mind than being on 1 point, going into the gauntlet on the back of how many losses. It's, doesn't matter who you are. I think that's mentally not going to put you in the best place.
Still plenty of time left, and Noah showed us, admittedly, largely last season, he's capable of scoring 2 or 3 in a hurry. Nicely worked. Paddy brings up that defensive line to put the pressure on Noah patiently. Virgil immediately comes out to tidy that up. So Lucio's all right back. That answers another question that I had, trying to keep up with Paddy and his changes. Mitch, you're right to applaud him if we've, in past seasons, and we have been, critical for competitors that will let the game pass them by. Paddy's done the exact opposite, and it's looking like it's going to reap big rewards. That first win, an F3 Derby win, and confidence going forward as he's changed back into the 4-2-3-1, just trying to slow it down, keep things chill if we get that privilege ever at E-League Australia as you get to see the last goal.
Yeah, and there's a couple of interesting, he's got, I think it's Renard there at centre back as well. Just some interesting players there. Obviously, look, he's got Nisbet and Kaltak. He's kind of moved the A-League players further forward and wanted to stack out his back line with the stronger players. But
no, I just reckon we're going to see the firepower of Nisbet as striker.
Look, he's for a small guy, he's obviously had a fantastic season for Central Coast Mariners, and maybe he can bring some of that form up top for Paddy.
No, go on. I'll go on record. Nisbet goal by the end of this one. I'm happy for it.
All right, I'll take the bet, mate.
Haaland at cam, no doubt not for his amazing playmaking abilities at the 10.
No.
Long ball it to him.
He can't move.
We were talking about it. Actually, wasn't on the drive on the way here, being like, oh yeah, had Haaland in the team, got rid of him because it's just meta. Sure, does it work at this level? Of course, to use for your rivals or weekend league or whatnot. It's just not enjoyable to use on the ball.
If you want somebody to, if you want to chip a ball into someone for him to win the header or flick-ons, then he's your guy. Anything else? He turns. Actually, I think a bus would turn probably quicker, to be honest. But
Paddy into Vieira, can play it across.
Oh.
How about your A-League men's player, contemporary, Nisbet, right there in the middle, lets it go, and Kaltak will reap the rewards. Paddy makes it 6, that same celebration. Not quite on the money for me, Mitch Austin, but a Mariners goal.
That's why he moved him up to, an attacking right forward spot.
I can't believe
he was wasted at the back. Yeah. Wasted as a right back.
I know that you'll hear the competitors and maybe other people just talk about or having to use the A-League players. I feel like we see Lecky, McLaren step up big time. Ben Garuccio, Western United left back. Massive games. Everyone has that fight for the badge mentality, as in everyone has that player, that item that you're like, yeah, nah, I'll just use them. I know that Red Cap in the challenges would back me up there. I've enjoyed Evos a lot this season, being like, honestly, this bronze item, the silver item, plays well above what it should.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure whether it was with you, but when we were doing the Challenger stream that I hosted a while back while Jamie was away, and had a few of the viewers going on about the A-League players there. Mbappe's in.
One-on-one, there's no keeper movement, there's no nothing, and trying to have a bit too much fun with it there. Red timed out of play.
Thinking of the goal, just thinking of goal difference right there, but anyway.
He's not. I don't think Paddy's thinking of anything other than the clip.
But I had a couple of viewers be like, oh, I bet none of the A-League players score and stuff. But to be honest, for the odds, we actually get quite a lot of the A-League players actually, do chip in with goals, funnily enough.
Adam Taggart, another one I can think of that's been excellent.
Definitely. So it's not like they don't, they're not just waste of space. They are very useful, especially, as you said, that was a great finish, first time finish with Kaltak.
Power shot cancel from Noah. Can't quite get through. We've seen players miss an open goal throughout the night.
I can't get over the height difference between Nisbet and Hullet there.
Yeah, sorry, I heard you laugh before a little bit sheepishly. But he's free in the middle. You just got to get a magnifying glass to find him.
Here we go.
Nisbet on the ball, far side. Paddy has been very much having fun with it, which is good to see, and shows how dominant he's been throughout this game, where you can just have fun with it to finish.
Yeah, I think it's
Nisbet player lock, pull it, nothing doing. Noah just set off the defense there with Nisbet. I still maintain the little man's good for a goal, but maybe we'll have to see that one out for another day. It's not been Noah's day, a result that's going to drag him well back down into that bottom 4 contention.
Yeah, it's been a very, very disappointing performance from Noah. To be honest, definitely has higher expectations of himself, and going into this game, he definitely would have expected to get the win, especially with the form sort of Paddy's been in. But fair play to Paddy, he's been very good since he conceded the first initial goal.
Yeah, we're happy to get that out of our minds. Paddy was evidently as well. Mendy power shot, no good. We'll hit that out of play to end it. The F3 derby goes the way of the Mariners, goes the way of Paddy, who entertained us throughout, not just with his gameplay, but with the celebrations too. A man who thrives on confidence, showed us plenty of it there, Mitch Austin. The first win of his E-League 2024 campaign, gets those 3 points. What's the next step? Check there, obviously. Can he dream of getting out of the bottom 4?
I mean, look, you never say never. Obviously, going off that performance, it's a big confidence booster for him. I think going into the other games, he scored 6 goals. I think that's definitely got to be the most.
You wanted to talk about goal difference. I apologise. I interrupted you a few times. What about now? Because it could be everything.
Well, that's it. As you said, maybe he was going for the TikTok clip or something. I'm not too sure, but I think in this competition, goal difference is quite big. So. Look, it was a really positive performance from him. I think he played well, as I said. With the silly goal that he conceded at the start, I think he bounced back well, and mentally going into the next few games, I think that's going to be good for him.
Make sure you stay tuned throughout the night. Of course, going to have a look at the ladder to finish things off. But for now, a short break, and we'll be right back.
watching E-League powered by Nivea Men. We are down 2 rounds. We've watched 2 games today. Paddy up against Noah. We thought Noah coming in slight favorite, okay? Yeah, they're on the bottom half of the ladder. Noah coming in, though, definitely the slight favorite. However, goes down 6-2 to Paddy. I'm just shocked is all I'm going to say, Marks. We said he needed the 3 points here. He needed to get a win if he didn't want to be in the gauntlet. It's still a rough time for him, but this is the first step to not having to go into the gauntlet, to making it to direct to playoffs.
Exactly. I mean, he's one of the players we're talking about where if I just win all my games, I can make it out. He's like, he might maybe listen to that and was like, you know what? If I do just win all my games, and Noah's that player where he was just outside the gauntlet. So he's thinking, if I can get this win, I'm probably safe.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those games where it's such a big win for him. And Paddy really, he was putting on a show that game, I'll be honest. He was bringing out all the skills, trying to score all the kind of goals. So he's going to be very happy with that because, you know, first win, you don't want to go winless the whole season. So he's happy to get that, you know, past that hump.
Yeah, I'm sure the confidence is a bit better, but you're right. He was putting on a great, entertaining show for us. Hopefully that continues into the interview. We're going to bring him on. We're going to have a chat with Paddy right now. Paddy, congratulations. You get the win under your belt. How good does that feel?
Thank you. No, it feels good. I mean, it's week 4 now of the competition, so I feel like I should have gotten a couple wins earlier, but we'll take it this week.
Well, what led to a win for you tonight? What exactly was it? Maybe just a different mindset for you? Was it the opponent? Like, what exactly was it?
Well, I think Marcus said as well, like, for me to get out of that bottom 4, I had to definitely win probably almost the rest of my games now. So this one, arguably for points-wise, is the most important because Noah's in that sort of position where I have to fight against him as well. So taking points off him is a bonus. But the last couple of weeks as well, we had the off week with Easter and stuff. So I put in a little bit of work with friendlies. And so it's good to see the practice paid off now.
Hey, Paddy, it's Nate here. Congratulations on your first win. You've been using some very unique players throughout the season. Is there anyone that we should be keeping an eye out, I guess, the week ahead?
Thanks, Nate. I guess Caltac going forwards. It's I think Dylan said it in one of the other post-game interviews one of the other weeks where he had one of his game plan was to sub on a defender and then push someone up top. So one of the A-League players up top. So I tried that this week just to have be a bit more solid in defense. And, you know, he got there in the end. So back stick and scored for me, I guess. So.
Well, hey, Paddy, firstly, well played, great win. I've got a couple questions about your game against Nugi, which I think this is probably your best performance, but I think that game against Nugi was really good until like maybe the last 15 minutes. Did you take a lot from that game and maybe using that to push on? I'm sure you would have maybe looked back in it, VOD reviewed and checked what you did, because to take one of our best competitors, I mean, basically all the way to the end of the game was really impressive, even though you didn't get the win back then.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. I mean, look, that game specifically, I didn't really take anything like gameplay-wise. I felt like I played a really good game. Nagidi, you could say maybe he was a bit slow. But definitely that gave me a bit more confidence knowing that, you know, if he's one of those top players that's trying to go for that first or second seed and I can go toe-to-toe with that up until maybe the 60th where, let's be honest, 2 or 3 of those goals were probably my own fault, like, what's it called? I just gifted him the goal, really. And, you know, few of those goals to this competition, I have just given them away, just 3 goals. So even tonight, that first goal, I probably should have put more power in that clearance, but I gifted him. So I think if gameplay-wise, I keep doing what I'm doing and I just minimize these mistakes, I know that, you know, I'm confident at least to get some results.
Paddy, quick one just before we let you go as well. You know, we got some good reactions from you in the play cam. It was a nice, entertaining game. Do you think it'll make for some good TikTok content down the line?
Yeah, you guys already know the art, so we'll see what I post this week, eh?
Love it. Looking forward to it, Paddy. Congratulations on the win. It was fantastic to talk to you.
Thank you.
There we go. We can all look forward towards it. Some more content coming out from Paddy. Always looking forward to that one. There's going to be some more content happening here on the stream because we've only watched 2 games. There's 7 rounds tonight, and our upcoming one. I've got to quickly get it up here on my on my iPad here. Farty up against Nugsy. It's going to be a big one. Another one. Nate, any comments before we let Marcus and Mitch run away with it?
Well, just thank you to Nugsy. Got to speak to him yesterday, and he's like,
Oh,
it's
yeah?
probably my biggest night ever in the E-League. So he's up for it. He's ready. He knows how hard it's going to be.
All right, he's got a big competition ahead of him. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, but I have full faith in him, and I have full faith in our casting duo over there, Marcus and Mitch. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Nat. Thank you, Nate. And big game here today, Mitch. I mean, as we said just before the cast, that Nugsy's in that position where he needs to pretty much win the majority of his games, and especially games where you're up against someone around your point total, which Farty is. Like, this is almost like a 6-pointer, because if you lose this game, you're looking at potential bottom 4. You're going to have to pull out a miracle against the likes of Nagidi that he's got coming up. But if you win this game, you might even jump ahead of Farty. You put yourself out of gauntlet, danger. And then I know Farty's kind of thinking very similar things where he's in that Noah situation where if he just gets this win, he's almost safe at this point. So, big one coming up.
Huge. As even Nate said, he's obviously, Nugsy's even said it himself, it's probably going to be his biggest night in the E-League to date. I think that's where we've sort of questioned maybe Nugsy in the past, just mentality going into games. Can he sort of handle the pressure of the big games, especially when he needs to win? It's going to be a big test for him tonight.
As the knockdown comes in, R9 gets the chance, and that's 1-0 to Makai for the quick start. That Haaland knockdown we've been seeing all night long, and we're going to keep seeing it. Get used to it, everyone, because Haaland is that guy. He win every header with their aerial plus play style. And if you give a bit of space and get that knockdown come down, R9 get the ball either side, left foot, right foot, doesn't matter. No keep movement there from Nugsy, but it's a quick one, Nate. I don't know, Mitch, it's like hard to react to that one. It's just,
I feel like it's just hard to defend as well.
Yeah.
I try to deal with it myself in weekend league, but it's almost, how do you actually defend that outside? I mean, sometimes I find my Van Dijk and Maldini are getting out jumped by Haaland. It's almost like there's a lot of the time there's not a lot you can actually do.
it's very difficult. I think, like, in more of a technical point of view, the most you see players do, they either turn off their auto switching for air balls, so they can switch off to the knockdown straight away, but then you have to also make up for that. And every time there's a balls in the air, you got to L1 switch yourself, or you got to right stick switch yourself. So it's hard to get that muscle memory down, which is why a lot of players don't do it. But if you have auto switching on, obviously it's going to push you onto Teo Hernandez versus Haaland every time, and you need to get off that so you can watch the head knockdown. But it's just too late. And then if you don't get the knockdown, you got to worry about moving the keeper as well. So there's a lot of mechanics going on, and that's why it's hard to defend.
I've always said player switching. It's one of the the difficult things to do. That's the one thing I've always struggled with, is, funnily enough, trying to select the actual player who I want to select.
It's a massive skill gap. And the consistency of it as well. I think a lot of us can switch players decently well when you start playing a lot of FC, but it's the consistency of it throughout a full game, throughout a full 5-10 games. We all make mistakes, and that's the difference. These guys are trying to perfect that craft, and this has been a very good start for Farty here. Similar vibes to the Dylan Mark game, where Dylan, and in this sense, Nugsy, has not been able to get out of his own half and just absorbing a lot of pressure and giving a lot of the ball to Farty here. And that's not what you want, because you can see the game plan. Get it out to Teo Hernandez. If it's not on, recycle it. Send Teo on a run again and get it out there again. He tried, he failed, but that's the game plan. And I think Nugsy, like a lot of our competitors, will be trying the same things. So it's all about patience and execution and mentality, as you said. You need to keep your head after going 1-0 down so early.
It's almost like he's trying to drag all his players over to one side of the pitch to get his Hernandez in on that.
And that's what you can't
side.
do. Give the ball up like that, Mitch, because it's just more pressure, and Nugsy's going to have to defend again.
And you can see what he's trying to do. Same tactics again.
Great
Really good
save from Czech. Of course, De Villa there. R9 top of the box. Magidi cancel. Back to Teo. Could have gone back stick. De Villa top of the box. KDB finesse shot. Green. Great save from Czech again. Teo gets the ball. He turns back instead of clearing it. Mbappe to Haaland. Blocked. Needs to just get his foot on the ball here.
Lucky.
Foot on the ball here. You know all about it, Mitch. Former professional player. Just studs on the ball here. Get your centre back on the ball and just calm the team down here, because before you know it, you could be 2-0 down if you don't calm the squad down here.
It's either that or get your foot through it. Get it away from danger.
Or we might have no danger as the reversal has to go.
What a save.
Great save for Farty there, but there is a corner chance, so he's letting the replay. And there's near post on. Keeper's moved out. That was a great save. Very unlucky there for Nugsy to not be equal in this game. But ball goes Teo, top of the box. Back to Hood. Gets up there. Big win from Teo Hernandez. It's still on the Nugsy here. And this is good pressure. This is what you want. You want to build pressure. This is how these players of these caliber make mistakes, because everyone can crack under pressure. Top of the box here. KDB reads that. And we'll see this little counter chance here. But it's a great, I mean, it's a better start though there for Nugsy Mitch. He's building himself into the game, and you know that's what he needs to do, because we talked about mentality beforehand. We know he's definitely maybe one of the more emotional players when it comes to playing, and that's no
the word I was
disrespect.
looking for. Yeah,
Because we've all been there, and I'm definitely similar, because you just, the good and bad emotions, you just deal with them, right?
I think everyone's the same. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm the same when I play as well. You get frustrated easily, but it's just, you obviously want to win.
Exactly.
But it's
Yeah.
just, as you said, sometimes when that emotion gets the better of you, you start to make silly mistakes.
That's a great finesse shot though from Hullet, and it's 2-0 into the sorry celebration from Fardy. Not sure if he's sorry about the goal. I know these guys are good friends as well, from the pro clubs days, but that's a great finesse shot into the recycle here.
I think that's a sorry.
Yeah, that's a sorry. Sorry, I'm
That's
not sure
a good
if that went
sorry.
in.
Sorry about that, but I've just put that top corner.
We'll see the replay here. KDB gets out to Hullet. It's white time, so it's not the greatest timing. And Fardy's a little bit. He's a
no
bit
reaction.
It's a bit of a sorry that went in, kind of shocked that went in. But then we see that Hullet, and I mean the
That's
stats
enough.
are
That's all I need to see.
unbelievable. That's all you need to see. So he's always been that guy on FC throughout all the years. He can do everything.
Yeah.
You can literally play him anywhere, and he is capable of scoring any kind of goal for you. So when Fardy got the ball there, Nugsy tried to close him down, because obviously that KDB threat's a big one, but you cannot give Hullet that kind of space as well.
Especially with the players you're using, don't be afraid to take on a shot. You don't always have to, walk it in.
Yeah, I like that, because I think we see a lot of players doing that, trying to walk it in and get the perfect chance or the perfect shot.
I think we've seen, even with, I think maybe Mo in previous seasons was kind of one that was never afraid to kind of take a shot from distance, and as you said, a lot of players kind of stick to their routine and tactics of how they play, but there's nothing wrong with having a shot from distance.
Definitely nothing wrong with that, but in terms of another result in the other game, it's 1-0 to Adelaide and Mapbro in the other game at half-time. So this could be the day of the guys at the bottom getting those results.
There you go.
Time with another knockdown, goes to R9, near post shot. 3-0, sorry celebration again.
He's
Pause
struggling with
coming
that,
for
Nugsy. He's struggling.
Pause coming. I like the idea of these pause because you've got to stop this momentum somehow. I mean, that could have gone to either player there. There was two players there ready for the knockdown. We spoke about the switching beforehand, how you have to be able to counter it. And I was talking about how you need to stop it. And don't get me wrong, it's very difficult. It's something that it's easier to say, hard to do in terms of once that ball comes into the top of the box, you need to try to get to your other players.
That's it. It's almost like trying to predict where the ball's going to bounce, and obviously trying to get hold of the player in the box to sort of stop where the ball's going to go. It's, well, you've almost got to be maybe 2 or 3 steps ahead, don't you?
You have to be, And the best start. Nugsy definitely has it in him. He's showing glimpses of, top play, but so is Fardy, and he's really executed this game plan. As you're seeing here, it's
just the one thing I feel like he's struggling to deal with. Obviously, Fardy's kind of, I guess he's seeing the weakness. It's working for him, and he's just going to keep on doing it. But it's up to Nugsy to try and work out a way of somehow stopping the knockdown, because that's really all that's, from what we can see here, that he's struggling with.
Yeah, I mean, stopping the knockdown is almost impossible with the caliber of players that each of these players have in their squads. But as you see by the squads there, I mean, they're basically mirror match. So as speaking to some of the top players in the past of FC, it's not necessarily about trying to contain what your opponent's going to do. It's about your own execution. You need to be thinking about, how am I going to score 3 of those goals?
Yeah.
Because these are the kind of, you can't really stop these kind of chances happening. It's just inevitable. And just like how it can be inevitable for you as well. You need to be thinking in a positive mindset with this game and this kind of competitive mode right now. You need to be thinking, how can I score those goals? How can I get down the left-hand side and get the ball to Haaland? How can I get good at those knockdowns? Vardy's definitely had some good, placement of his plays when the knockdowns. We've seen before in the previous game, especially the first game between Mark and Dylan, the knockdowns weren't always there. They weren't getting the best headers, the best plays in the box, but Vardy's definitely had his plays in the right positions. But quick little attack here for Nugs. He gets the ball into R9. Great touch. Could have shot. Gives it one more to Haaland. And shoots it far post instead of near post. Mitch and I just both kind of
The chances there, I
begging him to
thought,
shoot.
left foot,
Yeah.
it was going in.
It's one of those ones where you don't expect to be there. You don't expect to be so free, and it kind of catches you off guard. So that was a great first touch from R9. If he just shot that far post, it was a goal. But ball it again, finesse, green, blocked. And there was a counter chance here. He sent R9 for a run. I wonder if he's going to play it through. He tried to lay it off for a through ball, but now he's put himself under pressure, giving the ball up before the halfway line, which we've talked about a lot tonight. Every time you give up the ball before the halfway line, you end up being in these situations like corners. R9 baits the line, goes to KDB, play lock cancel, play lock to Van Dijk. He's onside as well. And that is 4-0 for MacArthur. Another sorry celebration. Nugsy hands on head. He's just doesn't know what to do. And he's just been hit by a really nice set piece from Fardy there. As we see the replay here, Mitch, I mean,
The play lock was
isn't
absolutely fantastic. Perfectly timed it to keep him on side as well. That's the difference with the players at this level.
Yeah, that's the thing.
The timing of that is
Exactly.
it's not easy.
You'd maybe see from, no disrespect to Nugs, but you'd maybe see from a higher tier player in this league an offside trap once you see that play lock, because you know where it's going. You want your line to step up, because there was one person watching the short corner that kept the whole line on. But such a micro thing that makes obviously such a big difference, but it's so hard to do. But
As you said, though, they're the differences between scoring goals. Is obviously something he works on during the week. Bit of a set piece routine, as you like to call it.
Yeah.
And he's got himself a goal. He's now 4-0 up and almost 5-0.
that was a big win from Haaland over Van Dijk. You don't see that very often.
No.
Gone short again. It's a standard Nagidi spin. Play locks again, cancels it. Mbappe, L1 stop, Elastico, reverse, gets
Thought he was
blocked off
going
by
to
a
get lucky
couple
there.
players. Yeah, I think that would have been the real test of Nugsy's mentality if he went down 5-0 there to a bit of luck.
50-50.
But like, as you said before the fours, it's about this area for Nugsy. You need to be good here.
Yep.
And this is better. This is what he needs to be doing consistently to give yourself a chance to score. Now it's all about decision making. Mbappe gets the ball in the box. One more to Haaland. He tries to get off again, but Haaland, the bigger build, sometimes hard to pass it first time, and that's a good example. But that was a good attack, but he needs to be switched on again for defending, because Haaland is on back stick and he gets it. The knockdown is coming back to De Vere. Hits it near post. Goes wide. De Vere, he's left-footed. Does have a 4-star weak foot, but not good enough there for Fardy.
It's really good play there from Fardy, I can't lie. He's really set himself out with a game plan, and the game plan is get it into Haaland for the knockdown, but Nugs is really struggling to contain it, and really could have been 5-0 there.
Well, he gets the ball in the box here again. Tries to go for a servo boost. Sometimes you get a penalty for those ones, but no corner, no pen, no chance. That's a tough one, but we talk about the knockdown, but Nugs has been getting into that position a couple of times with Teo, and he doesn't go for the cross, so it's clearly a difference in tactics here. As we could see another cross here. We nearly did. Good defending though.
It's almost like he doesn't want to copy the same play style, but
Yeah, no shame in doing
there
that.
isn't.
There is
There
no
really
shame in doing that. It's all about, there's plenty of chance in this game to show your individuality as well besides, but you also need to pick up on the
I don't
most
think I've seen
effective.
him do it once yet, to be honest.
No. He does have a chance though here, Mitch. R9 gets the ball, servo boost, top of the box. Has to probably recycle. He's going to get boxed out by Hullet. There goes the manual clearance, and 4-0 at half-time for MacArthur. Fardy. Nugsy just sits back and just scratches his chin. He needs to think about what he needs to change here, because it's not about his defense now. It's about how can he get his attack going. He needs to start putting pressure on Fardy's goal. And yeah.
I think, outside of perhaps the chance where he could have taken with R9, but he didn't take the shot. I mean, I can't really think of outside clear. Obviously had a chance there, should I say. A great save there from Czech, but Vardy was just absolutely rinsing the ball into Haaland. Really struggled. Fantastic goal there with Ruud Gullit as well. But it was all happening for Vardy. Again,
This is it. There was the mechanical
there's the
mistake.
signature.
There's a little
This
Yeah,
was fantastic.
this was a great goal from Vardy. Gets the play lock, gets Van Dijk, sneaks him just onside, easy finish. But just watching back that replay for that third goal, there's a little mechanical mistake there from Nugsy. He play locks to get off Theo Hernandez instead of flicking to the middle of the box to get one of his centre backs. He flicks to the left, gets one of his midfielders, and he was completely out of position at that point, which is where that third knockdown chance was completely decided there.
I guess what do you do now? You're 4-0 down at half time. Nothing's really been working for you, I guess, in the first half. You know, what changes do you make going to the second half now?
Well, I hope for his sake during that time he obviously calmed himself down, you know, get your thoughts. And personally for me, I'd be going back and clipping the last maybe 10 in-game minutes and just quickly looking at the good things I was doing, getting Theo Hernandez down that side, because that's what it's about now. It's about how can I attack better? How can I get in this position? Should I be crossing? Should I be going for that inside pass to Mbappe? If you watched your gameplay back mid half time, it's great how they give you 90 seconds. You've got plenty of time to look back at that stuff. And
Things that worked.
things that work. You need to have that positive reinforcement, because obviously it's very easy to be down and out. He's definitely made some changes here. As Pele's on the pitch, I want to say Arna has been subbed off.
That's a very interesting.
He's not happy with that finish, I
No.
think. The Elastico
Yeah.
miss. I think he's not happy with that. I think he's like, if that's not going in, I'd rather have Pele to... He's definitely better when it comes to building up and helping out the team in the build-up play with the smaller build, but right now he has to worry about his defense. That's the first time cross from Theo Hernandez to Haaland. And
Fantastic ball, that.
yeah, hit that first time was incredible skill, and you don't see that a lot on FC as well. Everyone likes to take a touch and get full control of the ball. Pele gets the ball here, and this is what you need to be seeing if you're a Brisbane Roar and Nugsy fan. He needs to get the ball here, and this is the big moment. He needs to look for Haaland, or he needs to fully recycle it. And if the recycle's too slow like that, that's his problem. The recycle has to be quicker, because Vardy's team will get back into shape, and it's much harder to recycle the ball there. So
I think the next goal is going to be absolutely critical as well.
completely right, and it could be coming for Vardy right now. L1, heel to heel,
What a
green,
save.
great save from Czech. Corner's still on here, moves the keeper out. Vardy hasn't taken control of anyone yet. He's going to drag Arnan short and maybe do the same play. No, he doesn't. He just puts it on the keeper's head. A little mistake there from Vardy. Because the corners, as we say, always a big chance. And it's not like the past, old days where you get a corner and you think, oh yeah, just put it in the mixer and see what happens.
No,
Corners.
there's a lot to think about now.
Yep.
Plenty of different variations.
And in FC, a corner for some players, like we saw with last game week, Mark Levins, like a goal. So you need to be studying from those guys and taking what they do and trying to implement it, because there's going to be a lot of chances. It's a big win there from Vidic over Haaland. In the other game, right now, Mitch, still 1-0 to Mapro around the 60th minute.
Yeah, it's quite interesting considering that the 9-minute halves are only have one goal. It's not something we've seen very often, to be honest.
Correction there, 86th minute for Mapro, not 66, 86th minute. So he is only a few minutes away from getting his first win of the season.
A few upsets today.
That game over there is flying, because we're nearly in the 60th minute and they're flying over there. And if I know Mapro, he's someone that doesn't like a pause. He would have hit the unpause straight away from halftime, and that's why it's flying. But
He's tried to chip in there, but unfortunately, I think that was Corey Brown.
yeah, it was a big win. Big win from Vardy's defense, because that it doesn't matter who it is. If that knockdown does come across, it's almost a goal. So I think if you're Nugsy, you want him to get Haaland or Gullit in that position. We saw with Dylan getting his Gullit running in from the midfield to help Haaland out, and maybe that's something I'd probably, if you've got Gullit right centre mid right now and Nugsy's 4-3-2-1, I'd probably looking to get forward and get in the box tactic going on, because you want him back post too, just in case the ball doesn't go to Haaland when you try to cross it. But as we said, Mitch, he's not really going for the crosses from this left side. He's going for that inside pass, and he gets the one more pass.
Oh, what a
Hit the
save.
post. Was that a save?
Check.
It could have, yeah,
I
I
think
think
he
it
got
looked like a save.
fingertips on it.
I mean, Vardy's check has been unbelievable shots. Nugsy has made some good saves too, though. I think, as we've said in the past,
Yep.
that that's nearly a big mistake
really
there
risky.
from Nugsy. But from Fardy, sorry. But in the other game, Mitch can confirm Mapbro 2-0 winner.
Wow.
First win of the season for Mapbro.
Huge.
Takes him up to 4 points. Doesn't do much for his goal difference, but at this point, it's really all about the points for those guys. We saw Paddy last game. It's all about the points, and we've got our 2 guys at the bottom on 1 point, getting their first wins of the season and really spicing up that gauntlet. And speaking
Really
of
makes
gauntlet,
this a big game for Nugsy as well.
because
Definitely wouldn't have expected the other 2 guys to pick up points tonight.
that's a great pass from Haaland and a great safe check again.
Check is everywhere.
Check is everywhere. Nugsy needs to focus here because a corner is a corner. You need in this game, and a corner is nearly like a goal if you can just get the right tactic going here. He goes for the instant short play to Palais, step over boost. It's heavy step over boost. Needs to just compose himself here because his team's still going to be in a decent position, but gets the nice throw to Haaland. He's got a lot of space here. His tail's on the other side because of the long throw. So he needs to be careful when he loses the ball here because his left side will be completely open. So he needs to be very careful with the ball right now. Dare I say he needs to get a shot off and try and get a corner or a goal. Mbappe, ball in the box, roulette. Gets the ball, tries to double tap pass into Palais, intercepted.
It's good defending though. Fadi just jockeying just seems so like he's just stuck to you like glue. Just can't shake him off, even with Mbappe's agile dribbling.
The use of L2 jockeying, the use of R1, second man press, it's all there. And obviously with these high rated players, they do stick to you like glue, you know, for a little bit. You have to use skill moves and other things to get around them. As Teo gets in the box, gets that cut back, which did go through Nugsy's legs, and that's why he's not happy. And I think
Get
that
any power on it. It just almost like a bit of a pass back shot there. I thought he would have rocketed it in the bottom corner.
Yeah, I think now if you're Nugsy, you just gotta go for it in terms of the sense that, okay, a lot of his build-up is coming from the left-hand side, and then he's ball rolling and playing it into the middle. So if you're not gonna cross, take Haaland off. You know, he seems to be.
He's almost useless realistically. If you're not going to play that style of play, I mean, as you said, why have him in the team?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it because, like, obviously Haaland would say definitely is the most meta attacker, but doesn't mean he's necessarily the most effective for everyone. Mbappe is obviously on everyone's team, and you know, between R9 and sometimes subbing on Palais, you see that a lot.
Well, I think Nugsy's style of play, he seems to be trying to, you know, do sort of quick turns around the box. You know, he's not really, as you said, he's not chipping the ball into Haaland. It's all, I mean, the couple of times I did see him with Haaland, he was, you know, trying to do sharp turns with him on the edge of the box, which, as we both know, is not Haaland's strength. So let's see what he does here.
R9 off for Fadi just there. Just saw R9 running off the pitch. But he does have a corner. Yeah, and he's going to go short again and probably bait the line and try and recycle it. Try and get an angle for a finesse or a back post cross. Mbappe on the ball, just killing a little bit of time here. There's obviously no rush at all. 4-0. Pele Mendy on the left-hand side. We saw this in the first game as well. Seems to be the second choice pick for everyone in the left back position. Beautiful step overs there, and that was a green beam that was blocked. But can he get up the other end? Haaland's still on the pitch though for Nugsy, which is what we didn't want to see
for
him, because as you said, it's just not his style of play, which is, I mean, like, it's hard because everyone's doing it, so you think I've got to give in to this meta. But
I think that's the difference, isn't it? It's just, I guess, just being brave enough to kind of play your style.
Exactly.
Use players that you feel are going to fit without, you know, everybody else is playing this. You know, Mark 11's playing this, Dylan's playing this, so I have to play this.
That's a great ball, though. Could be offside, yeah. I think you're right. I think it's one of those things where you just got to be brave. As you said, be really brave and kind of go against the grain, go against the noise that you're going to be hearing from other players, and just
I think it's more
yourself.
disappointing he's not actually tried to kind of, I guess, at least do the style of play, you know.
Oh, he was on there, gets the bounce back, and the check, kicks it into the net. And that is deserving of a sorry celebration. Fire with a little smile on his face. Nugsy, look, I don't blame him.
There
There's
needs
nothing
to be
to say
an
for that one.
investigation into that from Czech.
I mean,
He saved every other one, I guess.
saved into it, and then he's just kicked it straight into the net.
It looks like he's turning around trying to blame someone there.
Nah, it's
Mate,
a
you
little bit.
kicked it into your own net.
I think it's a Czech own goal. And you don't see many pure own goals on FC this year. You see a lot of maybe deflections and saves into net, but you don't see any real pure own goals where the ball is not going in the net and the keeper's like, yeah, let me just help you out there. And
That's not going to do Nugsy any favours.
well, he needs to think about goal difference now. I know it
yeah.
sounds bad, but you cannot just kind of more or less give up completely in this last 10 or so in-game minutes, because it's not all doom and gloom. Like, these guys at the bottom are catching up to you, but you're not locked into the gauntlet right now. You're not locked into the gauntlet. This is the kind of win that it does more for Fardy than you at this point. Fardy is like, okay, I'm safe from the gauntlet at this point. I can think of moving up the table without that stress. But as for Nugsy, you don't want to be looking back at these last 10 minutes and give up another couple of cheap goals and it costs you. You want to try and get some goals back potentially, or just take something from the game. Thailand gets the ball here into KDB. He's going to slow it down. This is into Mbappe. One more Pele, step over boost, hits it across goal.
Check again.
Great save from Czech, but he didn't get the step over boost that he wanted from Pele there. Kind of got stuck under his foot. He's going to call Pele short here and drive the byline. Probably cross it to Haaland back post. He's going to get up here and header it. And that's a brilliant save from Czech, and again from Czech. Okay, one has a
Nugsy
superstar
looks a
Czech.
broken man right
He's got
now.
a superstar Czech over here for Fardy. That's really unlucky.
I think the disappointing thing for Nugsy would be to come away from this game without actually scoring a goal. I think that's going to not to...
That will hurt more. That will hurt him more, won't it? Rather than the loss at this point, because he's like, wow, how have I not scored?
To go 18 minutes without scoring a goal, I think we say it most weeks, it's very, very, very disappointing. You know, you should be. I mean, look, he has had quite a few chances, and Czech has been unbelievable in this match, but still needs to be scoring goals.
Yeah, it's his chances as knockdown comes here, and that's just nothing is going his way, and that's, I think, 4 or 5 sorry celebrations in a row. It's the knockdown that we've seen from Haaland time over time, Mitch, but it's the Van Dijk attempted clearance here that does it for me. The diving header clearance, something you would never see.
I didn't even probably notice that.
He'll see it back in the replay, but it's something that...
The ball's in the back of the net, and then he's decided to throw himself at it.
It's the near perfect finish on the ground. Czech no chance with trying to save with his feet, and it's just this is a demoralising game for Nugsy. Haaland does a couple of keep ups, because it's just one of those games that anything you've tried hasn't worked to score.
Yep.
And even though you have been thoroughly beaten, there's a couple of goals that are just insult to injury at the end to make a 3-4-0 into a 5-6-0 as we've seen. That.
And I think obviously looking at other results now as well, people picking up points, and obviously Paddy picking up a big win.
And now Matt
all that kind of plays in the back of your mind now as well, just to rub salt into the wounds. But yes, a very very disappointing result for Nugsy, but big win for MacArthur and Faddy. Haaland show.
And it was a dominant display in the first half, though. Like, let's be honest. Everything that happened in the second half, this was an unbelievable goal from Ruud Gullit, but this kind of play over and over again was working time after time, and the knockdowns were near perfect for Fardy this game. Every time Haaland got that knockdown, he was there. Obviously, lots of luck involved in this one. We're not going to beat around the bush there. Lots of luck involved in that one. But it didn't matter in the end. Like, the game was going to end 3-4-0 anyway. It's just those couple of goals, which I hope don't, mean a lot for Nugsy in the near future. If that kicks him into the gauntlet, those 2 goals, he'll be thinking about that.
Yeah, no, it's going to be disappointing for him. But, I think it's back to the drawing board for Nugsy, and, maybe looking at some of the other guys, and I guess just reassessing the attacking play. But Fadi was just, abusing the Haaland meta, but if it works and it's getting results, then why not?
Yep, well, back to the drawing board for Nugsy, but we've got plenty of games coming up. We'll catch you live after this break.
League, brought to you by Nivea Men. We've had our third game of the night. That was Fadi up against Nugsy. Coming into it, Fadi had a negative five goal difference, if no one knew that. Now, winning 6-0, puts him back on the positives. It's a good one for him, Nate.
Ready to turn it all around. I don't know about the quality of some of those goals off check, off the post and whatnot, but Marcus, you've been saying he's going to come good eventually. Maybe that's the luck that he's been missing so far.
Yeah, luck. I mean, his fixture list at the start, we said, was difficult. Obviously, some of those results to lead to a negative 5 goal difference weren't great, but he's shown up big in this game. Before those goals in the second half that, of course, were very unfortunate for Nugsy, he was on top of the game pretty much the whole time. Nugsy had some good chances that weren't taken, and he wasn't happy with his R9 taken off at half-time, but it's one of those ones where he just didn't get into the game at the start, and if you go 2-3-0 down early on against a top player, it's really difficult to make a comeback.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, talking about goals very quickly, that second goal, I genuinely think it might be my favorite E-League goal that I've seen.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Out of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, there's a lot of good ones. I'm going to say this season.
Okay, maybe from like Fadi, I'd allow it as well, but the no celebration that kept coming out, it felt like it was just like business as usual.
No, they're friends. They're good friends. And
That's what I mean. It's like, I'm not going to go over the top here and like pile it on, but like, I'm better than you.
I think it's more...
We're not going to speculate, okay? We're not going to speculate. I'm just going to ask the source. We're going to get the direct answer, all right? Let's bring Fadi in here. Let's clear it up. No drama. Fadi, the no celebration. Friends, banter, a little bit of BM here or there?
Nah, it's all like, I'm not a fan of the goals I scored in that game, and Nugsy is a really close mate of mine, so I'm not going to celebrate after scoring like those kind of goals.
All right, okay, that's fair. My genuine question, though, is about this game. Even though you're not happy with the goals, how good did it feel to have such a high-scoring game go in your favor, though?
Yeah, it feels really good to get my goal difference up as well, because I think at the end of the day, I think it will matter a lot when it comes to that like last game or last week. So yeah, I'm really happy to get a couple of goal difference in.
Hey Fadi, Nate here. Congratulations on the win. I'm totally down. I like to think we're all right then in that your mates and also some of those goals were just a bit shambolic. But overall, as someone that studies the game, I know you were looking into the corners, for example. Is there anything in the meta that you found recently that's helped you to get a bit better, at least in your results in recent weeks?
No, not really. I was just go down the line, Costa Haaland. That's it, really. And yeah,
I have it written down being like, surely it's not just cross to Haaland. That's actually the go. There's nothing else that you're sort of trying to do.
Nah, not really. Just cross to Haaland, inshallah.
Next question. Yeah.
Hey, Fadi, firstly, great win. Obviously, Nuggets is a good friend of both of ours. I want to ask you, how do you think he's going to go for these next couple of games? Do you think he's going to make it or stay out of the gauntlet? Or do you think he's going to sneak in? Because I'm not sure if you've been seeing, but those guys at the bottom are starting to get wins. And it's getting a bit close. How do you think he's going to go? Do you think what it takes to kind of regain and keep himself out of that?
I really rate Nugsy highly, so I reckon if he wants to win every game he wants or he plays, he can win every game he plays. It's just up to him at this point, I guess. Just go into a game with winning mentality, and then I reckon he can come up top.
Yeah, it's really important. The mentality we talked about beforehand is just really good. And your mentality's been really good because we spoke about your hard fixture list, and now you're kind of getting back on the winners list. How do you think you're going to end the season? We're looking to maybe get a 4th or a 5th or even higher potentially.
I'm just happy to get top 8 at this point, to be fair. Top 8, and then from there build on.
I like it. I think top 8, very achievable for you, Fadi, especially after your game that you just won there. Great game, despite maybe not being too happy with the goals. But thank you so much for joining us, Fadi, and good luck with the rest of your night.
Thank you.
See ya. Hey, he says he's not happy with it, but I still enjoyed it from a spectator's point of view. You're still having a bit of a chuckle over there about cross to Haaland. That's all you need to do.
Cross to Haaland, inshallah. I lost it. I started giggling uncontrollably because I'm like, surely I can come up with some questions to extend on that. We'll make sure we get really deep into it. Is there anything else from the meta corners? No, man.
It was because he said after he played against Mark that I'm going to look back at the games and start studying, and then it's been 2-3 weeks and he's come back and said, yeah, haven't really found much. Just going to keep crossing to Haaland a bit better. But he's mastered it. You see, like, he's going to be like, you know what, I'm going to have to complicate the game. I'm just going to keep doing that. And, well, maybe some others will start taking notes on him.
I reckon if you can do it flawlessly,
you can keep
you
scoring.
might continually get, 6-0 games under your belt there. It was beautiful for him. Let's have a quick look at what games have already happened, because there are 2 games happening simultaneously here. So obviously the ones that we're focusing here on the mainstream, but we do have a second set as well. So the big one, great, whatever, round 1, round 2 is round 3. Nagini and Matt, bro. Marcus, I gotta throw it back to you because I was doubting your call on this, man.
I've been waiting for this moment. I said this is the big make or break week. I mean, every week it's been make or break, but this really was the make or break week for Matt Bro FC, and we needed a big win. And to get the win against the unbeaten Nagini, keeping a clean sheet. Yes, he's still in last of the goal difference, but the gap between him and 9th and 8th is just closing it. JMK, though, did get a massive win before in the previous round against Sard. So all these guys at the bottom have rocked up to play, which is why that loss for Nugsy was kind of such a big deal, because you've seen him drop into the gauntlet now with that loss. And you've seen the likes of Sard just very close to kind of that bottom, which we spoke earlier on, Mitch, that Sard's one of the top contenders for us. So for him to be low, he needs to really pick it up tonight.
I also want to say it's a double win for both you know, Matt Bro getting the win for himself, but for me, Nagiti getting the loss, which does mean Mark 11 is the only undefeated player in the E-League.
We'll play it. It's an incredible result, hey, to keep Nagiti scoreless, like to win, but also to stop that man from even scoring in the game, what he's been doing. And make that right, like win-win, you're right.
Oh my goodness, it's just wins for everyone. It's also wins for you at home because we have another game of FC coming at you. It is going to be Cesto up against Dylan with yet again Marcus and Mitch.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Mitch. And yes, another big game coming up here. Dylan needs to try and bounce back after his loss to Mark. I mean, you don't want to just, I've lost, lose momentum. You need to try and keep that top 2 spot. And he's just seen that big loss for Nagiti. So he wins this game, a little bit of breathing room for him. So it's a big game for him, but it's also a big game for Cesto because as we saw before, everyone's starting to catch up to the middle of the pack. And you don't want to be that guy that's dropping points and going into the bottom 4. So I'm not saying, I need to get this win against Dylan, but he needs to just focus on at least, if I can snag a point here and get away with it, very happy. So, big game coming up. And we get a little chance here for Arnott. Screen across goal, and that is 1-0, just like that. You've got to be so careful from those throw-ins, Mitch, because you can just get caught out with one pass. And then straight through, center with boost, or just boost and join with R9. Left or right foot, doesn't matter. It's always going to be a goal, pretty much.
It's the second game in a row now where we've had a goal virtually straight away from the kickoff.
He just gets in such good positions that Arna, and I think in this 4-3-2-1, he just is able to run in between the channels of the fullbacks and the centre back on that left or right side. And it's a perfect start for Dylan because this is the kind of game where you go into it beforehand, you're looking at Cesto's position on the table, and as Dylan, you're thinking, okay, I've got to win this game because regardless of what happens in that first game against Mark, he's like, okay, I've got to win this game, keep my position for top 2. He's seeing everyone else kind of fall around him. Nagiti's lost today, Sard's lost today, and Naylor has lost today. So this feels like a 6-pointer.
Oh, yeah. And I think, especially for Dylan, obviously, playing against Mark earlier on, that would have been the one game where he would have, I guess, if he's adding the games up for games that he expects to win, obviously he would expect to win every game he goes into, but I guess if you're realistic and you give yourself an option, that would be the one game you possibly could lose. So going into this game against Cesto, as you said, it's definitely 3 points that he's 100% wanting to get, but I think Cesto as well, there's no Haaland in the team either, so
it's very interesting. Might see Haaland here. Knocked down to Hood, and that is 2-0, Mitch. Just as you brought up Haaland, I think we can never escape this guy. He's always going to be there. Another knockdown, incredible knockdown this time because there was a lot of players in the box there. And he gets the ball into Hood's left foot here. Obviously with that 5-star weak foot, almost Cesto's victory defender is almost just kind of moved out of the way of that potential block. I'm not sure if there was some second man press going on or maybe some double tap R1 as well going on. So everyone kind of went towards the ball. But I just opened up and said, go ahead, Hood. Have that shot near post, and I mean that's pretty much always going to be a goal when it's Hullet, especially that version of the Hullet. So
I think we're going to have to get a concussion test for Haaland by the end of the night because it just can't keep going on.
Yeah, I mean, you say it can't going on, but it's really not going to stop. And we just heard
not.
the best from Fighty last game that he took 2 or 3 weeks and just came back. Yeah, didn't really learn too much. Like, obviously, he took some things here and there, but it was mostly just about
Just more into Haaland.
how to get the ball into Haaland. And we're seeing this from Dylan now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a cross here from Mbappe. Gets the ball down the line, crosses on. There it is to Haaland. Going to go for goal. And there it is, 3-0 green beams. Instant pause from Cesto. Haaland with the celebration. And I mean, he is just that guy on FC 24. Like, he is by far the most dominant player
4-4-2
we've seen
as well.
in a long time. And yeah, it's a nice little tactical point from you in terms of no Haaland and the 4-4-2,
Interesting.
which is a very solid formation. I think Cesto likes the 4-4-2. I also know he does spend a lot of time in previous years talking aside, practicing against Sard. He's also probably a main 4-4-2 user, so they would test things out. But I think the biggest things you're seeing here with Cesto is that he hasn't really gotten into the game, because it's much harder to build up in a 4-4-2 because you don't have that left back option all the time. It's more of a standard stable formation. You need some runs from your centre mids. You need a bit of everyone needs to get involved. You need 4-4-2 to build up, but you definitely use it for defensive solidity. And I mean, 3-0 down.
And I think that the 2 goals that Dylan have scored have just been stock standard.
Yeah.
Lobbed balls into Haaland.
Yeah.
One was a knockdown, and the second was a headed goal. So I think even putting that down to formation, I mean,
It's not much.
it's not really anything much to do with the formation, I guess. Anyway, really, it
might be tactics though. It might be tactics
Yeah.
lineup, because it's completely open here. And I say lineup because Cesto has a very interesting option here at left back. Mendy is not exactly preferred starting over Theo Hernandez. And in this game, he had Mendy starting on the right-hand side. I'm not sure if you noticed. Mendy was on the right-hand side trying to stop that cross. He was like, okay, I'm not going to win the header. Let me try and stop the cross and have Mendy defending your Theo Hernandez. And he switched it here. And now he's going to be attacking down this left-hand side. Gets into Palais.
Nice.
And that's a very, very nice goal from Cesto, showing he's not going anywhere. Loving the celebration as well. Shout out Sporting. Cesto, big fan. But that's a great finish from Palais, who is starting to see a lot more play here from people. Some people, obviously, Nugsy not happy with R9 starting Palais. A lot of people just seeing him as the first sub-on option.
I feel like I'm seeing 2 different play styles. There's either the players just lobbing it into Haaland, and then there's your Nugsies, you've got
The
your
ball on the
Cestos.
ground.
On the deck, there's League 2 football, and then there's
Yeah.
Prime Barca football being played. But I mean, I think the Haaland ball is the most effective so far.
Yeah, it's definitely the most effective. But I'm liking this switch up from Cesto. I think you want to try and stop the cross with Mendy, but just Mendy and Theo have the ability to contest headers against Haaland. At least make it harder for the knockdown.
Yeah.
They might not win it, but you just got to kind of hope that they can do something to pull him off his game. And whatever happens here on this left side happens. It's almost impossible to stop Theo Hernandez getting into that. He's basically sat at left wing. It's just pretty much impossible. He's 2v1 the whole time, but little chip through ball to Haaland, who shoots it first time volley near post. 4-1 for Dylan. Nice through ball. I'm not sure where Cesto's defense went, Mitch. He was just
It's
open.
almost like he's more focusing on trying to stop it from going wide, and then looks like there's 3 defenders there, though. They've just literally just let him run straight through the middle. It's a fantastic finish, but yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there with these defenders. Just let him run through and
Yeah,
didn't fancy tracking him.
it's an interesting one there. It's just, I think he's got to. You can't put too much respect on that wide ball. Yeah, it's really important, and you've been hit by it 3 times out of the 4 goals. But speaking of being hit, it's the ladder right now coming up, and Dylan is actually in first position with this goal difference goes into another tiebreak. But Dylan is first with his goals. I'm pretty sure that goal takes him back down to second, the live ladder. So it's funny. He hits him with the Rashford and the no-look Rashford celebration. Cesto. I mean, Cesto just is like, I'm going to concede a goal and then give the ball to Palais, and he's going to score for me. So, I mean, I'm liking this. We're getting goals.
We are. I feel like we're getting the same goals, the exact same goals from Cesto, and we're just getting the Haaland show from Dylan.
And it's funny you say this, Mitch, because I was going to ask Fardy, but it's something to talk about, because when we go into the off-season, these players will be able to maybe use other options to stop Haaland.
Yep.
You know, you're going to have bigger defenders and such. You're going to maybe even have options of using Van Dijk at fullback just to stop that cross. And I'm not saying these players that are using the Haaland tactic can't play other ways, but there's definitely a little bit of confidence for players like Cesto, and if Nuggets can get there, it's like, okay, I know I can play really good football without using Haaland. I just got to get there to have a chance to show it. I mean,
well, I think I've seen during, it might have been the last couple of FC Pro tournaments, and a lot of the pros were using like Vieira and stuff at fullback just to try and contain Haaland from those crosses.
Yeah, he's always going to get to one eventually because it's just of his size and you know, with the aerial plus, but you need to be able to stop as many as possible. It's a great tackle there, and Economidi is going to get down the right wing, play in R9. He's got a bit of space here, and Pele's going to try and get again. Not the greatest pass from R9. That's probably his biggest weakness, I think, R9, in terms of link up.
Yep.
He's just passing is not the best, and it does hurt you a lot.
Average at best.
Which is why when he misses big chances, you see a lot of these competitors be like, oh, if you're not scoring for me,
get out.
You're not helping me a lot, because, I mean, especially a lot of them when they start Mbappe, Haaland, R9, they're like, well, I've got Pele on the bench, so I can always bring him on, but Pele's going to get down the line again. We're probably going to see another cross here in a second here, Mitch, and I think this is going towards goal.
No.
And he
should have scored.
Definitely should have scored. Tried to go to the other post, didn't aim it. Obviously, headers are manual on FC, so that is all just user control. Some of us love it. Some of us, obviously, the ones that can't aim as well, which is a lot of us.
If you can't do it, you hate it.
It's not great. We want that, we want the AI to help us a little bit, but it's a good change because it's just pure skill. When someone puts a header top bin, you're like, okay, well, fair play. But speaking of a header, we might see one here. No, ball goes inside, and a green near post finish from Dylan. He baits the cross back post to Haaland. Gets the ball into R9's feet, and there's that guy himself from the Sydney fans. A hero of Sydney, R9. And he's definitely a hero for Dylan right now because that's a great near post finish. I mean, when you green those ones with R9, we talked about him finishing. If you're not finishing, you're not doing much for the team, but that's the kind of finish you always pretty much going to get from him. And he's flying, Dylan. He's flying. He's copped a couple of goals, but he's flying. He's scored 32, nearly 33 minutes.
I think he's got a very good variation, I think, to his game. Obviously, he has been using Haaland a lot, but he's not just one-dimensional. I think that's what I used to get when I was a player. He's a one-dimensional player, but yeah, I feel like Dylan, he can adapt, and he has got different variations of style.
Definitely, and he's as we talk about different styles, he's definitely one of those players that traditionally plays a bit of ball on the ground style, right?
Yep.
And as the years have gone on, he's adapted to the metas of the game, brought them into the game, but he can always, those old ways kind of find a way back into his game in a good way, like that just there, where he just plays the ball into feet and then finishes near
I feel like he can always find a way as well of getting a goal when he needs to.
But speaking of someone that's been getting a goal pretty much every time he needs to, it's been Cesto.
Yeah.
Maybe he can do it again, because he'll be hoping for it. Mark will be hoping for it too, because I know that goal again does take Dylan to the top of the table again off the second tiebreaker. Yeah, equal in goal difference is the second tiebreaker that does take Dylan to top of the table right now. But it's one of those ones where I think Cesto just needs to focus on this left-hand side. We saw it with Sard in previous weeks, where it's Dino's on the ball all the time at left mid. And there's no shame. I mean, you got Mbappe out wide, Kylian Mbappe out wide. Give him the ball. Give him the ball. Let him run. Let him get it into the front two. And he's got Huot beside him supporting. He's also one of the only ones that uses Jude Bellingham as well in midfield. That's a nice little 1-2 from Dylan there. Kind of beat the whole defensive line. Oh, he's sent Huot for a run there. There was a potential German cross on. Doesn't do it. Oh, it's very far forward. I definitely think this ball is going into the box, Mitch, right now.
It's coming.
No, not. The player lock, green, tackle from Huot.
The one time he should have done it.
Dylan thinks, oh, I don't know about that. He's thinking pen, he's thinking VAR. As Cesto has switched his fullbacks again. So he's obviously set up two tactics here, where he can switch the sides. And he thinks now that it's better to try and stop the cross rather than contest it. It's an interesting strategy, but he does get down this left side we spoke about. Pele, that main guy for him, gets the ball. Boral runs past. Red time finish, though, from R9. Gets a back spin shot blocked by Van Dijk.
Should have been a goal.
Should have been a goal, but this could still be a goal with the corner. Takes it short. Probably going to go back to Pele here. Top of the box, I'd assume. No. Goes top of the box now into Maldini. Back to Pele. Got a step of a boost through perfectly. Boral keeps going, cuts back to R9. And there's the goal that he should have had about a minute ago. And that's 5-3, Mitch.
I mean, it's just empty. He's not backing down, is he? You think he's just out of the game, but he keeps responding with a goal. Just
we love that
keeping
too.
himself in it, 100%.
We love that. You just going toe for toe. Don't just sit there in a low block and just give away the ball and just try and counter attack. Go for it. Go for it. Like, yes, you're going to concede. It's only natural in this game to keep a clean sheet, which is why I was so impressive that Matt Bro did last game. To keep a clean sheet over 18 minutes is unbelievable. Like
against who he did it against as well.
which is why I think Cesto has this mentality, which it's good. It's just I'm going to concede, but I need to score goals if we're going to try and win. And he's got himself within 2 goals here, where it looks like the game could have pushed out. As we've seen the live ladder, every time Cesto scores, Dylan goes down to second, pretty much. So
I feel like he's looking dangerous as well on the, working the ball to the line, doing the cutback.
Exactly.
Dylan seems like he's just struggling to handle the cutback. So
and Dylan's thinking about it right now. You can see him just thinking. He's thinking, how do I stop this left-hand side? But I mean, it's not much thinking going on for a minute. Maybe he wasn't thinking about this quick. These guys are into it straight away. We're gonna break down how he's gonna try and stop this left-hand side. But it might just be it might just be I just gotta play better kind of situation.
Maybe sometimes it's best just not to overthink too much and just
exactly. I think Dylan's
get straight back into it.
Similar to definitely myself and other players, where it's really easy to overthink a game of FC and your lineup and your tactics and such. But sometimes it's just playing better or making different decisions that makes all the difference in game.
Oh, 100%.
Cesto's the one that's been doing more of the tactical changes too, with this Ferland Mendy switching sides. No. That's a really bad giveaway though. It's a really bad giveaway, and the ball's going to go out wide potentially again. Deo Hernandez. KDB plays that ball, but there's that guy Mendy. Seems to be the saving grace, but that's another bad giveaway. Mendy's out of position. Mbappé's going to run line and drag Van Dijk out to the wing. Play a lock. Van Dijk, unbelievable interception, but he gets the corner. Tried his best there, and there's a big chance here. You can see the keeper's move. He's locked onto Haaland here, Mitch, and he goes away from the keeper, greens it. It goes over the bar. It's a nice little variation.
Very nice.
Yeah. Sits on the keeper and then just drags himself out to the pen spot almost, because it's very hard to move the keeper from there to the pen spot quick enough to save. Yeah. It's also very risky because if you don't get the ball, the goal is so open. So most players would be too scared to move the keeper out that quickly. But yeah,
that's the difference.
Difference right now is 2 goals. 3 goals plus puts Dylan first on the table through tiebreakers for now. 2 goals and below and keeps Mark 11 in first position. Doing a little favour for his Melbourne City counterpart. Probably wouldn't want to be doing that, but he's playing for himself here, and that's really all that matters. Hull gets the ball, step of a boost. Big chance here. Green beams off the post and in. That's
goes back to Hullett being
an unbelievable goal.
Ultimate player. He can do it at the top. He can do it in the midfield, in defence. Look at this.
He's the ultimate utility player.
Power, pace.
Unbelievable finishing too. He pretty much never misses when he's in those positions.
Was that an A-League player? I think that was
on the left. Yes, trying to catch up with him. Yes, because he switched his fullbacks again. So Dylan's noticed. That's probably what the little think was at little half time was, okay, I'm just going to use Hort now and just drive into that space, because he's obviously expecting Dylan to attack down this left-hand side, and he's thinking, okay, he uses Hort at right centre mid. I think to also get him into the box to score headers potentially, but also now there's a little added bonus of, okay, I'm going to drive at your A-League fullback.
And he's not really used Haaland really at all this half. So as you said, I think he's just switching it up, keeping Cesto guessing. Cesto thinks he's going to do one thing, but he decides to do something else, which has worked in his favour. And lovely finish from Hullett, and 6-3. But Cesto's proven it time and time again in this match. He seems to be able to find himself a goal and get himself back into it. But Dylan's looking really, really strong now.
Yeah, very comfortable on the ball. And this cross is on again, back post. I wonder if he's going to do a play lock cancel. Going to recycle it here to Lolly. Inside to Mbappe. Top of the box to KDB. One more to Hullett. Power shot. Goes back to Haaland. Green. Great save from Van der Sar, who we don't see a lot. So that's one for Team Van der Sar. But
I think he's heard us talking about the Haaland cross. He's literally not done one at all.
I think I know Dylan's that kind of player who likes to have, as you said, a lot of variation in his game. So,
yep.
Speaking of variation, though, I think Cesto needs to try and something a little bit different because the middle is very. I mean, it's just Pele by himself. They manages to get it into him and takes the shot with check. I mean, Pele's picking up the ball in between 4 players.
I don't even know how he got a shot off there. I swear he was facing away from goal as well.
He's trying his best. Goes top of the box. Maldini, probably not the guy you want, but inside reverse pass to Pele. Green should be across goal. Doesn't green it.
Movement there, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit on the line as well, but didn't green it. I think if you green it, you probably have you have a very good chance of scoring, but there's a nice little reverse pass, kind of set piece there. I wonder if we're going to see something different from Cesto as someone coming in.
Get out!
It looks like Cesto. It looks like he's like, I want to say he's in Fortress because I do recognize that kind of light setup going on.
Okay, makes sense.
And someone's probably just told him something or something's going on.
Your time's running out, mate.
It's good during a pause. It's good that they're
Shout out Fortress.
Shout out Fortress, and it's good during a pause that they've done that. And, maybe a little tactical insight saying.
He ran overtime.
Yeah, he ran overtime. He's thinking, hold on.
Put another $10
I need to score this corner as the ball falls to R9, and he gets a little bit of luck. We're going to say that's that Fortress luck.
They're pulling his internet in 5 minutes.
I mean, nice little celebration there from Cesto. I think he initially tried to pick the ball up, but it's something that's quite hard to do this year, picking the ball up. So I want you to enjoy your goal and celebrate. And he just keeps coming back into the game. Was this lucky? Of course, definitely lucky. But, I mean, when you have a corner that close and you pass it into the box, anything can actually happen. It is like, of course, some luck. But if you let him that pass into the box, then, I mean, you've got to kind of accept that that kind of thing can happen if you're Dylan.
Yep.
Of course, you don't want that to happen, but hey.
Sometimes you just, as you said, you can't always control everything on this game. Exactly. It is a simulation game at the end of the day.
It's all about how well you can manipulate the meta consistently. And Dylan's been doing it great, especially in the first half with Haaland, but you're right, he's just stopped and full time the other game, and Mark 11 stays undefeated with a 5-0 win over Noah as Haaland's going to get this knockdown for Dylan.
There we go. Oh, shoot.
Great block. But a great win there for Mark 11. A clean sheet for Mark 11. Keeps the best goals conceded record going on. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's conceded 7 or 8 goals throughout the whole season so far, which is
insane.
Definitely the best by far. He's definitely the only one in single digits.
Especially with, 18-minute games to only have conceded that amount of goals. Look at some of the other lads.
I mean, he kept Dylan to 1 goal.
10 and 11 goals in a game.
He kept Dylan to 1 goal in our first game today. Dylan's managed to score 6 here against Cesto, but gets the ball into Pele. That guy again, who's dancing in the box here against Rio. Great step from Virgil van Dijk. But, I mean, Cesto's definitely... I know people are watching this thinking, I might start Pele in my games. As Haaland gets through now, is he going to shoot this across goal? He's not.
Good defending.
Great defending there to catch up to Haaland.
I think Dylan's going to start doing the Haaland spam in a minute.
Here it is. Haaland gets the ball, pulls away from the goalkeeper. That's definitely a goal.
Just thought, I need a goal. I'm going to have to do it. Sorry,
Cesto's
boys.
not happy with that one, but not to be high inside Andy, but we did see him do it 15 in-game minutes ago with the corner. Just start Haaland in and around the keeper, pull out to the penalty spot. Your keeper's in no man's land. And it's a very simple header because the goal is so open. So if you're going to move your keeper out, I've always said you've got to try and pull someone to the back post as well, just so they can try and block it. He also didn't have many people watching. Kind of a zonal mark going on Haaland. It was Mendy and then Jude. Big guys, but obviously Van Dijk and Hort need to be the ones. Okay.
Is it almost worth bringing your keeper out there though? It's like it's tricky, isn't it?
Because they think the near post is going on.
Yeah.
A lot of people now think the near post cross is coming on instantly. I think a lot of people watched Mark do that a couple of weeks ago and like, oh, the near post is dangerous. Can't be letting that happen. But when you bring a keeper out like that, I think as soon as you see the Haaland moving away from the goal, you've got to start moving your keeper back.
It's got to be Haaland, isn't it? Haaland's the one you got to watch.
Yeah. And you've got to have your Haaland on Haaland as well.
Yeah,
I think that's the biggest thing. You got to set up your team in a way where your Haaland is back helping you in the corners. Nothing worse than when you're playing a bit of Sunday League and your big striker is like going to sit up top for a counter attack and you're looking at him saying, mate, we need you to defend.
I feel like for me personally, I think conceding corners is just that's one of my most frustrating goals to concede.
Yeah.
Like, you can cop the ones where it's good goals, in play, but the corners are
It's hard. 'cause
really frustrating to
Yeah.
concede.
It's just, you feel so unstoppable, and I think Cesto feels the same way. There's a bit of a frustrated reaction from him there because I think he's working so hard to get back into this game and keep it 3-2 goals, pegging him back every time. But now he's maybe a little flustered as that ball goes through to Fabio, shoots across
big
goal,
save.
but great save for Vanessa. But there's another corner here, and I wonder, he's brought the keeper out again. So I wonder if he's brought the keeper out a lot now as well. So Dylan's going to maybe move him here and then go back post, near post, onto the goal line. It should be a goal.
my
It's a direct
days.
corner goal from Kevin
Wow.
De Bruyne.
Hold
That
on.
is unbelievable. He's just got Haaland's calling for it on the goal line, and KDB's like, we're not going to see in the replay. But KDB's like, mate, don't worry, I can just put this in the net myself. I mean,
that's insane.
Cesto's smiling, but he did move
him a long way
moved his
out. He was
keeper
very
out
far
past
out.
the penalty spot. I think I did say, I was like, oh, I think that's too far. I think that's too far because, let's be honest, even if that didn't go in, Haaland was right there.
Oh,
Haaland,
yeah.
Like he was just going to like basically put his whole
To
body
put
on the
it
ball.
in first time, though, I feel that's still a difficult thing to
Definitely very difficult.
to get it. There was a couple of defenders in and around the goal line, which I thought might have cleared it, but
I think everyone's just ball watching. Everyone's just
just
They're
watched
like,
it go in.
Is this really going to go in right now? Is it
Yeah.
really going to go in? Oh,
I think
wow.
he's beaten the mechanics of the game.
I mean, it's a nice goal and, cherry on top of the cake kind of situation for Dylan because he's obviously been in control of this game the whole time, regardless of when Cesto's been pegging him back to, 2 goals pretty much every time with Pele. So that's offside, but now he gets that little bit of breathing room, scoring nice goals.
Yep. He
from
hasn't played too
corners.
badly either, I don't think, Cesto. It's
No.
just been the goals, I guess, that he's conceded. You take away, I guess, the corners.
Something.
The two corners he conceded, the Haaland span.
I think we've seen it. We've had a little
Oh, no.
situation here right now. It's all good. I was watching Cesto and I could see his player just running up towards the touchline, and this stuff does happen. This is one of those things that happens in the game, and could be a slight blessing in disguise for Cesto. You got 10 minutes to kind of juice yourself back up and get ready to try and get 4 goals back. But we can just talk about the performance so far. It's just been really strong from Dylan. A lot of variation, great corners. Obviously, that one at the end as well.
Yeah, I think that's been the difference. As I said, the Haaland goals, the corners. I just think you take them out. Cesto actually hasn't really played too badly, but it's I guess that's what happens when you've got Haaland and co in the team making the difference. But I'm surprised he's actually not brought Haaland in to maybe try and change it up a bit. And same thing with Nugsy, like earlier on as well. It's you're getting abused by it. Why not give it a go yourself?
Yeah, it's one of those things where we think about it where it's like, oh, should I use Haaland? And we're like, Nugsy, maybe you shouldn't use Haaland, just play to your strengths. And then obviously we see what happens when you don't use Haaland. And it's like, oh, it's a bit looking a bit tough. But I think you just got to merge maybe not using Haaland, but still using the meta formation. I think the 4-4-2 is good for sure. But I would love to see Cesto give a 4-3-2 on a good run and just trying to do what they're doing. And then instead of crossing it, seeing what Nugsy was doing and recycling the ball back into the box, because you can still get so much space and your strikers won't be so isolated, especially Pele. Pele in this game is extremely isolated. I mean, he's doing this kind of game where, you tell your mates, we lost 8-4, but I scored 4 goals. He's just trying to do it himself right now, and it's really hard when 4-4-2 because your 2 strikers are there by yourself. Unless your wingers are making cutting runs or your centre mids are going forward, you're by yourself. So
he was using Pele quite well. I mean, I thought he's probably one of the best players I think I've seen actually, utilize Pele to his best.
He just needs some support, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just too much to do over a full game. And I mean, this was a quick start for Dylan, just getting through to R9. A lot down this left-hand side. And once you get here, it's just so dangerous. Like Haaland, he'll just sneak into pretty much the goal line. And, it's just really worrying times. And this is what we were talking about before, where he's going to use Hort to take advantage of that A-League side and just drive through. And Hort green across goal. So it's pretty much always money. This was that little bit of luck that Cesto got that we thought, hold on, 63rd minute, 6-4. Dylan scored another goal before that with the Haaland corner, and then obviously this direct corner where
replay keeps killing us.
Yeah, I mean, too much power for Van Dijk and Haaland, who both tried to jump for it. So, I mean, it's pretty much inch perfect cross because those are tall guys and they can pretty much probably jump to the top of the crossbar at this point. So
I think that's probably the first direct corner I think.
Yeah,
we've had
I don't think
in the
we've seen another one.
Not even in the challenges.
We might have seen one in the challenges, but I think it's more about just it was completely deliberate by Dylan. You know exactly he's going to drag the key. He's like, okay, I've gone out a couple of times from these corners, so Cesto's like, okay, I'm going to follow you with my keeper. He's like, follows him, and then just runs towards the goal line, and probably knows that with KDB you can put just a good amount of power, and because his accuracy and stuff is so good, it's pretty much going to go on goal, and you just kind of get it in there somehow. But it's more of like he'll be happy with that one. I know Dylan's a City fan, so you might see that one on TikTok or Instagram. He's just big fan of the little fist up there as well. Wasn't really like too much celebration with the other goals, but that one he was very happy with. And I
think we've got 10 in-game minutes I think left.
10 in-game minutes, just a couple at a time. What do you think Cesto can do here? Do you just you load back in and you just go all out? Because you're probably taking a look at the table, at the ladder right now and thinking, okay, well, how's my goal difference looking? You know, can I really afford to go for it?
I think if you're just happy, I guess just keeping it how it is. To be honest, I wouldn't want to risk anything else. As I said, he's not in the worst of positions compared to some of the other guys. But I mean, you look at, as we said earlier on, the guys in the lower half are starting to pick up points now. So it's I think it's kind of nervous times. I think, especially touching on Saad as well. Like I sort of picked him as a top 3 player at the start, where I kind of predicted him to finish, and for him now, I think he's sort of on 10 points. I'm pretty sure.
10 points and sitting, I want to say 7th,
just
right
above
now, 7th or 6th. So it's like, but like close to those guys, like like sort of Nugsy and Noah that are just like are struggling today, but they're like still sitting just outside Gauntlet. So it's like if those guys get a win and Saad struggles in his next game, those guys will leapfrog him, and before you know it, you've gone from 3rd, 4th to Gauntlet in one game day. So.
Especially when you look at like Paddy as well, who was on 1 point from before. Well, obviously, I think it was it Matt? Matt Bro
as well.
Was on
1
0.
Point.
Was he?
He was on
0
for a long time. He's on 1 point. He was on 1 point today. They were both on 1 point. Matt Bro got a draw, but they both struggled. I think they had some big defeats throughout. Both of them getting that draw. They had some big defeats, lots of goal difference. So it's at a point where they're not going to get through on goal difference. They need just pure points. And with those 2 guys winning, and also JMK getting the win as well, like it's just, and then you see Naylor losing today as well. So when you're thinking of Saad, Nagidi, and Naylor, those are the 3 guys that were really chasing Dylan and Mark, and they've all just kind of, I don't want to say dropped the ball today, but they really have, because it's like, okay, no one's taking advantage of these 2 playing, because someone was going to drop points between Dylan and Mark.
Oh yeah.
And then that's your chance to take advantage, and they've all just haven't.
Coming in today, the results that we've seen, I certainly obviously didn't predict a lot of them, especially from the guys down in the bottom half. But it makes it very interesting now, I guess, going in with a obviously we've got 1 week left next week before obviously Gauntlet, and then going into playoffs. But I guess going into the Gauntlet, I guess off what you've seen so far today, have you got any predictions on bottom table movement, on who's going to probably be in the Gauntlet from the E-League division?
It's going to be hard. I think it's something that we're going to have to talk about after this break, because we're going to finish the game offline. We're going to come back after this break. You're going to have the result of the game. Dylan's most likely going to win the game, 4-goal lead, but we're going to catch you after this break.
Welcome back to E-League, brought to you by Nivea Men. We had a bit of an internet issue in our previous matchup, so that one will be continued playing off stream. You know, we've got a lot of games that have to occur tonight. We're going to keep the ball rolling. But before we do move on, do you want to make any comments? Any throwaways?
You had plenty of comments before, man.
Yeah,
any throwaways about what we have seen so far between Dylan and Cesto?
Tonight is just wild, honestly. It's great to have the Twitch chat into it as well, but some basic fundamental errors from corners and passing out from the back just is leaving me like, what's going on? And to the point where I even say,
yep,
next moment, there's going to be someone conceding directly from a corner kick. Next moment, that's what's happening. If we could stop the predictions from being right and just get some of these fundamentals, I'll be a lot happier.
Actually, I think tonight has been one of the best nights for our predictions in terms of like who's going to be undefeated, who's going to be winning, what comebacks are going to happen, how people are going to kind of get that way out of the gauntlet. It's been really interesting. I don't want to say like upset because these are the things that we're saying are potentially going to happen and we put it out there like it is going to happen, but it feels weird to have most of it come true. Is that
Well,
safe
it's
to
just
say?
been at the expense of brain cells, I think. If you want to have like a goal-scoring bonanza, like we get that, and your predictions can be true, but just maybe not the way we expected it. What I will say is that the bottom four that we keep talking about, and that middle of the pack, that's getting so close now.
Yeah.
There's only a few points separating what we were calling like down low,
Yep.
to some of those we were thinking maybe a top 2 seed chance. Like you guys calling out, was it Saad for being maybe one of the competitors that could go all the way? Fam, let's get this table up sometime soon because things have changed.
We will. It will. It almost feels like a Freaky Friday situation. Maybe people have like body swapped and maybe something's flipped around in the universe right here. But on our other game that was happening at the exact same time, this is Mark up against Noah. No, it's not. Nope, this is our current one. I will talk about the Mark and Noah one though. That one, no upsets over there. Okay, I will.
You're good. That was
Yeah.
like our one constant today was that Mark is the top
Mark.
dog. We learned that early on and that
Yeah.
stays there. Like the big blue was anything but. Nothing made sense. I don't know, Marcus. Did you get to analyze it? I just heard a lot of laughs.
A lot of laughs, but I think like what we're seeing is that Mark's got the best defense out of anyone by far. And I mean, defense does win championships, obviously that cliche saying, but he really does have the best defense out of everyone. And we're seeing people, even Dylan, our second best player on table right now, conceding like easy goals to Cesto, just kind of passing into Palais and just finding space. And obviously he's bringing out, you know, scoring from a corner and this and that. But like, let's save this for the finals or the gauntlet. Like, let's bring out all these corner tactics that I'm not sure if they're showing a bit too much as well. I was thinking about that before. You're seeing a lot of different corner variations from Dylan. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously he wants the goal difference because he's still fighting for first. But
save some in the tank until playoffs, right?
I've seen 2 or 3 variations that are really strong now. And maybe Cesto, I mean, unfortunately, he didn't catch on when he moved his keeper out to the penalty spot. But I think some others will catch on to that and be like, okay, well, now I know you do this, I know you do that. In terms of the rest of the games, Nat said it before, there have been so many upsets tonight. I don't know what is going on. They're really good players. Shout out my boys, Nagidi, Naylor, and Sard, but they are just like letting the top two do their thing, and they're like, yeah, we're just going to lose our games today and just sit in the middle of the pack with everyone else. It's just like, I don't know what's going on.
The bottom is moving up, and the bottom and the top are fine, but like this weird outside of the top two and the bottom two, it's like squish it, make
the
it like
midriff of the table, if you will. It's just
weird.
really,
we're just
squishy.
like condensing it all. Like, you get 1 point, and you get 1, and you get 3. Everyone's getting points tonight. But you mentioned Naylor there. He's been having a rough one. We haven't spoken to him for a couple of weeks as well. Hasn't been able to get that win for himself. But tonight, on this stream, we're about to watch him. He's going up against Barty, and this could be his chance. We might be able to get him back on stream and have a chat to him, Marcus.
Well, he needs to bounce back because I'm pretty sure Ryan Naylor's lost 3 games in a row now, and 2 heavy defeats to Mark, obviously before the Easter break, 7-1, lost 6-3 to Dylan, lost today as well. So he needs to bounce back. I'm not saying he's going to get into the gauntlet, but like you want to take a bit of form heading into these last couple of weeks. You can't just be losing all your games. So
yeah. It's what you talked about, that like, if you do make it to the top and you have that week break or, those couple of days break, it's like, even if you end on a sour note, those couple of days aren't really going to be doing you any favors. You might be stewing over it. Anything you want to add, Mitch, about this matchup?
No, I think you're right. I think you want to, go especially into the break when it comes around. On a positive note, with wins, nobody wants to go into the gauntlet or finals or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
On the back of a couple of losses. So big games coming up.
Yeah, and it's his last one for tonight. So if he wants to be starting off next week in a good note, he needs a win now. And it is going to be Nate and Marcus walking you through it.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Mitch. Who are you going to refer to as my boy during this one? Marcus? Or are you just going to say it for both competitors?
This is a tough one because these are 2 good friends of mine in the scene. Obviously, past teammate of Naylor at Melbourne City, and obviously hoping the best for them, and being, just keeping an eye on their progress all season. But Fardy's the one coming into form into this game. Ryan's the one who's been struggling, but I think it might be an early start here as he mistimes that Harlan had a big chance. But yeah, Fardy's the one that's been in a really good form, Nate. So I'm not set. Both of them are safe from the gauntlet. So let them just fight it out. And whatever happens as Ryan goes to play lock, doesn't play lock inside and passes it out. I'm not sure what's happening to Naylor, but he's definitely not on form right now. This happens to anyone in any kind of game or any kind of profession you do. Sometimes you just go through slumps in what you're doing, and the results are showing it. Because, okay, 3 weeks ago, yeah, he lost to 2 best competitors on the table. So even though we thought he was up there, but today's result,
he was actually like top when that happened.
He was top when it happened.
He was number 1,
and he just dropped. But today's result is just low scoring and not winning. It's just not the Naylor that we know. And Fardy had a nice little win there against Nugsy we saw beforehand.
And wasn't that like 6-0?
6-0.
You've called it a nice little win.
Nice little win because it was one of those ones where he probably expects him to win. Obviously not 6-0, but it's one of those games where he wasn't happy with the goals he scored, but I'm sure he would take those kind of goals in this game against a player of Ryan Naylor's caliber. As Teo Hernandez just gets down the line completely unfazed and plays an unbelievable reverse pass to Mbappe. The play lock back stick to Haaland, knocks down into the goal, and that is 1-0 to Fardy. And an unbelievable play on the left-hand side there. That pass from Teo Hernandez was picture perfect.
Inshallah, indeed. That was what we were expecting. I asked Fardy about it. He said, more of the same, Nate. No need to analyze it any further. We all know what's coming, Marcus. It's another thing stopping it, and he gets the opener here.
And Naylor, I'm just looking at his cam and just looks across and just a bit of a deep breath, sigh of relief. I can tell by his face right now, not to give too much away, but he's just not happy with how things are going right now in terms of his whole FC vibe, FC mojo.
There's a lot more going on than just a goal in our game right now.
He needs to just snap out of it. And and I know obviously you want to win. The win will snap you out of it, but there's a long way to go before you want to try and get a win, especially against a top competitor like Fardy. And he's probably just a little disappointed because that was Fardy's first chance after he had that Haaland chance, and it's just a difference in being clinical, I guess. And it's just one of those interesting games that we're going to commentate, but it's 2 polar opposites of players in terms of how they're feeling right now.
Oh, the form guide couldn't be any more different going into it. When we're calling a 6-0 win, a expected little win there, it's almost reflected sometimes, you feel, on how then your keeper performs and random bumps of the ball and how it goes back to you when you don't make the most of that. when it's going your way. You know it's going to come back against you, and that's why we're a bit more worried for Naylor in this contest than just the 1-0 scoreline and the form guide. Can he make all the difference here? He is a showman. He is entertaining. He's been an E-League stalwart, rather.
Harlan's on here, though, Nate. I think he's completely through. Going to header it down, take control of it. He's going to get caught up here by Vidic.
I wasn't even worried. Haaland on the run. Nah, what did Mitch call him before? Like a truck, or it'd be a compliment to call him a truck.
That was a straight line, though. So I want to see if Fadi did a double tap R2 or a double tap right stick to kind of get that ball ahead. As we see the final score update, and we've seen Dylan put 4 more goals past Cesto in those 10-in-game minutes. So I did say that, I wonder if Cesto's going to go for it and try to go for goal difference. He might have done it, and it's obviously not worked out. Or Dylan's gone, I'm going to load back into this game and go all out attack because goal difference is there for the taking. And he's obviously seen the table and known that goal difference is going to help him be top before Mark's next game. And what a win. But speaking of another chance here,
undercooked just a little bit, that cross underpowered, but
through
quite
ball.
right. Naylor will be through at the other end.
Naylor special here, but Matt Miller is a quick player. Shout out to, I remember speaking to Moad Zwed a long time ago, and I asked him about Matt Miller. He's like, yeah, I've played against him. He's quick, and I think on FC, if you've got 80 plus pace, you're a quick guy IRL, and it shows here. It's definitely one of the better A-League cards. As the ball goes through to tiki-taka from Fadi. And, you know, good defending there from Naylor, but he needs to really try and get into his areas here, and quick throw from him. He wants to get this going. As we see the table here.
We get the live ladder. Mark 11 for mine is clear and has not looked like anything's going to stop, drop or prop Dylan, Nagidi, second, third, maybe a battle for the second seed, but what about Fadi? Moving up that table, just ahead of Naylor now. That's why this game is so massive. The fight for fourth.
2 goal difference for Fadi there, so it's one of those ones where he needs all the goal difference, and it's really nice, of course, when he got that win against Nugs, a big 6-0, not just a light 6-0, as I said, a big 6-0 win for Fadi, looking at his goal difference, but it could matter, but I think a lot of it's going to come down to points. I'm really worried for the guys at the bottom with the goal. I think some of the goal differences is going to really be the difference between someone missing out, in terms of not missing out on the goal, you know what I mean? So
yeah, it's very boring, basic mathematics, but up the top, the goal difference is less likely to make an issue, but if you've been struggling for points, that's where goal difference could really come into play, and where we're saying, don't let this blow out. Even if you're struggling, please be careful. There's a player.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Nate, but
down,
that was a crazy slide tackle from Van Dijk there, and Barbe looks like he's done his hammy or something for Fadi, so I'm not sure what's going on here, but you don't really see injuries like that very often off the ball this early into the game with such a strong player in game. But he's like, no hamstring, I'm fine. Ball scoop, reverse pass into R9, dancing, reverse elastico off the post. Lucky Naylor, because he could easily be 2-0 down here. He needs to, as you know, the game is saying, lock in. Because I'm not sure how many more lock-ins he'll get before he's going to be 2-0 down here.
As long as it's not the type of lock-in where a player locks and it goes out of bounds, I'll be more than happy.
That's a better player lock, though.
Haaland, Mbappe, one more, please. And there it is to level it up 1-1. Fadi's going to be frustrated, missing that chance for a second, maybe even a third. Something to think about, because Naylor on the scoreboard in this one.
Well, that's exactly what I meant by lock-in, Nate. Lock-in, player lock-in. Nice player lock to the back stick.
I like that extra pass.
The extra pass.
At the
You called it even beforehand, because you might think, oh, maybe Nate kind of saw it before. No, he was calling it like he was playing. It's like one more extra pass, and then just shoot it near post, far post, and just perfect finish. Greened it too. Nice little extra. I don't think something that I'd be like, oh no. That shows a bit of extra confidence, because when you're lacking confidence, most people won't try to time that. They'll be like, okay, I just need you to score this for me. Like, I'm down and out right now. I'm so close to goal. But that just shows he's still got that, good mechanics, good muscle memory. He just needs to get back in his flow.
That's what it is with Naylor, surely. I don't want to understate it or whatnot, but when he is in that flow state, it's sublime to watch. It's why we get a little bit down when he gets down.
Yeah, but, speaking of that, though, Fadi's been unbelievable on the left here. Tailwind has boost bars, knockdown from Haaland to R9, an unbelievable block from Vidic there, who's I mean, that was a crazy boost from Teo Hernandez there. That's one of those ones where you don't see it very often in terms of how quickly they accelerate. But that's what you get with, I mean, just pure 99 pace. It's just one of those things. As we have a halftime update in the other game, Nate. And Saad, one of the players we're talking about who was struggling, is Ryan gets the ball here. Reverse let's go knee post. Great save from Czech. But it's a knockdown incoming to Haaland. A great save from Czech again. Corner taken quickly. Mbappe, player lock to Haaland, floated up in the air. He's going to get to that, and he misses the goal.
Mate, can we leave the keeper back at home, though? I know that I was cringing a week or two ago about right stick into the goal, but I would take that over the keeper getting called out and not getting close.
Well, I think a lot of these plays are just bringing the keeper out, but they're not holding triangle after that to make him go to the ball. Either hold triangle or double tap triangle to get him back on the line. One or the other. Don't just leave him in no man's land, because Fardy, we said could have been 2-0 up. He's very lucky not to be 2-1 down right now. But that was a manual header mistake there from Naylor. As you saw in the cam, hands in his head. He was like, how have I missed that? But those are the kind of things that kind of happen when you're just off your game. You're like, oh man, I'm missing basically open goals with a header. And he's playing a dangerous game with Vidic here. Ryan Naylor would probably be one of the most comfy players on the ball at the back in a good and bad way. There was, as he's given the ball up there, a caster's curse. But he really is. I think it was 2-3 weeks ago. 2-3 weeks ago, this guy had Van der Sar in goal with 5-star skills and hit a McGeady cancel to send Dylan in a game he was losing. It's just unbelievable. But he's extreme composure. But he got lucky there. I cursed him and then he got the ball back. But just back into the halftime game though, Saad bouncing back. He needs that win desperately, because he's probably someone who is chilling throughout the night and then he's checked the table and he's like, hold on. How am I so low? What's going on here?
And he's always responded well to that in seasons past, when it's sort of that pressure situation against a competitor, again, respectfully, that isn't top tier. He's been able to turn it on and dominate games, like suffocate opponents and make them wish they weren't playing at all.
Yeah, and I think that's why he's going to really focus, because it's like it's the desperation for points. We have a chance here for Naylor. R97 Bruce, play lock cancels, digs up the hard. He's going to get that free header. And Czech, who's made so many great saves for fighting tonight, doesn't save it. And we've got a fencing little celebration here from Naylor. That's going to be some kind of inside joke going on between these two, because I've never seen Naylor pull that one out before. I was expecting just pure basketball step back. I know these guys love it. It's Naylor's favorite celebration by far, but he somehow either said it as a celebration or he's learned the buttons to do the fencing celebration. So I'm a bit worried about that. I'm not sure if he's watching the stream, because I can see his face. He's listening. He's like, but you've done a little parry celebration. I'm going to have to ask him if he gets the win. I'm going to have to ask Fardy, because it's one of those ones where you never see that celebration ever. What are these guys doing?
Only tonight would that make some type of sense. We were like, yeah, bring out the fencing celebration after a goal to get you in the lead when you arguably should have been behind, but maybe not because of the header that you missed before. It's 2-1, and Naylor, look, we could have a laugh. He will definitely be laughing about it if he can hold this position, get the 3 points, and we'll just work out the rest after tonight, because again, this was the battle for fourth. We're talking about seeding and whatnot being very important, maybe goal difference, but with the results going the way they are, Fardy charging up the table, this would really reverse things.
Yeah, and that was, both these guys putting their heads in their hands for different reasons. Right? Naylor missing an open goal, Fardy being like, how have I just considered that? But not to be that guy, but Czech has made some unbelievable saves for Fardy tonight. So he's allowed a howler. He's allowed a howler.
He's not, but you guys can pretend like he is.
He is, and it's obviously it just hurts more because right before halftime, and it's like, damn, I could easily be winning this game, and now I'm losing. So it's just one of those ones where just mentally reset, take a little bit of time in the pause, which I think they've done at halftime, and just, okay, 0-0 again. Let's go again. As for Naylor, I mean, he kind of needs that little bit of luck to go his way, I think, because it's one of those games where I'm not sure if he's going to get away with winning this game without a little bit of luck. And that is an unbelievable switch from Erling Haaland there.
Man with the step overs, insta hit out of it, and yeah, it's the follow-up header that doesn't hit the man, of course.
It's the he's been, watching his fellow teammate KDB just hit those switches. Like, I can drop into midfield. You've heard people saying you can't drop into midfield. Drops into midfield, hits that switch. Doesn't work out for Naylor in the end. As Mbappe boost pass on this left-hand side. Player lock, goes in. Haaland might win this. screen, but Teo Hernandez does well. The cross just didn't have enough air time again. You need a bit more of a loop as Naylor tries to give away the ball and not let me finish my point again.
Look,
He does
KDB
well.
was all the way back in there defending as well, helping out, getting just extra bodies for that second ball. I wonder if something Dylan Campbell might be watching back and saying, defended the first ball well tonight. What about the follow-up? Naylor, it's good for 3. He rode that early difficulty well. You can have your no celebration, Naylor. You've earned it. You're looking good here. 3-1. Plenty of time left for Fighty, but the game's almost passing him by tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of Naylor's specials. We see it with Mark as well. These two guys are so good at using the step over boost, and it's so quick that it's like, it looks like, oh, you know he's going to do that, but I'm telling you, when you're defending this, he gets the ball and he almost turns in the same animation and he's boosted pass and he's gone. And you're like, okay, I got to worry about moving the keeper. And then by then, it's too late. So it's just so hard to stop. You don't always get that boost, but when you do, like, look, see Fighty giving some step overs from kickoff, thinking, okay, let me just get my step overs ready, because when I get in that situation, I'm going to do the same thing. And because it's so effective. And these guys are both good at it. You just got to get the ball in that position. So we got a little play lock situation here with R9. He's done really well to keep the ball there against Rio. Another play lock again into Taggart, and tries to hit Mbappe. And it's been a good start to the half there from Naylor. As we see the table again, obviously jumps over Fighty into that 4th position, Nate. Keeps himself close behind Nagidi. And now, you know, this game just means so much, because it's really the difference between finishing top 4 and then being in that middle pack, because it's just such a big, like, you know, I always say it's 6-pointer, but it really is that kind of game where it feels like double points if you win or lose.
We try our best to avoid the cliches where we can, and yet the 6-pointer is one of those in football and in FC. We are blessed with that new format that you've heard the competitors talking about this season in E-League Australia, that every game counts, goal difference, all that we're saying at week 1, and people always in the chat like, really? Well, have a look now at how close we're getting. Your second last week of regular season action, and the battle for 4th continues for Fighty. His last driven pass that you'd think would always hit the target did not hit. Right now, we're looking a bit better. Teo.
Harlan's asking for it, and he gets it. Knocks it down to R9. Serious heavy touch, but he gets the goal into the sorry celebration. This guy's going toe for toe with the sorry celebrations now. It's one of those things where once that knockdown comes back, I think if I'm Naylor, I'm a little bit disappointed with my keeper going to ground so early. I think if you just stand tall, you got a better chance. But
oh no, Czech wouldn't do anything wrong with him.
Czech's definitely not doing well for the, you know, Czech enthusiasts, I would say. Nate, I wouldn't say he's the opposite of that, but he's definitely
pretty close.
He's pretty close to that. And Czech's doing his best to keep this game close for both of them. But I mean, it really comes down to the knockdown. Once you get there, we haven't seen anyone effectively stop Fighty today with those Harlan knockdowns. And he's been getting almost near perfect knockdowns as well. I'm not sure if he's maybe doing something different with the pass or the power, because he's really not missing. You see a nice perfect header from Mbappe out to Harlan, almost volleyball styling it into the goal. But it's working as Hood presses KDB and gets the ball back again. Fizzes it into R9. Is that offside? I don't think so, Nate. And that is 3-all. Naylor with the offside trap mistake. And just like that, we've gone from 3-1 to 3-all. And that sums up Naylor's last couple of performances. He's just been up and down. No consistency, and just let Fighty back in the game.
We don't get it on that replay, but I know we'll see it again later tonight. The offside trap, the players step up, and it almost leaves you saying, how could that possibly be onside? I feel like Patty got away with a few of those early in his broadcast game earlier tonight. On that occasion, you get the other side leaving you feeling rather sheepish, but as we've seen so far tonight, and indeed in this game, we ain't done yet. Anything could happen. Any scoreline is possible as long as you got your minimum of 6 goals on there. On your earlier point with the knockdowns from Haaland and whatnot, at the risk of under-analysing it a little bit, Fighty did say himself, that's what he's been practicing. That's what he does. Why sort of worry about your plan B or variations or wherever it was I asked him about other things he's been studying in the meta? Maybe it's just sheer practice and repetition.
I think so. I think he's just got the power, the angles completely right. And he knows exactly how to lock the ball down. As there's another player lock potential, you know, mishap there. But all that ends well is well for Naylor. Another player lock hits Haaland, and the attack's a bit all over the place right now. He's not getting down the right-hand side. He's actually getting left-hand side. He's getting down the right-hand side. Lockman here on the attack, getting it to Hullet. Knocks it back, Hullet, recycled to KDB, fizzes it into R9. Van Dijk steps up. I almost want to say that Ryan Naylor might have both his fullbacks going forward right now because his Lockman is getting extremely high up the pitch when he's attacking. Like, almost too high up the pitch. And his last 2-3 attacks have been down that side. And I'm not going to say anything because it's still a draw, but that is a very bold thing to do against Theo Hernandez and Mbappe. I don't think you should be going away from what's been working for you, even if it hasn't been the last 2-3 games. Because it's just going to be leading to a lot of counterattacks if he loses the ball high up. But
So I feel like that has been noticeable since half-time, but maybe we'll get to ask him about it later and see if that is indeed the case. One thing that is on repeat, cross it into Haaland, inshallah, have another 4-3. Oh, sorry. Ooh. Throughout the last, 5 goals. Naylor has a smile, as do we. For Fadi, is that him back above Naylor on the table? We'll find out at the end of tonight.
it's not a smile, it's a salty smile because that's just a bad giveaway from Naylor. I mean, you can't be passing the ball back to goal, back to your player, just passing it and just hoping it's going to get there. You've got to be careful with the ball. And he knows that. That's he's very frustrated right now, and you can tell he's probably about Haaland, probably about the way he's playing, probably just a little bit about himself just then with that mistake of just instantly passing the ball out the back. But Ryan Naylor is definitely one of those players that struggles to just consistently attack down the same side over and over again. I think now he's getting back to what is working. And look, he's into the box now with Mbappe, gets it to Haaland, knocks it down. And that was probably a goal if it goes to R9. He steps with Hort, great step with Hort, bounces it back, goes to KDB. Probably going to try and find Mbappe, finds R9, Haaland, left foot, goal. That is unbelievable passing, and just like that, he's back. No sorry celebration, little bit of a celebration there. Probably just wanted to skip it, but then just kind of does the celebration anyway. I don't think Fadi would take any hard feelings from that one, but it's just that's great passing. That's really what he does best, because that initial turn down to get onto Haaland's strong foot and know exactly, premeditating what you're going to do is just very impressive.
When we say things like unstoppable, I guess again referring to Saad and those passing patterns where it's on repeat and it's not about how is your opponent going to react. They cannot react. Premeditated exactly, Marcus, to make it 4-4. Thankfully this time Haaland obliges with the finish. A few times tonight he's been wanting. As we have a look at some of the action so far this evening. That offside trap, it hurts to watch quite a bit, probably a bit more.
But lots of mistakes, Nate. Look at that. Again, passing out the back, trying to force it out.
I'm just looking to say anything but, hey, I just want to say not, there's a mistake leading to a goal.
Look,
but
and he knows. It's one of those ones where you're like, oh man, why am I forcing the ball at the back there? We all do it when you're playing, because you get in those situations where that pass out of your defense is pretty much on all the time. But if they do step, you will pretty much always lose the ball, just based off how they're facing towards the ball and the goal. It's really hard to spin that person at the same time. They have the momentum when they're running forward, and they'll always nick the ball off you, interception, and now you're under serious pressure. But we all do it because we're like, oh, but if I could just get that pass out, I'm kind of on for a counter-attack, low-key, then a cheeky 2-goal lead, and then I'm chilling. And then now you're taking kick-off, and it's 4-all. It's just one of those things that we're not seeing Mark make these mistakes. We're seeing Dylan make these mistakes a little bit. Haven't been able to catch one of Nagiti's games tonight, but unfortunately, based off his loss to Mapper, we're going to have to assume he's making similar mistakes, or at least not being as clean in his build-up. And I think a lot of the guys are struggling with eliminating mistakes at the back and giving the ball, and they're conceding a lot of goals like that.
I talked about it on Twitter during the week, just seeing what some of the pros from overseas as well are thinking about why that's happening, because we mentioned in E-Prem there was a goal that went viral about just, why did you do it? And Homie didn't even react, didn't even think anything of it. And to me, that's the slightly worrying bit. And yet, we want to look at the positives, and we do. FC 24, you can always score a bunch of goals to make up for it. We haven't always been able to say that about this particular sports simulator. So, hey, maybe the mistakes you're just not so worried about.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. I think a lot of these people these players know that if they push the tempo of the game, they can score, and it's just the temptation, as both have brought on Lexi Patala's in that left centre mid spot. And Mbappe gets the ball, a little cross to Haaland, might get up onto that, but Mendy does very well. I think it's the temptation to get this kind of out ball here that I'm speaking about, where you can push their team back almost instantly and then recycle and get an attack going. Because obviously with the strength of Haaland, if you can just get him one-on-one back post, you're pretty much always going to score. And it's just so tempting to force the tempo of the game. And You know, this build-up here is really, though, the big difference. I think once you make this build-up in your game near perfect, you become such a stronger player, because this is where everyone has the ball, and it's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to force into Haaland like that when he's kind of 1v2, 1v3, centre-backs, full-backs around him? Or are you going to get down the left-hand side, play lock cancel, get your patterns going, and have the variation attack down the left, because it's just so effective, mate.
Can only help but think of Mark 11. When you're saying all those things, there's one competitor in our region who has eliminated those mistakes as much as possible, and it's showing in E-League Australia 2024.
That play lock cancel was crazy, but he gives the ball up to Haaland, and his front foot shot goes over the bar. Fine, you can't believe it. Ryan, little cheeky smile, knows he got away with one again. Well, you play lock cancel and just didn't put enough power to it. Nate is currently speechless. Just what you get with Naylor, Nate. Just welcome to a Naylor game. You get a bit of everything. It's why it's so exciting to watch, because now he's up the other end and he could go 5-4 up. As Mini gets the ball to Mbappe. One more pass is onto Haaland. Onto his left foot again. Great save from check. I want to say Mbappe might get to this, but as we said, Miller, quick and strong. He does his best against Kylian Mbappe. And you got a back and forth game here with 2 added minutes to go. Can Fadi find a winner? Can he play out of this press? He does.
Great out ball to Mendy. He'll get this last chance because of the space in behind where the fullback was brought up. What's he got for us? First time lob. Not what I was expecting, but tonight, what really are we expecting? Taggart will nail that through ball down the line.
Oh, that was a big, big chance there. And we might have a long throw, then knock on.
Mate,
Potential chance going on. You say it's GG, but if Haaland gets that, it's GG over here. We have a 4-all draw between Perth Glory and MacArthur, Fadi and Naylor. And we also have a 3-all draw in the other game between Saad and Paddy.
Who's been excellent tonight. Shout out to those bottom 4, bottom 5 who we've been talking about. I won't necessarily say criticizing, but just put the spotlight on them. They have responded big time. And if results like this keep heading, I guess in draws, points are shared. Who knows who might be able to sneak up from that bottom 4, bottom 5 into something a bit more secure.
Well, yeah, that's just a big result, especially for Paddy, because it's not really about taking the points away from Saad. I mean, obviously he's a bit lower than you would expect, but it's just about getting the 1 point for you. That is and you're 2-0 down as well at halftime against Saad. We know he likes to hold the ball, control the game. To be able to find 3 goals in the second half, and we don't know what the order of those goals were. Maybe he was even up and then he gave away, the equaliser. But in terms of the draw in this game, Nate, I think it does more for Naylor than it does for Fadi, because I think he's going to be able to just keep that 4th spot from Fadi if he brings his form up to what we know he can. But we saw glimpses there of the good and the bad. He needs more of the good if he wants to be in that top 4.
That is for sure. Again, on the form guide alone and whatnot that we were saying at the start, for Fadi, it will feel like a step back, or at least just maybe stopped in his tracks. It was entertaining. We hope you're enjoying it. We ain't done yet. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
We're back here at E-League, powered by Nivea Men. Why is it every time Nate sits next to me, I say it wrong? It's not wrong, it's just different.
Say it best.
Say it how I want to say it. Oh, we had Fadi up against Naylor. We talked a lot about how much this kind of meant for Naylor with the loss streak that he'd kind of been accruing for himself, how tough it was, that it wasn't looking positive for him. Not the win that we were hoping for Mitch, but a draw is still fantastic for him. It's that one step closer to getting it back and does end the losing streak.
Yeah, definitely, but he'll be obviously very disappointed with his standards. You know, I think I was just saying, like, especially with the guys below them picking up points, you know, it's going to be disappointing. But yeah, Fadi, obviously, he was playing very well earlier on today as well. So all in all, I think a draw probably was a fair result, but
yeah,
same sort of story. I think what we've seen tonight, there's been quite a lot of silly errors and mistakes. I think that's cost a lot of players today. That
is a nicer way than I think I would have been able to put it for a lot of these players. Just considering the last 3 weeks we've had, you know, we take 1 week off for an Easter break and we come back and it's like, no one was playing FC over the holidays or the time off that they had, except for a few that have been getting themselves the win there. But it's been a while since we've gotten to talk to Naylor, and with the draw, we thought, why not? Let's take this opportunity. Let's bring him on the broadcast and have a chat with him about what's been going on. Naylor, mixed emotions about the draw that went down today?
Yeah, and the other results. Yeah, it was a close game. I don't know, Fadi's good. Like, Fadi's one of the best. So, the draw's whatever. But, you know, a bit triggering.
Yeah, I didn't really want to bring it up, but I definitely want an answer to it. And you know, I'll say that you brought it up yourself, but what is going on? It was a rough week the other week for you. Today didn't start off the best for you either. Is it just the wrong Slurpee flavor, or?
I don't know, last week I got flashbanged against Mark, like 4 corners, just can't even react in time. Like, it's impossible. And Dylan scoring karate kick goals was all it. I don't know. And today against Cesto, like, I don't know, I played pretty bad against Cesto. I thought I played alright against Fatty, but, you know, tough game against Fatty. So.
Yeah, everyone else is just bringing out, you know, tricks from their back pocket, and you're like, hold on, guys, I thought we were playing FC here. What is going on? But you did play really, really great against Fatty. But what happened for him to be able to get the pressure and apply that pressure to you to be able to convert it to a lot of goals as well?
Like, to be honest, I think people underrate him. Like, he's one of the, like, he can actually win it. Like, to be honest, Fatty, I think. So, I treat him as the same as, like, Nageti, Dylan, and Mark and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It was a tough game. Like, it's always going to be 1 or 2 goals between us. So, I don't know about, like, me putting the pressure on him. But, yeah.
Hey, Naylor. Hey, Ryan. How you going? I mean, it's good to get the draw. I know the smile is there. But, I mean, how are you feeling going into these last couple of weeks? Obviously, you're not in the gauntlet. You're not going to be like even mid-table, probably 3rd, 4th. But I want to ask just how you're feeling going into, because I see the smiling. I see like almost the tilt smile going on where you're like, I'm gonna get angry, but I need to lock in here. And I also want to ask you about that celebration. Like, what was going on there? Because I was expecting the step backs or the sorry celebrations, but there was like some kind of Harlan fencing celebration going on. So was that like, have you learned the controls for that one? A little Easter break?
Actually, last week someone did the James Harden step back 3, so I got to put that on. I forgot to put that on. I don't know. I just pressed circle. I should have showed respect because, you know,
yeah,
this game is a bit iffy. So yeah, I don't know. The celebration was random, to be honest.
But how do you think about your form? I mean, like, in all seriousness, I think you say Fighty could win it all, you could win it all, and your form recently has been, you know, up and down. You're showing glimpses, but what's your plan? I know you don't like to practice that much, like to scrim, but what's your plan going in these last couple of weeks? Because we need you to get back into top form for the audience, for the viewers. We want to see prime Nail.
Last week, like, to be honest, I didn't expect people to whip out corners that they should be saving for finals, because I've been practicing that corner now. I can score it every time, so I don't know why you'd show it, like, for everyone to see. So I didn't expect that. I don't know. I feel like I can win it all with normal players. Like, it's a bit tough. I think, not to make an excuse, but I think my right back who has like 30 agility doesn't really help with the way I play.
That's fair enough. But you're setting him forward as well. I see. Did you toggle fullbacks on in that game? Because you were setting him forward. Did you actually do it? Because Nate and I were speaking about it, but he was getting into that right wing position, and we're like, why is he going down the right so much?
I thought I was setting him on a run, and then instantly I regretted it. Because I thought, he's not getting that. Like, there's no way he's getting that. And I conceded from it. So, you know, I've conceded a lot of goals from that, doing that in the past. I thought I'd try it one more time and bit me again. So, you know, I don't know. I'll pick the form up. I think I actually am pretty good like this year compared to previous years. So when you know, when all things are fair and in the finals, I think I have a good chance.
Naylor, can you confirm for us then that you are going to step up again? We were talking about it before. Every time there's a big game or we get to a playoffs or final situation, and I know for you, you'd say when I can pick all 11 players I'd like to pick, that you will lock in. What is your expectation? Is it taking out this season at E-League or something a bit below that?
No, I want to win. I think all the top 4 want to win. I think they all can. So I'll be there. Next week, hopefully I step it up, but I've been playing like quite a bit recently as well compared to usual. So I'll be there.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Naylor, look, what you might lack in FC, you definitely don't lack here in the interview. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. I love getting you on the broadcast all the time. I can see this.
He's the best. He's the best interviewer because he just gives us a lot going on. Like the karate kicks is hilarious because and the corners as well.
The corners, we were talking about it before, being like, why are they doing it during the regular season and not the finals?
Yeah.
Naylor, just call it like it is, friend. Never change. Never change.
Hullet was scoring like bounce bicycle kicks against me. So I still don't even want to talk about that. I was raging in Discord 2 minutes about it as well. But, you know, I'm trying to keep it calm here.
Oh, look, you're doing a fantastic job, Naylor. We won't keep you much longer. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been fantastic.
Thank you.
See ya. I really genuinely mean it. Naylor is probably one of my favorite people to interview. That's why I brought up that it'd been so sad that we hadn't had him on the broadcast. We hadn't seen him win for selfish reasons. I wanted to interview him. I wanted to hear more from him. It's been fantastic to get him on, but we've got to keep this night rolling. We got a lot more happening because 7 rounds being played every night. We've only had 5 so far. Our next one is going to be Nagidi up against Nugsy, and Nagidi had his first loss earlier tonight, so that's going to be a tough one. Nugsy also in that middle zone where it's like he's sitting in the bottom 4, but right at the top, he can still pull his way out of the gauntlet. And as we head into it, Nate, any comments you want to make?
Look, Nugsy, step up for us, Nagidi. Will he bounce back and respond? Let's find out.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Nate. And Mitch, big game here, as has just been said. Both coming off losses today, which we wouldn't have expected to be saying. Not so much, obviously, Nugsy, we're supporting him, but more so for Nagidi. To come off a 2-0 loss to last on the table, Mapro, to not score in the full 18 minutes of time.
All right, rub it in, mate.
No, I don't want to rub it in because I think, honestly, we haven't been giving him enough credit. He's kind of been going under the radar because we talk about Dylan and Mark the whole time, and he's been third before tonight, just chilling. Yeah, he had that draw, but like he was also unbeaten the whole time. His draw was against Fardy as well. But he had great wins as well, so it's he's going under the radar. I think today kind of put him back in the spotlight, but not in a good way with that loss. So he needs to really show us why he's one of the best. And as for Nugsy, he needs to show us a lot 100%. To get out of this gauntlet.
I think it's going to be tough, especially Nagidi's going to want to severely bounce back and try and get himself a big win, but it's going to be very, very, very tough for Nugsy. I think this is probably test his character out here to see if he can bounce back. Obviously, a very heavy defeat. Didn't even score a goal, if I'm correct, in the last game.
6-0. They both didn't score.
Hopefully that's not the same for this game.
You don't hear that a lot. Both guys not scoring in a round.
Especially Nagidi as well.
Yeah, especially Nagidi.
I'm very surprised.
But he's going to get in these areas a lot, Mitch. I think this is his bread and butter here. As we see the finesse from Hullet, and the goal drought is broken almost instantly.
Didn't take long.
Nugsy's smiling because he's conceded a similar finesse shot from Fardy.
Virtually
pretty much the same.
Carbon copy,
gets the touch with Hullet, takes one touch out. It seems to be something with the keeper. When the ball's being recycled on the left-hand side, the keeper's maybe too close to the near post. And when it's recycled quickly, he's shifting across to cover the whole goal, and it leaves that little bit of space on the far post to score.
Just knowing them angles, isn't it?
Exactly.
Where you can
just practice.
Get the time. Exactly. It's the more games you play, you know the angles where to score from. You almost know kind of the animations after a while, don't you? When it just becomes second nature, you know exactly when the right time is to take the shot, where the keeper's going to be.
That wasn't top corner though. I think Nugsy seeing the replay would be a little bit disappointed that Czech didn't get a hand onto that one, because it wasn't like the Fardy one where it really was top corner, probably not very far out, but nothing's probably going to happen in terms of your keeper saving that unless you get some of those tall keepers. Czech's 6'5", which is obviously very tall, but you know,
I think it's a warning for him now. You know, he's got to try and get somebody out to put pressure on the ball early. Don't let him, especially with Hullet. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. I think he's conceded maybe 2 or 3 of the similar sort of goals, especially from Hullet as well. So
a big chance here though with the corner. He's going to let the animation or the replay stay. He's going to put it near post instantly. Nagiti gets the keeper out. I think that's something that people may be catching on, is that when Nugsy wants to go near post, he lets the replay kind of load a bit so he can catch them off guard. However, Nagiti was ready that time. And that's kind of, I like to say, that's kind of one corner variation down. You know your opponent has that one covered, the near post, so next time you get it, you need to see something different.
Yep.
But I don't expect Nagiti to be giving up too many corners this game. And Nugsy's going to have to try and do the same, because I'm sure a player of Nagiti's quality has been looking at the top 2 and seeing what they're doing with the corners and trying to pick up on that. As he gets down the line here, Haaland is on the back stick with an L1 cross potentially, but he recycles it to Hullet. Finesse was on there again.
I know, I was going to say.
But he gets with the step over. It was green, blocked by Van Dijk. I think he was trying to bait it. I think he thought Nugsy would be ready for it and move the keeper, and he was just going to drive into the middle instead. But
mind games.
It's nerve-wracking, because once that happens, Mitch, once and twice, and you've done one of each, the third time's always the hardest, because you don't know what they're going to do. So we'll see if they gets that chance. But that's a great defending. And Nugsy with a little tilted there, just throws his head back because he knows that was such a big chance to go through on goal. But it's a back and forth game.
End-to-end stuff.
Which is surprising.
Early doors.
Similar to when we watch the side games and we're surprised why the game's so back and forth. Nagiti's a very similar player where you expect a lot of control. Not always, but definitely in moments, especially when you're leading, you expect control. But I feel like both those two players known for the control have kind of gone out of that in this.
Yeah. I'd be interested to watch Nagiti's earlier game back as well, the one that he lost. Obviously, we didn't get to cover the entire game there, but
hearing from Nate, it just sounded like he missed a lot of chances. But that's also a big skill as well. Vidic tries to win the header, but pull it with a
jump there.
Amazing interception. Yeah, it just sounded like he missed a lot of chances against Mapbro, but in all fairness to Mapbro, Nate was also saying that Mapbro had plenty of chances too. So I think it was one of those games where Mapbro scored early and he scored late, but where he hasn't scored is this game against JMK, as he's losing 3-0 at half-time in a game where we said he probably needs to pick up all points to get out of the gauntlet. And JMK is someone that picked up 3 points earlier tonight against Sard, and he's probably looking to pick up another 3 points. So it's a great night for Josh.
Very inconsistent Josh. He has nights where, you know, he's just doesn't seem to be at it at all, and then he has fantastic nights. You just don't know what you're going to get from him.
We are going to get, though, from R9 is clinical finishing. Very hard situation for Nugsy to guess which way to move the keeper, but that was a really nice through ball to R9. Like, serious turn of pace. Van Dijk can catch up, but when you get striding out, Nugsy did move his check across one step, but it wasn't enough. Very nice play lock from Nagiti, and heavy touch out to get R9 into his stride. I don't even think he greened it unless my eyes are deceiving me. And you don't really have to all the time.
Sometimes you don't need to when you've got that caliber of player. You expect R9, what is he, 15 mil or something on the market, or he was.
15 mil and just perfect, near perfect shooting. 5-star weak foot, 5-star skills.
Put it in the net.
He's got it all, man.
No need to mess up a time finish when you can just tap circle and put it in the back of the net. But it's looking very, very tough for Nugsy now to try and get himself back into this game. Still plenty of time, but just haven't really seen much from him, I guess.
Nagiti's just suffocating right now. The ball's just in his half the whole time. Step over, just goes backwards, step over, up, ball scoop, cancels.
Good defending.
The player lock, and it's good defending. Is Nugsy going to get baited into a counter-attack here? I think he needs to stop the counter-attacks and just build himself up. But that's a nice pass, but he's just missing that final pass. It seems like Van Dijk is always intercepting it, and when you get baited into these counter-attacks, it all adds up because you start seeing less and less of the ball.
It's that final ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Attacking Burton, it's his decision-making at the final moment. He's sort of he's getting in the areas. That's very risky.
That's extremely risky. I don't think he meant to play it all the way back to check.
He's having a nice little chuckle to himself.
He's gone away with that one. Nugsy's like, how have I not won the ball there? But it's tailed end is down the line again. Player locks into R9, spins back. Haaland near post, bounces back. And Barallo, the man who got the winner against Dylan for Nagiti all those weeks ago in the 90th minute. Taps in a third here for Nagiti. And
another A-League player.
Yeah.
Hey, they're in the right positions to score. I think there's a couple we've had tonight now.
I think there's certain players that are better at utilising them in their squads, and Nagiti's definitely one of them because.
So it's a skill issue then.
Yeah, I'm going to say a skill issue because Barallo seems to be popping up the score sheet a lot for Nagiti. You know, a lot for Nagiti. I see J-Mac and Lecky doing a fine job for Mark as well. Yep. So I'll say it could be a potential skill issue, but I think a lot of them just really know how to use them and know exactly what position they need to be in. Obviously, don't be wrong, that was a lucky chance, but
yeah, it was a tap in. But
it was a tap in, but
you
got to be there.
Got to be there to score.
Zane knocks it down to Mbappe. This should be a goal for Nugsy.
First goal of the night for Nugsy.
It's a really nice boost down the line to even get that chance, and he's crossed it into R9, who does have aerial plus. Only sitting at 6 foot, but you can win a header. Nagiti moves to keep it wrong way too. And I think a lot of people are liking that near post finish now as well when they get in the box because it feels like the angle is better, and if you do green it, you can almost put it top net where it's near impossible to save no matter what. So, bit of a lifeline for Nugsy in a game that was looking bleak.
Definitely. Hopefully, just give him a bit of a boost. I think he's just been lacking just something to kind of drive his game on and just give him a bit of confidence to, I guess, a bit of a belief.
Yeah, but it
seems to be lacking at the moment.
I think so. I think going into it, you and I spoke about how like this next few weeks for him is really difficult, and he's even 100%. Said it. He said it how his fixtures are really hard.
Tonight was his biggest night of E-League, I think, since he's been playing. So
he needs to step up in this game, and obviously not a great start, but you've got that goal back, and you just got to build yourself into the game, just like he's doing here. He's going to cross it to Haaland. He doesn't. He recycles it. And we've seen that a lot today of him not crossing it. I'm not sure if he doesn't like it or he hasn't perfected the knockdown or he just thinks that people expect it, so he wants to go for the short pass. But I think some players will be catching on that he doesn't like to cross it, and they will just be marking the pass. And I think that's what's going to happen a lot if he doesn't show variation in that attack. As Arne gets the ball, step over boost again, step overs his cross. R1 stops with Vidic with a great tackle. And Nugsy on the attack again.
I think he's maybe just put a bit too much pressure on himself as well, going into the games tonight, especially with it being sort of a make or break night, I guess you could say. But yeah, he's looking a very disgruntled figure right now on the screen, Nugsy.
Disgruntled or not, he's only 3-1 down, Mitch, and he's got a chance here top of the box with Cord. I like that he's getting it out wide. Get it away from the congestion in the middle and keep trying to bait Nagiti out to see if he will step on you. You try to force it there, didn't work. Get it wide again. The cross is on. It's R9 this time. He gets up, knocks it down to Haaland, and he gets the ball.
I mean, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite now. His players had switched around, but it worked for him.
He's changed it up. He wanted to be different. So he's like, you know what? R9's the new Haaland.
Little celebration there from Nugsy, and he's feeling it now. Nagiti will not be happy with his setup like that. I believe it's Rio Ferdinand just kind of not trying to clear that. But we keep forgetting that's 2 chances in a row. We always talk about Haaland this, Haaland that, but R9 does have aerial plus too. And he is 6 foot, same height as Teo Hernandez. And it's just a battle of who can win that.
I'd be very disappointed with my Teo Hernandez there as well, I can't lie.
Yeah, but Teo's got a tough job in these squads. He does all the running up and down, and he's got to deal with Haaland all game. So while you'd be disappointed with R9 getting the better of him, I think he's the best, definitely left back in the game. And we saw the play cam there. Nugsy, big celebration, and we said before, an emotional guy. Shows the passion on the pitch.
He's leaning a bit further forward now.
Yeah, he's interested. He's interested. It's when you're losing a game of FC and you're not really bothered, and then you get a couple of goals and you think, hold on,
come back again.
Hold on, I can
sleeves up.
Exactly, and it's almost the perfect time for him to be playing Nagiti because he's going into this week thinking, oh man, it's gonna be the hardest week for me. Really important as well. Obviously has that really poor performance against Fadi, both playing wise and the score sheet. But he catches Nagiti at a good time, Like he's 3-0 down to Nagiti, and it's someone who lost today 2-0. And he's managed to bring it back to 3-2 in 10 in-game minutes. It's the mental fortitude that you need to compete at the top.
He's done well, as I said, to get himself back into the game too. It's me personally, definitely been a bit critical of him with, I think his mentality to get himself back into the games when he has gone a few goals down. And as you said, Marcus not showing, I guess not showing the emotion. I think that's one thing you can, you look at the top players, a lot of them almost are like robots in terms of don't show any emotion. They don't let the game frustrate them, and I feel like Nugsy does.
Of course, but
let the game frustrating, which we are all guilty of.
We all feel. We spoke to Mark before about how he even says he gets nervous and he feels pressure, regardless of why he feels that pressure. He still does. And
I think it is, especially for Mark as well, when you kind of get, it's hard not to. Everybody wants to beat you. Everybody knows you know,
top,
how well he did last year, and it's like you go into every game,
of course,
knowing that everybody wants to.
But they all feel pressure. Even the likes we talk about Nugi. He's a top player. Has gone to multiple LAN events, been one of the best in Australia and New Zealand, for many years. And he'd be someone in this game thinking, man, 3-0 up, 3-2, pressure's on, and he feels on top of the game. You can see winning the ball here, nice little chip pass into Hart. He's going to shoot this across body. He is green, right foot, 4-2, big giveaway from Nugsy, and he's punished. And that was just nice composure there, because we all thought he's going to cut it back.
Inside. It looked like he tried to read him.
And he gave him a little bit of the left stick hesitation here, but it all starts with the build-up. The play lock cancel, chip into Haaland, and then little left stick there, and then boom, right stick, and then green. And it's just so hard to read, because you see Nugsy move his centre-back across, and then once you move the centre-back out of the lane, you don't have the lane to block the shot. You can't move your keeper too much because the near post is so open. Lots of technical things going on there, not just a simple, smash and grab, just kind of goal. But it all starts from the giveaway, which you cannot give the ball up before the halfway line against these top players. And
you get punished, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, time and time again. But we are seeing the crossing now from Nugsy, but it wasn't the greatest cross out wide. And also don't believe it wasn't Haaland too. So his positioning of his Haaland's a bit off.
Odd, yeah.
It's not sitting on the fullback like everyone else. I'm not sure if he's got stay central on his right forward. I'd assume he would, and then just what ends up happening is that if you drag your left forward out to the wing a lot, your players kind of come across the pitch to compensate. So you see Mbappe in that kind of left forward position really staying central, because you want him to stay there to keep Haaland on the right-hand side. But sometimes, obviously, you need Mbappe out wide to help you. But this is the kind of situation you want here, and the cross is on here. I wonder if he's going to cross it. He doesn't. He cuts back. Mbappe boosts.
He really hasn't tried to hardly do any of the crosses, really, has he? He's just quite persistent on trying to work his way into the box, trying to get himself a shot off. But
I wonder what changed, because he was doing it early on, earlier on in the season.
Yeah.
So I wonder what's changed for him.
Well, the meta's definitely not changed. That's the thing. I mean, we've seen that. So it's maybe a question for Nat if she, well, hopefully we can get him to win a game to ask him.
Even a draw was enough for Naylor to get him on. It might be the same for Nugsy here as well, but it's a nice save there from Czech, because that was a green finesse from KDB, and I mean those are dangerous. But you're right. I think what he's missing potentially, not to obviously backseat game, but I think a lot of the top players are getting the ball out to Teo Hernandez and player locking the cross to Haaland to bait it.
Yep.
If you don't player lock it, I think they don't show enough respect, and they'll just watch the pass inside. And then if you want to cross it, you want to cross it. But I think it's one of those things that if he wants to do the cutbacks instead of the crosses, he needs to do the player lock cancel. But it's just an extra mechanic, hard to do under pressure. These are some nice build up here from the Giddy. He's got one more touch, perfect touch from R9.
Nice.
Really nice play there, super intricate. Great first touch from R9 to take it away from the defender. And then once R9's there, it's basically always a goal.
Very, very tough now for Nugsy. Really questions now what he does to try and get himself at least a few goals to get back into it, but just hasn't been his night so far tonight, has it?
Not at all, and I think he's cued that pause at 4-2, Mitch, so he's maybe had just some standard tactical changes going on, but now if you're him, you're probably going into your attacking, your ultra-attacking, and yeah, you're checking out, okay, what do I need to switch to by this point? You can see him thinking, he's thinking, okay, who should I change around? What should I change around? It's one of those ones where you don't want to change too much, because like, that could do more harm than good a lot of the time. But sometimes you need to change something, or you at least need to have something ready to go. Press after possession loss, the constant pressure.
Sometimes it might just seem simple, but even just a fresh player on can
Yeah.
sometimes just give you a little bit of a boost, just having a different player on sometimes.
You see the
Can
subs
even make
there.
a difference.
He's taken Teo off, so I can assume he's brought Mendy on like everyone else. And it looks like I can see Patala's there as full-time. JMK gets the win over Mapro, 3-0 up to 3-2. Mapro with a potential comeback, but not enough in the end. And a massive win for JMK, who might have pushed himself completely out of the gauntlet this week.
I think so.
With 6 points, that is just
What a night.
a huge boost for him. Obviously, coming off that big defeat that he had to Noah before the Easter break in the Battle of New Zealand, and he's just rocked up game week 4, back-to-back wins. And Nux is just shaking his head there and just laughing. And that is a good thing to do, because you can definitely get very upset with what's just happened there. But he had a little chance to take the ball there as well. He just kind of wasn't fully locked in. But it's one of those ones where when that kind of stuff's happening and he's pulled Van Dijk completely out of position here, he needs to stay focused, because he can go from bad to worse here. As Teo is on here, he's going to shoot that. He's lucky Nagiti didn't do the Travalla finish, because I think that would have been a goal, but the corner is still dangerous. Seeing Harlan locked on, keeper's been brought out. Keeper's not going to get there. What a save from Petr Cech. But now Nugsy needs to focus, because he's not going to get his keeper near post in time. So just keep him on the line and try to win the header. And that's probably the... Oh, that's a risky pass. But that's probably the best way we've seen people defend the corners, is to stop bringing the keeper out all the time. Just leave him there and win the header. Because they're acting like Haaland is Superman, but like Van Dijk is also Vidic.
Too
Rio.
much respect.
Yeah.
I think the fear factor is there.
That's a nice cross. Haaland
Oh my!
with the header into bicycle
himself.
kick.
He's knocking it down for himself now.
He's thinking no one's helping me. I'll just do it myself. And here he is off
crossbar.
the crossbar. Mbappe gets the ball, hit the shoot button. He does. Nugsy's just in disbelief, but don't be in disbelief. There is plenty of time. Locked back in and shaking his head. He looks like he's conceded.
You wouldn't know it if you didn't know both of them.
You would think Nugsy's just conceded to go 5-3 down here, but mate, get that head up of yours. You're 2 goals down with 20 minutes to go, which is so much time. Don't get me wrong, that's a lucky goal, but you had some luck again.
Sometimes you got to take
exactly, and that would have been an unbelievable goal. I saw he tried to time it as well.
We won't talk about that.
But this is a nice corner. I like this, because he's just not done a play lock. He's looped it to Haaland.
I don't even know how Mbappe snagged that off the centre back then.
I mean, Mbappe he's the prime example of he's everyone's best player, but Haaland is getting all the credit. But Mbappe in every person's team is just doing everything. He's just the focal point of everything. And he always seems to get there. Nugsy's having a nice little think here. And you can see he's interested again. You can see he's going through ebbs and flows with this game of being...
I'd love to get a face cam from the entire match of Nugsy.
Yeah, because you can see his eyes. He's just, it's gone from I don't care to hold on.
I'm back.
You know, a little sip of water. He's thinking,
the hope's there now.
Of course, and he's thinking, it's so much time. If it was 80th minute on, like, it's very hard to get 2 goals without conceding again.
Yeah.
But this is a situation where you can just ease into the game again, stop this kickoff, and get yourself another attack. It's a bit of luck, yeah, it fell to you, but everyone goes through getting moments of luck. So it's all about what you do with this now. Is this just going to go to the wayside and you're just going to end up losing 5-3, 6-3, or are you going to make something of it? There's some changes there.
This goal is going to be vital.
Looks like Furlan Mendy is on for Nagiti, which is the classic change out wide that we're seeing. Alphonso Davies has been dropped by pretty much everyone. It's a really good card there. Not a great first touch, but he gets it down. And now it's really important that Nugsy doesn't concede. And I think he's really going to lock in here, because he's under a lot of pressure. Great win from Vidic again. He's going to send Haaland for a run here. I wonder if he's going to force it. Pele has come on the pitch again. R9 has been dropped. Would love to get an interview to Nugsy about R9, because it just doesn't seem like he's...
He doesn't like him.
I'll just start Pele at this point.
I think...
But here's the live ladder, and as I've said it, JMK is, as it stands, out of the gauntlet with those 2 big wins, getting him out of that bottom 4. I mean, to go from 4 points to 10 points and 1-9 is huge when you're fighting at the bottom. And yeah, and it's just and like the goal difference with all those players, as we can see, it's all negative. JMK is negative 16. A lot of the other guys are negative, pretty much negative 20s all around. But it's all about points there. It's all about points, and that's a big interception from Virgil. As those wins from JMK will knock Nugsy down.
I think that's what's going to hurt the most as well.
It's one thing getting draws, but the wins are just massive. And it's just when you're seeing people around you getting wins consistently against players that they should lose that game, or they at least should draw at the very minimum. They're winning. It's like, And
it goes back to, I guess, Nugsy's earlier games in the season, which he may go back to thinking games that he should have won, that he hasn't picked up points in. And I think that's always the case for a lot of the competitors, is always that, I guess, disappointment in games that you should have won earlier on in the season, and it always ends up coming back to bite you. But
nice McGeady cancel, but it stopped.
There.
Good defending. Deflection was unlucky, but I don't think he was going to get that ball anyway. He was passing into Nagiti's feet. Nagiti's fullback is for here, so if Nugi does win the ball here, Mendy is out of position. He tries to force it there, but just a wrong decision. A couple of times he's given the ball up here now. You can't keep doing this if you want to get back into this game with 6 minutes plus added time, as Nagiti very smartly goes to the corner flag and tries to kill a bit of time here. It's going to be extremely hard for Nugsy to get the ball. He's going to need a slice of luck as the play lock comes into R9. Shot, great block from Vidic, who was putting his body on the line for Nugsy this game. But I don't think it's going to be enough, as the ball is now on the corner flag, and you might see some Haaland versus Newcastle kind of situation where he starts going to the corner flag here. As Nugsy's on full team press, and this is the problem here, because you've got Haaland and Hood on the same side of the pitch. So you're going to have a lot of this going on, and it's near impossible to get the ball if this guy is. Nagiti is technically using technical dribble to go up and down the pitch.
Nugsy's head's gone.
Head's gone, because you might be saying, why isn't he pressing? He's pressing. He's pressing. It's man-to-man. It's man-to-man everywhere. And it's one of those things that in FC, we play back four. There's no 3-back and 5-back this year, so you can't go into a 3-back like, past days and full press. You've got to stay in the 4-back, and everyone chooses to stay in the 4-3-2-1 to press. And it's near impossible to get the ball back.
I feel like my ice skates come on when I go full press. Everyone just can't run properly, and
that happens a lot.
It feels worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where it does feel worse, but it's because your players, they're really trying their best to win the ball. They're just absolutely gassed by the time they get the ball, and they just can't do anything. He does the little R1.
Oh, straight red.
Rio takes him out. Is it going to be a straight red? Yes, it is. Rio and Haaland getting into it here. We're getting a pause here from Nagiti, who's taking no risks here. Wants to keep this goal difference. He's probably going to bring on a centre-back, move the players up. As Rio and Haaland getting into it there. United versus City, liking that as a United fan.
Scrap.
Liking that. Haaland not happy.
I think it was a good decision in the end, looking at the time.
Good decision, because you want that goal difference.
Yep.
Game's over. This goal that he potentially stops here could have been the whole difference. And it's also for Nugsy, he's thinking, man, would have loved to have that shot.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether you're going to lose, just that goal for the goal difference. But he still has a chance here, because he's got a bit of time to play. It's not 90 minutes, 92 minutes straight away, so you can bring his players short and try and cook something up here. Goes short to Hewlett, just gets to it. Pally gets it, tries to fizz it into Van Dijk, little fancy pass, and that's game over. That is game over, and Nugsy head down in his shirt, because he knows that's another chance to pick up points just gone to the wayside, and another game that he's lost, and now pushes himself into the gauntlet with only one match day left.
Yep, very disappointing for Nugsy. Really hasn't been at his best at all, I think, looking safe to say. I'm sure he'd be the first to admit it's not been his greatest night at the office. But look, McGee, I think it was a very good match. I guess in total, really, it wasn't one of the best games we've seen tonight, really. There was a bit of obviously a high-scoring game, but felt like the quality was lacking a little bit. But I'm sure whether it was nerves on Nugsy's end, obviously needing the win, but as you can see,
maybe not just on his end, because I think Nagiti not getting that result earlier on was a bit nervous. But playing against someone that is really fighting for their life down at the gauntlet.
Yeah.
I think he had that 3-0 lead and he was almost cruising, and then to give it up so quickly and to go 3-2, that's why I think the second half was just so cagey and just like a lot of mistakes coming from both players, because if you're Nagiti, you're not going to try to give anything up. And then Nuggsy's he's desperate for a win. And 4-2 to 5-2 in that second half, and that was game over at that point. So
I thought he was just going to maybe get back into it there a couple of times, Nugsy, but fortunately, it's as we said, it's just not been Nugsy's night tonight.
yeah, well, it's hopefully going to have to be his night next week. But until next week, we're going to catch you after this quick break. We've got one more match coming up after the break.
We're back with some more E-League action for you. It's brought to you by Nivea Men. We are near the end of our day. We do have another round, but before we talk about that one, talk about the one that we just saw. You and I, Nate, we could talk about it because we've already heard a lot from Mitch and Marcus here about that one. But what were your viewpoints for it, especially Nagiti, having the loss early today coming in, and you wouldn't think that it affected him in any manner?
Well, he needed to bounce back. We can have a look at the results earlier today and that one we were talking about. Marcus, a little bit during the break as well. 2-0 against Matt Bro. No less than what we would have expected. And for Nugsy, on the other hand, man, it's one of those where you see his quality up against one of the best competitors in the region. You see some of his highlights, and sometimes it's as simple as the bounce of the ball not going his way. And yet when that happens in every game, you start to wonder what else is going on.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm also looking at earlier in the day for him in round 3, Nugsy that is. He had a loss there as well, and I do believe that we're going to get the ladder coming up as well for us, so we can see where he is, how many rounds he's played as well, because that's going to be the indicator for me of how much copium do we have left in the tank for Nugsy? Where is he going to be sitting? Is he in that bottom 4? Is it gauntlet time? Is that where his mentality should change to? But look, we won't talk about it. We won't dwell on it too much because that will be a little bit later down the track. Right now, though, with Nagiti picking up the win for himself here, that means he's going to come on for an interview. We're going to get a chat with him about this win. Nagiti, congratulations. Oh, got to fix the posture there. How good does the win feel? I'm going to pause you there just because we cannot hear you. We can blame production for that one. Even if it's your fault, I would blame them.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I have my mic on mute.
Media training, Nagiti, it was not you. That was a technical issue from production. We can hear you now. So how does the win feel?
Yeah, so it obviously feels good to get the win on the board, but it's just so frustrating, when I know how good I can play and just being unable to display it sometimes. It's very frustrating.
Is that referring to the loss earlier that you had today, or was it conceding some of the goals in this game as well?
Yeah, including the loss that I had earlier today as well, but also just some of the goals that I conceded in this game. I feel I don't know, it's just weird. He tried to cross it to Holland twice, and it just went to R9 instead, and it just caught me off guard. When stuff like that happens, I just try to stay calm, I relax. And then the third goal just topped it off with that player just locking off when I had the ball. I was like, okay, what's going on? But I kept my head and just got the job done, so it was all right.
I would definitely coin you as, one of the most calm and collected players that we have in E-League, especially when things don't necessarily go your way. What is it exactly about you or your mentality that you're able to keep that composure within the game, have that mental reset in such a short time?
Yeah, I try not to show it as much on camera, but there is a lot of things going on in my head when things like that kind of happen. It's just more so just staying calm and just knowing that I can play well and just building up well and just not losing the ball in silly areas, just silly mistakes, just cutting out the mistakes, and also the mentality part. Shout out to Marcus, I learned a lot from him. In staying calm, just in situations where things are just out of my control. So I just focus on things that are in my control and just try to do the best that I can in that ability.
Well, hey, Nagiti, firstly, thanks for that. I think we're both very similar where you stay calm on the outside, but in your head, there's so much going on. You're thinking, how was that happen? How's that happen? But if you just get angry, you're going to probably lose the game. But I want to speak to you about next week and obviously the incoming finals and playoff situation. I know you're wanting to kind of ramp up and also keep things in the locker going into finals. We talked to Naylor before about people showing their corner tactics maybe a bit too early. Are you someone that's also keeping things in locker? Obviously, you don't have to share here, but I'm just curious, and you have that same mentality of you're in the lab and you're practicing, but you're looking ahead because you're in that situation where, okay, maybe top 2 is not possible now, but top 4 is a comfy position to be in. Are you already looking ahead, maybe even too far ahead, but potentially ahead into the playoffs?
Yeah, look, I did see Naylor's interview, but I have to say it's it's no secret with the corners. Everyone knows which corners work and which don't. So saving it for the playoffs or not, everyone will find out either way. So for me, it's just I still do the corner tactics here in my normal games in regular season, and with other stuff as well. It's just also trying to get in the habit. So then by the time I reach playoffs or go further down in the run, that I can just implement it a bit more. But yeah, nothing to hide, to be honest. You can find corner tactics on YouTube if you just look up corner tactics. So it's everywhere. So yeah.
Hey Nagiti, Nate here. Congratulations on bouncing back today. Your passing out from the back particularly I felt was remarkably improved. Is that just a mentality thing? Is that an opponent thing? How come I feel like we're seeing such variations?
Yeah, I was making a lot of silly mistakes in my first game, just rushing forward. So I was like, okay, let's just calm it down, like build up properly, just slow it down from the back. There's no reason to rush, and so I just did that on my gameplay and just sort of worked out well in terms of not losing the ball in silly areas. But yeah, there's still a lot of space to improve in my gameplay, so definitely would like to play a lot better than this week, because I know next week I've got some tough games, and if I play like today, I will absolutely get smashed.
My little follow-up there, you've already got it on a play. Top 2 then, are you still thinking that's possible, particularly like that second spot? As you know, there's that advantage for the top 2 seeds?
Yeah, I definitely think I can make top 2. I mean, if Mark, I don't see Mark dropping points, he's just too good. But I mean, I reckon I could take him for a run. So
Let's
if I
go.
can beat him next week, it'll be great. But yeah, it's just second place I'm happy with, because it just takes you straight to like the third round of the upper bracket. So yeah, it'd be nice to get second place.
All over it. Can we get him on to explain the bracket?
Yeah, I
Maybe
know,
next
right?
time we're doing things.
Yeah, hopefully next time we get a little bit more time to talk to you, Nagiti, as well. But look, we'll let you go, get a good sleep, and look forward to next week, the week ahead of you. But congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
See ya. He is definitely a forward thinker. I mean, he already knows his opponents for next week, and he only finished his game 5 minutes ago. You know, he's very ahead of it, and I like that. He knows exactly what he needs to do, what opponent's going to come up against him, the mistakes that need to be made. So, yeah, I'm cheering for Nagiti. He's won me over. You know, I'm just like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, he is defeated now. You kept bringing it up. He's defeated now, but he's bounced back.
Wasn't a mean thing.
I know. I think he was just flying under the radar, and he still is, because we always talk about the top 2, which he's also focused on. But you see there, the really critical thing is that he has a game in hand over Dylan. So it's really interesting where if he has such a big game against Mark 11 next week, Nagiti, that is like, he may be, I mean, he's the final chance to stop Mark from going unbeaten this season.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, in terms of that ladder as well, you look at Nugsy, 2 losses today, drops him down to 10th. And the worst part is people picking up points as well.
Look, that is really tough, and we can get more into it at the end of the day, and we can talk about where everyone's sitting, what's going to happen, because there is still potential for some change-ups in the ladder, because we have one more game to play tonight. It is our 7th and final game of the night. It's going to be right there in the middle of the ladder that we just saw, Cesto up against Sard, and we do have Nate and Mitch for that.
Thank you very much, Nat. Thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Nagiti, to wonderfully eloquently put even, how things are. Don't worry about saving crosses A, Mitch Austin on the long side for the last call of the night. We all know what's going down. I dare say this game is a perfect representation of that. We got Sarbor, which has been a little bit off, versus Cesto, who has got a few problems, let's say, outside the game that he needs to address.
Yeah, I think looking at both teams, if I'm correct, there's no Haaland for either squad.
Mate, we'll get some pure FC24.
Maybe we'll get some proper football now.
Keep it on the floor. That would
That
make...
League 2 football's gone.
Hey, lofted over the top through ball, good in any edition of the game. Heading down the line, but nothing doing. This is 6th versus 7th in the table. Neither competitor, in my opinion, in danger of a bottom 4 spot. Sard just that 1 point ahead. That probably gives him that bit of breathing room. But both competitors with a chance of getting 4th. My estimation's about as high as they can go. It's all to say that seeding's all to play for, and a deeper run into the playoffs, more prize money. It's a lot on the line. These 2 former teammates.
100%. And as you said, this is going to be a big game for both. I am a little bit surprised, I think, to see Sard further down. He's obviously been kind of in the top 3, especially earlier on in the season. So really, that's been Sard's issue, just the consistency. He's definitely got the talent, but it's just doing it on a regular, consistent basis. We all go on about the Sard ball, but you know, a couple of times even earlier on, you know, 2-0 up and then silly mistakes, throwing the leads away. So hopefully he can try and do something here with R9, but turns back.
Massive wide open gap. I thought the power shot might have been on, but
Yeah.
as we were chatting about in the car on the way
Surprising.
here, no. Don't ever worry about the power shot. Only cancelling out of it at this level. It's wonderful dribbling though, and the finish on the end of it. He does get the opener once again. Plenty still to play. Great start for Sard.
Fantastic finish. As you said, Nate, look at this dribbling. In and out. It's difficult to defend when you're trying to switch to the correct centre back when Mbappe is turning this way and that way. He doesn't miss from there.
Guess there's no guarantee that Haaland won't be brought on as a sub at some point.
I'm
but
sure
for
we
now,
will see him.
It's
just
lovely
a matter
to
of time.
see some passing, even just crisp left stick dribbling. That pass.
We haven't seen much of it today. Nice to see Saad ball.
There's always time, and on a day or night that's basically had it all for E-League Australia, we'll see what twist or turn is left. Fullback brought up extremely high, so enjoy that space indeed. Touch in there, and again Maldini brought across. Saad covering his blushes, and that's a really good pass out from the back. KDB in that centre mid role, being brought back for that first pass is a way that I've seen competitors get out of trouble. Considering all the turnovers we've had today, I feel like there's a few others that could have a look. So now continuing on the attack. Look at this all alone. The offside. That's going to make me feel a bit better.
Yes.
Centre back pairing of VVD, Maldini, is what most competitors had been using throughout the tournament, but now we've truly seen it all. Vidic, Rio, who got that red card for Nagidi a little earlier, comically. The end of the game versus Nugsy. Interested to see what the competitors use rather to try and stop the likes of Haaland, but now Pele and of course Mbappe, who is not the leading goal scorer, it'd be number 2 before the man who we won't talk about any further.
No, I think we're going to have to ban his name.
If you're the cover star, I think you get certain privileges.
You do. Definitely.
Dino, who for Saad has been massive throughout this tournament. Indeed, when Saad's been at his best, it's been Ronaldinho on the left-hand side, but brought back nice and deep to receive the ball, and then from there, 1-2 passing or just dribbling his way through at times. See if Saad can get him going tonight. Pele, red time.
Well.
All the way out. Thankfully,
Cesto.
we'll keep
Cesto's
that going for
reaction to
now.
that.
One more extra pass. Excellent foot out to stop that, but
I think that was the worst red time I've ever seen.
just have to enjoy sometimes. There you go. Should it stay this way? Will it? Probably not, based on what we've seen tonight. The winner will leapfrog both Fardy and Naylor to get into 4th. That is how it stands with Saad right now. Good goal difference. Can't say the same for Cesto, but once more, plenty of time remaining, particularly if we get a belly goal. Yes, please enjoy, lock it in. Paddy, Naylor, nil-all. Right here, right now, it's 1-1.
Fantastic goal there. Look at this. Lovely step over. Jude Bellingham. Not really used by too many of the competitors this year either, so it's nice to see that man who's having a fantastic start to his Real Madrid career get on the score sheet here in a Melbourne Victory shirt, may I say.
Like the look of that, do you, Mitch?
I do actually, yeah. You know, I would have loved to have played with him with my time at Victory, but anyway.
There's still time.
Well, maybe he'll fancy a move. Can't see him leaving Real Madrid anytime soon, but anyway.
Don't make it
or me going to Real Madrid.
1-1. Wonderful response. And Bellingham passing at will. Have an assist if you'd like. Last ditch tackle.
Get the shot off.
Rate that defending, to be honest.
I do. I'm surprised that.
It just felt like a eventuality, right?
I was just waiting for it to hit the back of the net, but no shot came.
Fun way to finish off the evening, that's for sure. I hope you've enjoyed your time watching along. Here is Dino. It's going to keep on going. One extra pass. Van der Sar is there. Any predictions for this, Mitch? Because I certainly got nothing based on what we've seen tonight, let alone these two normally, apart from goals. And this man, Dino, adding to the tally. Put it in the bank, put it in the back of the net. 2-1 Saad back in the lead.
Yep, it still hurts me seeing Dino not having number 10 on, but anyway. As you said, Nate, Saad is one of the best with Ronaldinho. Fantastic goal there. Look at this, outside of the foot. Keeper had no chance.
Yeah, near post, Travella. Give it a go, even if you feel like it's not on. If all your other angles are blocked off, seem to be sneaking on in more and more in FC24. Sard showing you what you can do with Dino and enjoying a bit of a celebration in his player cam afterwards. And hey, get that 4-3-2-1 in the bin as well.
Different formations, like to see it.
Just makes it a bit more open,
Yeah.
to be quite honest. Not the goal-scoring rampage that you get with two competitors that may be with more open defensives, is the polite way of putting it, but it's just nice, easy triangles. You know what you're going to get. Pure skill, some one-on-one dribbling at the end of it. Dare say something like the likes of Naylor would have enjoyed a few iterations of the game ago, but get to finish off our night here with admittedly the wrong number on the back, which is also hurting me quite a bit. I think we've had R9, R16, R60 something at one point as well. Having some fun with it, evidently.
Maybe it's just me. Obviously, the guys are not looking into the numbers. But
I saw a Twitch chat. It's not just you. Don't you worry.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that has that weird superstition when it comes to my goats having the correct numbers on. But anyway,
That just doesn't look right.
no, it doesn't. You can't be calling R9, R18, or as you said.
Look at that on a dime, but KDB's first touch not what Sar would have hoped for. Cesto on the break. Mbappe has been relatively well held by Garuccio throughout. Man, I try not to go on about that individual player, but we talk about J-Mac, the rest of them. Garuccio has just bodied Mbappe again. He stopped Haaland many times. Give him a look come playoffs, in my opinion. Cesto, lovely ball over the top. Mbappe. Cesto holds it up. Pass inside, one more if you wouldn't mind. Guess who's in the way again? Back off the attacker for a goal kick. Thank you very much.
Yep, just a bit of a slow start since Sard took the lead. Still feel like these guys really know how each other play, obviously being former teammates from last year. I think the guys obviously do play a lot of practice games against each other, especially during the week, so it comes down to that. Sometimes there's a bit of a negative effect, you know, when you're playing against your mates and stuff all the time. Kind of knowing how they play can affect you when it comes to E-League.
Something is through. Is there a square ball? Don't need it. Tries the finesse and Van der Sar again. Better than check. Just more.
I was about to say.
Yeah, a bit. Last game of the day and I finally bit.
Yeah. I mean, some of the saves, especially early, that from one of the Nugsy games that me and Marcus watched, he was everywhere. Check.
I think Nugsy might disagree. Got the wish version. Pele driven into feet. Martini's there. Pass. Not exactly what is required as we get towards the half. Benny Ben's holding it up. Lovely crossfield switch, but Cafu straight into another A-League men's player. Yes, please, Chris. What have you got at the end of it? Holds it up momentarily. Maybe just wanting the last chance of the half. There's too much for that to go. Bit of indecision, perhaps, from Cesto.
Yeah. I think that's a good way of saying, I think, a lot of his play, I think, tonight. A bit of indecisiveness, especially in the attacking third. But still close, 2-1 going into half-time. And a big chance here. There we go. Cesto. Worst time for Sard to concede. Just got to keep the ball leading into half-time. There's nothing worse, is that conceding right on the half-hour mark.
Just look at the gap. Centre back all the way out. I don't know if that's a second-man press or what's going on. Either way, the easiest finish of the night. Petacek cannot get near it. It's never a great time to concede, but that is going to sting a little bit. This heated up battle for fourth place, which for seeding come playoffs time in just a few weeks' time could be massive.
I think that's one thing with Cesto as well. He's showed in the earlier game as well. He's always got goals in him to come back. He's never fully written off in a game. You can't switch off. He's got a goal in him, I think, a lot of the time. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what both of these guys do now going into the second half. Really a tough, can't really pick a pick a favourite as of now, Nate.
Just looking at the body language, though, despite the late concession, Saad still seems up for it. Cesto, I don't know if he's reflecting on his night as a whole. He's straight up correct. Mitch Austin alongside myself, Nate Loss. The last game of the evening, locked in at 2-2. We've had basically every result tonight, every type of goal. These two normally entertain. Doesn't matter how many times they've come up against one another in the E-League or playing all the friendlies they would have. Two of the competitors that are most matched, but also let's not throw it in straight to Mbappe.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Some of that tonight, man. I don't understand. Like,
even the best of the best make silly mistakes. It's good.
That has
makes
been
me feel better about some of my play when I see these guys do things like that. So,
as mentioned, for anyone thinking that we're being highly critical or perhaps be rude at times, it's not this region that we're talking about. It's FC24. This version of the game where we're at. There's goals aplenty. There's a high tempo. There's a press. We love it. We're just getting a little bit worried about what the predictions and expectations results Van der Sar. What a save, but player brought down.
Lovely ball roll scoop turn there. Absolutely sold. Cesto, a treat there.
Van der Sar, what a save. Penalty, sometimes a bit of a lottery. How has he not got a goal out of that? We'll see which competitors can really clamp down on some of the mistakes, keep their composure. You heard Nugi talking about it. I'm not even really sure why he came out like that against Matt Bro, but corrected it, get that extra chance during the regular season. As we get that live ladder again, the difference a goal can make. Saad from 4th to 7th, and of course, crucially below Cesto. Don't know how worried he needs to be about any gauntlet. For mine, it's just not going to happen for either of these competitors. They are well clear, but to think you could
it's
be...
crazy, isn't it? The difference between a couple of points to where you can be on the ladder.
What a season it's been. This format where every game from the outset we've been
today's
typing
just
up.
been huge, I think, in terms of results. It's really made a difference, especially with the guys down the bottom half pulling off some big upsets.
Now shout out JMK. He's had an absolutely superb day. And for Cesto, it could get a bit better. Double bluff, goes near post. Check stays there. Know that Justin, who I'm sure will be back next week, has been not a fan of JMK, which has been really disappointing from Justin. I thought he'd step up.
Come
but
on,
King of
Justin,
Boys
mate.
had your back.
Shocking.
The stays 2-2. Who is going to step up? Can Saad get that goal advantage, get back in the 4th? Because if we get an interview, how much of a different type of Saad we're going to get? We've had the playlist, the tracks, the head bopping, and the happiness, and we've had just, I don't want to give an answer. I feel like one goal in one game at FC24 is going to be the difference.
Yep. End-to-end stuff. See the concentration on both players.
Honestly,
Saad looks like he's looking into my soul.
You get at least one of those strikers brought back to fill in the midfield, because of course you got the left and right centre mid or CDMs. In the case of Cesto, it's one short. You look at the 4-3-2-1. If you get a striker to drop back and help out, that's what I believe we've got from Cesto. Have a look for me. Those two strikers. Slowing it down, just getting into his tempo, into his groove now. Saad, if he goes top side, he's got a one-on-one instead. Decides to come back towards us, turns it over. The second man brought across, so Cesto trying to make the most of it. Benny Benz has dominated Mbappe all evening long.
Really good strength there. Comes down to the skill of the player though. Saad.
All the talk about if I had these players or whatnot, hey, Garuccio on top here, started the attack, decided to have something to finish it. Defensive line brought up, so Saad says I'm going to go back before going forward. Just wants to bait in one of the centre backs if he can. Excellently defended. Maldini's there for Cesto.
And he gives it away.
Dino, at the end of it, Van der Sar has been on point.
They're the mistakes. Very, very lucky boy there, Cesto.
Hoping for a one-on-one perhaps, or just enjoying using these unlocked accounts. Shout out EA, our excellent admin team, for letting these competitors use the best items in the game. Of course, playing exclusively on PS5, the way it should be. KDB, Facade, really just wants Cesto to push out a little bit. Can you give me some space in behind, brother? Nothing doing, so he has to go wide. Excellent tackle again. Look, Cesto needs to string some passes together, but his defending has been wonderful.
It has. It has. All-time result. Paddy,
that's had
what is going on?
Everything. I'm sure you enjoy the reactions and more on social media, maybe a bit later tonight, but from what we're hearing, Paddy's scoring right at the end. Is there... Look, he just followed Marcus's advice, basically, win every game. Done.
Can we check the TikTok now? I'm sure the video's already up.
Looking forward to seeing the ladder. I'm not sure for poor Naylor it's going to be another interview anytime soon. He might not have too many chuckles left, but shout out Paddy, JMK King, a lot of competitors that have stood up. Matt Bro with a big win. Side enjoying the bops as per. Can he find that extra goal, propel himself back into fourth? Because, as we mentioned, Naylor stalling tonight, Fardy as well. Opportunity to move up the ladder, Mitch, which hasn't always been the case this season.
Nope, certainly hasn't. These are the games you've really got to make use of them. It's no good, as I said. I keep saying it. Looking back when it comes to, you know, being in the gauntlet, looking back thinking the games where I really should have taken the point and I didn't.
Here is Haaland. He's been substituted on. Not the greatest of strikes, but Cesto with the corner. One of the few competitors who won't take it direct.
Finally got Haaland in the mix.
Because Cruyff is on now as well, end to end, but get bodied by Maldini, who again's been one of the standout items for Cesto throughout. Bit jealous watching on Mitch, I can't lie.
I am. I'm looking forward to actually seeing a bit of Cruyff. Obviously, hasn't been in the game for very long, so looks an insane foot item, though I can't lie. Would only dream to have him in my ultimate team, but as you said, these guys are lucky to have these accounts.
And they make the most of it now, or you're going to do that straight into Rio. Early scouting report from Cruyff, apart from obviously just being cracked. The physicality, bit of a letdown. Some of the pros, particularly overseas, gave him a go. Thank you. See you later.
Seen enough. Skill issue? Definitely not.
For once, I'll stay quiet. 3 players to beat and draws them all out of there. Cesto is trying to win it back, but Saad is staying calm. Lovely dribbling. Mbappe, driven pass across, or does he have to go back across? KDB on the finesse. That could be the difference between 7th and 4th. What a goal, what a strike. Saad risking it and reaping the rewards.
Just like De Bruyne, IRL, doing it for Man City, but he's doing it for Saad at Western United as well. Almost not far off a carbon copy, I think, of his finesse shot from the weekend, Nate?
Similarities. At a minimum. And that's why we, one of the many reasons why we all enjoy FC24, recreate your favourite moments with your favourite players. And Van der Sar's been everywhere tonight, not getting near it, and that's how much it means to Saad. 7th a moment ago, just 4 it's worth on the ladder. Could be looking at 4.
1 goal.
Naylor and
jumps you
Fardy
up.
probably can't believe it, being like, what have we done to deserve this? And yet, still time for Cesto. Can he change out of that formation at a minimum, Mitch? Because those holding CDMs, they don't need to really hold much more. There's not much time remaining.
Nope. Not too long left to go, but still we've seen Cesto time and time again. He's managed to keep getting goals back. I would not write him off just yet.
Surely, at least with some player substitutions, and again, the CDMs not doing what they did in previous iterations of the game. You'll know why I say it like that. But the centre mids, more or less, getting forward and getting back. You got 3 of them, even better. Your 4-2-3-1 that we used to always see, basically a relic of the past. For Cesto, it has not worked well enough thus far. But Saad says, would you just like the ball straight back twice? Haaland at the end of it pulls down Cafu, free kick, thank goodness.
Dangerous, dangerous. 5 minutes to go. This will see what Saad is made of.
Might do a Gruccio highlight reel.
I think you're right, Nate. I think you're right. Definitely a man of the match performance.
See if we get
and I'm pretty sure they are IRL mates as well.
Oh, all right, there's a question. If we get the interview, however, to get the interview, got to seal this one out. Cesto inexplicably trying to drive that between 2 defenders. This is the result. Saad, does he go for a 4th, hold it in the corner? What would you do watching along at home, wherever you're watching from around the world? We appreciate you tuning in. And it's a 4-on-3. There's an extra man back stick if he wants it. He finds it to level it up 3-3. Hand in the air. But Cesto definitely cares. He's looking at an additional time winner. Look at this, leaning in immediately. For Saad, I don't know what that reaction is anymore.
I told you, do not write Cesto off. He has a habit of clawing goals back when he needs to. And there it is. Dagger in the heart from Haaland. Is there a bit of time left for maybe either of these two to snatch a late winner if Cesto manages to get another goal? It's going to be heartbreak for Saad.
From 4th, is it back down to 7th? Unless he can score in the 2 additional minutes here. Mbappe 1-on-1. Second man surely got to be brought across. Back we go. Gruccio superb all night for Saad. Cesto is not going to get the chance on the break, so it comes down to this. Can he defend it for the point? 1-2 with Cafu. Yes, please. Is it time just to cross and hope? Apparently not. Vieira. Cruyff. R9. Mbappe! What keeper movements? Cesto saving himself a point with the best play of the day. You don't have to enjoy it to respect it. He has saved himself a massive moment, not just in this game, but in the entirety, genuinely, in the entirety of the season of E-League Australia 2024. He will be watching that back for what, weeks, months to come. It finishes 3-3. We can barely believe it. Nat, Marcus, what a way to finish our evening.
Yeah, I'm like all over the place right now after that.
It's been that type of night.
I was going to say, yeah, actually that's a really good way to put it. It's been that sort of night. But one part of me is so happy for Cesto to be able to get a goal literally in the 89th minute. Obviously there's those 2 extra minutes at the end, but what could have been the final minute of play. And then the ball's down in your half. You defend it to make sure it stays as a draw is like phenomenal. I'm over the moon for him. But on the other side of it, for Saad, it's like 2 in-game minutes, bro. Come on.
We were going to have now, surely, a save make the highlight reel. I can't say, Marcus, I've ever even thought about saying those words.
Yeah, that was unbelievable from Cesto. I mean, just not even like the keeper movement, but the whole play beforehand to even go to equalize was great. And then to clutch up there at the end, right at the death. You said during the broadcast these two are probably not worried about gauntlet situation, but you see how much it means to them. You see how much Saad is yelling at the camera. This is not just some game for middle table. Like, they care. They care a lot. This game means a lot, whether it's pride, bragging rights, whatever. And to pull off that save, keeper movement at the end, I mean, I love that stuff. Obviously, as an ex-player, the keeper movement is such an intricate thing. So when someone does it near perfectly like that to save them, it's just like, just golf claps all around. And I know you'll be happy about that one.
Yeah, not pulling out your goalkeeper on a corner and letting it go straight in, right, Nate?
Look, there was improvement. Much improved.
I do like that it was the same player as well that we're going to give props to one of the best goalkeeper movements. but also probably the worst goalkeeper movements of the day. So, hey, it's the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows that it is of FC here. But we've gone with Assad for our interview. We're going to bring him on despite it being a draw. It is Assad that we get to talk to. So let's bring him in. Assad, I don't know how to read your face right now. Normally when someone comes in an interview, I'm like, okay, they're not happy with the draw. Sometimes they're happy with it. Where exactly are you sitting?
Look, against Cesto, we play each other like quite a lot. We had like kind of feeling it was either going to be like someone's going to beat like the other by 1 goal. It was going to be a very tight game. Ended up being a draw. So we'll take the 1 point and move on.
Yeah, it is still at 1 point. You know, it could have been on the other end where you're getting no points, but either or, it still was a fantastic game. Absolutely loved watching it there. How would you describe this day for you as well, right? Because you guys are playing multiple rounds now. Is it tough to keep motivated throughout the long day for you?
Not really, to be honest. I wouldn't say tough to stay motivated. It's just like hard to sort of switch on and then switch back off, I guess, if that makes sense. Not really motivation wise, but just more like mentally, just like you're playing and then all of a sudden you got to switch back off and now you're back on.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta jump in, mate, because I'm still like basically edge of seat stuff. The end of that game, talk us through it, please.
I guess that's the one that ball back off me. He was throwing goal, to be honest. Like Mbappe was just storming down. I saw Ben. They were standing at the halfway line, and Mbappe was behind him. As soon as I saw that, I said, "Yeah, I've conceded here." So.
What about Gruccio then? I'll give you that one to talk about. We were so enjoying how he'd performed for you all season long. Tonight, he bodied Mbappe dead set like 3, 4, 5 times. You got to be happy.
Yeah. He played class. Like nothing wrong. I mean, just performance. So I can't blame Gruccio there.
Sad, I just want to talk to you quickly about heading into the future weeks. Mitch and I were talking before about you being kind of the dark horse, maybe just outside that top 4, that one that could really make a push. Obviously, it hasn't been a great night for you. You've dropped in the standings and such, but how are you going to plan to get back into form? Because I know the weeks kind of go on, but look, last week coming up, and then you've got the finals, the playoffs coming up. You've got to obviously, the saying is lock in, start practicing. What's your plan to really try and prove a point and take out some people in this comp? As he might have frozen on us here. Sad. I think that was a big question.
I was going to say the question just fried his brain.
It
was a little too much.
Too much yapping, and he's probably just like, Marcus, look,
He's actually fallen asleep.
Yeah.
I just did. He's fallen asleep at the computer because your question was too long.
He's just like, Marcus, I'm just going to play more FC. Like, what do you think I'm going to do, man? I'm just going to play more FC and just keep it rolling.
No. It was as soon as Nate started talking and it went to you, he's like, he just hit disconnect. He hit disconnect. He's like, no, I'm not getting interviewed by Marcus.
He might have thought I was going to just really critically analyze his whole thing, but I was trying to like lift his spirits up and be like, hey, let's make a big push here. Mitch and I kind of like thinking you're the dark horse.
Don't bring me into this, man.
You know? Mitch, I think
it's nothing to do with me.
He's like, he just got comms in that his laptop went flat. So laptop went flat, push the power button because I started talking.
I've heard that text beat
He's like,
before
oh
as
no,
well,
my laptop turned off as he's holding the power button.
How many times does that happen when Marcus has asked a question, by the way? Just checking in.
I'm going to get my phone and send him an audio message with the exact same question. Oh, hold on. He's on his way back here. He's on his way back.
It's working now.
Sard, mate, you could have just left. I would have understood. I wouldn't want to answer Marcus's question either.
Okay. Sard, I've got the question for you again. I'm going to just make it shorter because everyone's going to start flaming me here. Basically, what's your plan heading into next week and the finals? Because you're the dark horse that we think, and you need to start obviously ramping up your performance and your gameplay. Do you think you're impacted a lot by the A-League plays, or your attack's not flowing how you want? Because you're not hitting the peak form, similar to Naylor right now. It's just what's going on? What do you think's going on?
Being honest, I was just one of those nights just nothing was working. I feel like I played a lot better in that Cesto game compared to the other 2 games previously. Credit to the opponents, they've absolutely they tore me apart, to be honest. But against Cesto, I felt like I was definitely playing a lot better. But watching nothing was just going my way too much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because you came back on to answer Marcus's question, so I think it's only fair. Do you have a question for anyone on the broadcast here on the couch? Anyone? Your pickings.
Put him on, just
I'll
say,
throw him under the bus.
say
here.
whatever. Say whatever. You can say absolutely
No,
whatever.
on the spot, yeah, I had nothing in mind like this, to be honest. I had no clue.
Just put the reversal on him.
Reversal.
I did.
Yeah, no, I actually got for nothing to be clear.
Yeah, that's the reverse elastico in real life. You can take that one away. But Saad, thank you so much for joining us. And look, was a draw. I know it's a bit unfortunate, but still congratulations on that point. And thank you for joining us. See ya.
I reckon he had a question. I reckon he could have said, like, Marcus, like...
Do you think you washed up?
He would have said, like, Marcus, why couldn't you get the ball off me all those years when we played? I was just chasing the ball, but I think he just wanted to be nice because Saad is known for holding the ball, which is why I kind of asked him, like, what are you going to do to get back to that level of play? Because he's known as someone that can basically hold possession for such long periods of time, and that was how he's so successful, but he's struggling with that big time. So
particularly, though, when people have used a 4-4-2 or variation.
Yeah.
Like, I noticed even the better competitors, he might not necessarily win the game, but he has had more possession, at least controlled the tempo, but Cesto, admittedly, DMs instead of centre mids. Yeah, it felt like a free-for-all.
Yeah. I think that's just not his way of playing. I think he's getting roped into that by a lot of people, just kind of playing that high-tempo game. And that's why I was kind of asking, like, hey, what are you going to do? Maybe he just wants to keep it to himself, but what's he going to do to kind of get back into that rhythm? A lot of these guys kind of flip the switch when it gets real serious, and I think that's coming soon. But I think when you're in the middle of the pack and you're like, okay, I'm not top 4, but I'm not gauntlet, so I'm just going to chill out a little bit, and then you guys will see when it's showtime.
I mean, it's also a long day for him. He played 3 games today, like 3 rounds for himself. So maybe there was also just a bit of fatigue where he's like, brother, I don't want to think about it right now. It's been a tough day, a couple of losses for myself. But whilst this game was happening on this stream, we did have another game happening off stream. So we're going to have a bit of a quick look at the highlights that happened in that one. It was Paddy up against Naylor. So I didn't realize Naylor actually was playing 3 games as well today. So now I feel a bit bad about kind of semi-flaming him in the interview. But
if the FC didn't work so well for you, at least you're good to interview, I believe was the line.
Yeah, you can come share this seat with Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, look, no offense to my boy Naylor, but the way he's playing, we might switch positions right now because he's a good friend of mine, but this is a massive upset. I mean, like, him, Saad, and Nagiti are just falling apart today. And as you're going to see in these highlights, you're going to see the way he lost right at the death as well. But that's a crazy finish from KDV. But I think this is just really a lot of inconsistency coming out of these guys out of the top 2. And it's quite worrying because we say, yeah, they're going to lock in when the time comes. But we're getting very close to the end of the regular season. And you want to be hitting good form, as we said many times. I'm not saying you got to be perfect, but you definitely don't want to have this happen to you. So
literally right at the end,
yeah,
he just lets it slip away. It could have still been 1 point for himself, and it just don't know what to say.
Exactly.
The fact that it's happening within that last little bit. It's great to know, though, that both games were very tight, that they had fantastic, entertaining endings. I say entertaining because I'm sure as a player, either way, you're just like, I never want to see it play out that way. I never want to see it come down to overtime or the 89th minute where I'm tying a game up or I'm winning the game for myself. So entertaining for us. I'm pretty happy with it. And with all of these games that have played, let's have a look at our results. Let's have a look at where all of our players stand.
Just what a day. Freds, whether you've been watching along at home, you're sitting here in the studio, like, have a look at that. And if anyone, broke boy or otherwise, predicted that, well played.
Probably the best week, I think, of gameplay all around, and not in terms of the quality. Obviously, a lot of mistakes we've seen, a lot of pressure, but in terms of how the games have been ending.
The results.
Predicting.
The predictions, the upsets.
That's what shocked me, like how many draws we've had as well. But I can already just see 3 draws, a couple of, and then also 3 nils as well up there
clean
too.
Sheets. I mean, just a shout out to Paddy, shout out to JMK. Paddy, 2 wins tonight and a draw against Saad. JMK, 2 wins. These two are really trying to get out of the gauntlet, especially Paddy. Unfortunately, Mapro FC, it's looking done and dusted because everyone else has just all of a sudden just become Mark 11 regens at the bottom and just like playing so well. And if you're not keeping up with that, it's pretty much doom and gloom at this point. So yeah.
I do love it. Maybe you guys will remember who said it in the interview. I can't remember which player exactly, but they were talking about how they'd gone back and not only watched the gameplay of some of the players at the top, but also their interviews of what they've been saying, of what they're trying to perfect in their gameplay, what they think was like some of the strengths in their gameplays in victories that they'd gotten in the past week. So it's nice to see that, you know, they took this week break that they had of not playing, and maybe they might not have been playing FC, but they were still doing research. They're still putting a lot of effort in for themselves. So fantastic to see. And because of that, they definitely are rewarded with a lot more points on the leaderboard. So let's bring it up and let's see if it did result in some massive change-ups. Any shifts in the bottom 4 is where I'm going to mostly look. It's still the same for...
No, look, I'll give it because I've been saying it all season long, and it is Noah that has unfortunately slumped in, and the excellent Kingy getting himself out of there at the moment. He is the one that would survive the gauntlet scenario.
In saying that, though, the difference is only 10 and 7. And so if you think about it, Noah just needs a win. And then they're tied, and it's down to goal difference for himself on whether he's making the gauntlet or not there. Whereas on the other side, let's look at all the way on the top of the ladder. Mark 11, 8 out of 11 of his games played. Not a single draw, not a single loss for himself.
Only undefeated competitor.
Only in both the E-League and E-League challenges.
Love it. You've actually upped it again. Well played. Well played. I will say as well, for Matt Bro at the other end, he can still get out of there. I know that it's like, oh, he'd have to win all his games, but Marcus said that before tonight. Look at Paddy. Now just 2 points, bit of goal difference, and could be a completely different scenario.
Yeah, if he has to win all those games, you might have to rely on a couple other results as well, but it's definitely, you just got to worry about yourself. And I think, speaking of that, a lot of those guys in the middle of the pack, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was three or four people there on 13 points. And then maybe one on 12 or 14. So it's so close. And people think the seeding doesn't matter. But if you're those players, okay, I'm not in the gauntlet, but who do I want to match up first round of playoffs? And you might see some players, okay, I really want to play against this guy. I need to win this game. I think a lot of people are going to be like looking at that ladder really closely, because it's nice to finish, you know, third, fourth. But sometimes you just match up better against people. And I think that's what's going to happen is that those players are going to be hoping that things go their way to get the nice matchup.
Yeah, and you want to start off on the right foot, because even though playoffs is double a limb, you just got to put yourself in the best position possible. But E-League Gauntlet, that is what is going to be the first thing that happens coming out of regular season. That is a single elimination. It is the bottom 4. That's why we keep harping on about, is there going to be a change in the bottom 4? Who's able to still make themselves crawl their way out of it, make sure that they're not in that gauntlet? It's going to be the bottom 4 up against the top 4 of E-League challenges. Those guys are played on Monday nights. If you guys want to catch that action, you can. It is the day before this. We always do a recap here as well if you don't have the time to squeeze it in on your Monday night. But again, this is what we're talking about. The seeding is important. Even if you're not 1 or 2, which is what you want because you skip all the way to round 3 of the upper bracket, being 3rd or 4th seed is great because you're going up against the winners of the gauntlet, and they are deemed as the, I'm putting quotation marks here, quote unquote, weaker opponents, because they're people who had to either fight up from challenges or redeem themselves back in E-League. So they are deemed as those lower seed and quote unquote easier competitors potentially. So 3rd and 4th actually really does matter too, even though you don't skip those extra rounds, Mitch.
Yeah, but I think as you said, for the E-League challenges, you know, that they are still good players, and I think you know, the E-League lads, you know, who are obviously going to be making the gauntlet, unfortunately, it's not going to be easy.
No,
it's funny how for the challenges the gauntlet is what they're aiming to get for, whereas, you know, the E-League guys all want to avoid the gauntlet. So
anything but the gauntlet, please. But, anything but the gauntlet.
Yeah, so no, it's going to be exciting. It's one I actually can't wait to watch the gauntlet. It's going to be good to see the challenger lads come up against the top dogs.
Yeah, it's going to be this, I deserved a spot in E-League.
Exactly.
No, I still deserve my spot in E-League. That's what I think is going to really come out in Gauntlet. But I didn't get your thoughts, Mitch, on the ladder. Do you think there's going to be big change-ups, even though it's a massive copium for Matt Bro to get up there? Is there some potential
It's
for
possible. I mean, coming into tonight, I was like, wasn't expecting, you know, all these results. So, and the table's changed drastically now from the start. So, yeah, I think there's still possibilities for changes. You know, Paddy was outstanding tonight. JMK obviously winning as well. So definitely room for improvement, and keen to see how next week goes.
Yeah, this is actually going to be what I've heard is your last night on E-League for the season as well.
My last night. Sad, but yes.
Do you want to make any bold prediction before you leave?
Yeah,
that's it. You got to drop a bombshell where you're just like, Paddy's going to take it all.
I mean, who knows?
No.
No, you got to say it. You got to say something.
I think obviously, look, I've been a fan of Mark for a while, and I think, yeah, he's just. I mean,
But
he's
if it
proving
wasn't Mark, who would it be?
If it wasn't Mark, you know what? I mean, I've probably got to go with Dylan. I think.
Okay.
We tried.
Probably the easy choice, but yeah, I think them two definitely are favourites for me, and probably have been the two best players for the last couple of years.
Does today change up your favourites at all, Nate?
In terms of the actual favourites, nah, Mark has just like solidified himself. But I really wanted to say, if 2 weeks ago for mine, it was one of the best weeks of gameplay that we've ever seen in the E-League. Shout out today for the competitors down the bottom. I can't remember a day of E-League where we're just looking at the results like mouths open. Honestly, apologies for my commentary for most of tonight, because I was just like, what is happening? We're laughing, but also a bit confused, but then also seeing one goal, meaning someone goes from 4th to 7th. Kingy with just an incredible day. Paddy looked like a seasoned professional, and I'm just like, where was this the first few weeks? So, yeah, shout out to the competitors for proving this wrong. Made me, look quite foolish.
Yeah. So, I mean, some players, maybe they just take that little bit longer to warm up for themselves. But we also did say with this format change-up, that's the benefit of it, is that we're going to have a competitive game after competitive game. The weight of each round is so much more as well. And to close this out, Marcus, I'm going to ask you the exact same question. Does your favorite change?
No, Mark is definitely... His gameplay,
I'm really trying.
I mean, like Mark's gameplay is just like above everyone's right now. It's so solid. His defense, especially, that's the big thing. I think what I'm expecting the likes of Nagidi and Naylor to really lift their game, but I'm a little worried because like I think they can lift their game. Nagidi seems a bit more locked in what he needs to do. Ryan seems to be struggling a lot with the meta right now, but I think a lot of them, and next week's so important because if we see very similar mistakes in gameplay, it's like, okay, you're running out of time now. It's a bit worrying, but Nagidi's that one. I want to see how he plays against Mark next week because I really think he has a massive chance to beat Mark. He knows him like the back of his hand. Those guys have played so much.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like today was a massive game with Dylan, but I think Nagidi's the one that could maybe even a draw, put him into the loss list, as you'd say. But nah, but I think big game for Nagidi because if he wins that one as well, I think he's got a really good chance at top 2.
Yeah.
So, I just can't wait for that game.
Yeah. And look, if today has taught me anything, it's that the potential is there for all of the players. There is so much room for growth in each and every one of them. There's still potential for a lot of upsets as well. So we will see you guys next week, same time for E-League, or same time on a Monday if you want to catch the E-League challenges. But we'll say bye for now, and we'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Over, then it will go to Vandersar will punch it and we'll hit it on the follow-up. You can have the most gentle, chill commentary you ever get from me.
Speaking of being hit, it's the ladder right now coming up, and Dylan is actually in first position with this goal difference goes into another tiebreak, but Dylan is first with his goals. I'm pretty sure that goal takes him back down to second, the live ladder. So it's funny, he hits him with the Rashford and the no-look Rashford celebration. Cesto. It's another corner here, and I wonder, he's brought the keeper out again. So I wonder if he's brought the keeper out a lot now as well. So Dylan's going to maybe move him here and then go back post, near post, onto the goal line. It should be a goal. It's a direct corner goal from Kevin De Bruyne. That is unbelievable. I think now he's getting back to what is working. And look, he's into the box now with Mbappe. Gets it to hard, knocks it down. And that was probably a goal if it goes to R9. He steps with Hort. Great step with Hort. Bounces it back, goes to KDB. Probably going to try and find Mbappe. Finds R9. Haaland, left foot, goal. That is unbelievable passing. And just like that, he's back. No.
1-2 Ikafu, yes please. Is it time just to cross and hope? Apparently not. Vieira, Cruyff, R9, Mbappe! What keeper movements? Cesto saving himself a point with the best play of the day. You don't have to enjoy it to respect it. He has saved